Chapter 18 of Self-Control by Mary Brunton. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Simon Evers. Chapter 18. Colonel Hargrave had been the spoiled child of a weak mother, and he continued to retain one characteristic of spoiled children. Some powerful stimulant was with him and a necessary of life. He despised all pleasures of regular recurrence and moderate degree, and even looked down upon those who could be satisfied with such enjoyments as on beings confined to a meaner mode of existence. For more than a year Laura had furnished the animating principle which kept life from stagnation. When she was present, her beauty, her reserve, her ill-concealed affection kept his passions in constant play. In her absence, the interpretations of looks and gestures of which she had been unconscious, and the anticipation of concessions which she thought not of making, furnished occupation for the many hours which, for want of literary habit, Colonel Hargrave was obliged to pass in solitude and leisure, when deprived of fashionable company, public amusements, and tolerable romances. In a little country town, these latter resources were soon exhausted, and Hargrave had no associates to supply the blank among his brother officers, some of whom were low both in birth and education, and others, from various reasons, rather repelling than courting his intimacy. One had a pretty wife, another an unmarried daughter, and the phlegmatic temperament and reserved manners of a third tallied not with Hargrave's constitutional warmth. The departure of Laura, therefore, deprived him at once of the only society that amused, and the only object that interested him. He was prevented by the caution of Mrs. Douglas from attempting a correspondence with his mistress, and his muse was exhausted with composing amatory sonnets and straining half-imaginary torments into reluctant rhymes. He soon tired of making sentimental visits to the now deserted Glen Albert, and grew weary of inspecting his treasures of pilfered gloves and stray shoe bows. His new system of reform, too, sat rather heavily upon him. He was not exactly satisfied with its extent, though he did not see in what respect he was susceptible of improvement. He had some suspicion that it was not entitled to the full approbation of the wise, the pious, the sober-minded observers whom he imagined that Laura had charged with the inspection of his conduct, and he reflected, with a mixture of fear and impatience, that by them every action would be reported to Laura, with all the aggravation of illiberal comment. For though he did not distinctly define the idea to himself, he cherished a latent opinion that the wise would be narrow-minded, the pious bigoted, and the sober-minded cynical. The feeling of being watched is completely destructive of comfort, even to those who have least to conceal, and Colonel Hargrave sought relief at once from restraint and ennui in exhibiting, at the Edinburgh races, 4 horses which were the envy of all the gentlemen, and a person which was not the aberration of all the ladies. His thoughts dissipated and his vanity gratified, his passion had never, since its first existence, been so little troublesome as during his stay in Edinburgh. And once or twice, as he caught a languishing glance from a gay young heiress, he thought he had been a little precipitate in changing his first designs in regard to Laura. But alas, the races endure only for one short week. Edinburgh was deserted by its glittering birds of passage, and Hargrave returned to his quarters, to solitude, and to the conviction that, however obtained, the possession of Laura was necessary to his peace. Finding that her return was as uncertain as ever, he resolved to follow her to London, and the caution of Mrs. Douglas baffling his attempts to procure her address from any other quarter, he contrived to obtain it by bribing one of the under-attendants of the post-office to transcribe for him the superscription of a letter to Miss Montraville. Delighted with his success, he could not refuse himself the triumph of making it known to Mrs. Douglas, and, by calling to ask her commands for her young friend, occasioned the letter of caution from her to Laura, which has been formerly mentioned. The moment he reached London, he hastened to make inquiries about the abode of Captain Montraville, but his search was disappointed by the accidents which he afterwards related to Laura. Day after day he hoped that Laura, sending to Mr. Baynard's chambers, would afford him the means of discovering her residence. But every day ended in disappointment, and Hargrave, who intending to devote all his time to her, had given no intimation to his friends of his arrival in town, found himself as solitary, listless, and uncomfortable as before he quitted Scotland. One evening, when, to kill the time, he had sauntered into the theatre, he renewed his acquaintance with the beautiful Lady Bellamar. 2 years before, Hargrave had been the chief favourite of Lady Bellamar, then Miss Walpole. Of all the danglers whom beauty, coquetry, and £50,000 attracted to her train, none was admitted to such easy freedom as Hargrave. She laughed more heartily at his wit, whispered more familiarly in his ear, and slapped him more frequently on the cheek than any of his rivals. With no other man was she so unreasonable, troublesome, and ridiculous. In short, she ran through the whole routine of flirtation till her heart was entangled, so far at least as the heart of a coquette is susceptible of that misfortune. But whatever flames were kindled in the lady's breast, the gentleman, as is usual on such occasions, escaped with a very slight tinge. While Miss Walpole was present, his vanity was soothed by her blandishments, and his senses touched by her charms. But in her absence he consoled himself with half a dozen other affairs of the same kind. Meanwhile, Lord Bellamar entered the lists, and soon distinguished himself from his competitors by a question which, with all her admirers, Miss Walpole had not often answered. The lady hesitated, for she could not help contrasting the insignificant starveling figure of her suitor with the manly beauty of Hargrave's person. But Lord Bellamar had a title in possession. Hargrave's was only reversionary. His lordship's estate, too, was larger than the colonel's expectations. Besides, she began to have doubts whether her favourite ever intended to propose the important question, for though, to awaken his jealousy, she had herself informed him of Lord Bellamar's pretensions, and though she played off the whole artillery of coquetry to quicken his operations, the young man maintained a resolute and successful resistance. So, after some 50 sighs given to the well-turned leg and sparkling eyes of Hargrave, Miss Walpole became Lady Bellamar, and this was the only change which marriage effected in her, for no familiarity could increase her indifference to Lord Bellamar, and no sacredness of connection can warm the heart of a coquette. She continued equally assiduous in courting admiration, equally daring in defying censure, and was content to purchase the adulation of fools at the expense of being obliged to the charity of those who were good-natured enough to say, "To be sure, Lady Bellamar is a little giddy, but I dare say she means no harm." Her husband's departure with his regiment for the Continent made no change in her way of life, except to save her the trouble of defending conduct which she would not reform. She continued in London, or at her villa at Richmond Hill, to enter into every folly which others proposed, or herself to project new ones. Meanwhile, Hargrave's duty called him to Scotland, where Lady Bellamar and all her rivals in his attention were entirely forgotten amidst the superior attractions of Laura, attractions which acted with all the force of novelty upon a heart accustomed to parry only premeditated attacks, and to resist charms that were merely corporeal. From an early date in his acquaintance with Miss Montraville, he had scarcely recollected the existence of Lady Bellamar, till he found himself in the next box to her at the theatre. The pleasure that sparkled in the brightest blue eyes in the world, wherever the rouge permitted its natural tints to appear, convinced Hargrave in a moment that her ladyship's memory had been more tenacious, and he readily answered to her familiar nod of invitation by taking his place at her side. They entered into conversation with all the frankness of their former intimacy. Lady Bellamar inquired how the colonel had contrived to exist during 18 months of rustication, and gave him in return memoirs of some of their mutual acquaintances. She had some wit and exuberance of animal spirits, and she seasoned her nonsense with such lively sallies, sly scandal, and adroit flattery, that Hargrave had scarcely ever passed an evening so gaily. Once or twice the composed grace, the artless majesty of Laura rose to his recollections, and he looked absent and thoughtful. But his companion rallied him with so much spirit that he quickly recovered himself, and fully repaid the amusement which he received. He accepted Lady Bellamar's invitation to sup with her after the play, and left her at a late hour with a promise to visit her again the next day. From that time the freedom of their former intercourse was renewed, with this difference only, that Hargrave was released from some restraint by his escape from the danger of entanglement which necessarily attends particular assiduities towards an unmarried woman. Let the fair enchantress tremble who approaches even in thought the utmost verge of discretion. If she advanced but one jot beyond that magic circle, the evil spirit is ready to seize her, which before feared even to rise in her presence. Lady Bellamar became the victim of unpardonable imprudence on her own part, a mere constitutional tendency on that of her paramour. To a most blamable levity she sacrificed whatever remained to be sacrificed, of her reputation, her virtue, and her marriage vow, while the crime of Hargrave was not palliated by one sentiment of genuine affection, for she by whom he fell was no more like the object of his real tenderness than those wandering lights that rise from corruption and glimmer only to betray, are to the steady sunbeam which enlightens and guides and purifies where it shines. Their intercourse continued, with growing passion on the side of the lady, and expiring inclination on that of the gentleman, till Lady Bellamar informed him that the consequences of their guilt could not long be concealed. Her lord was about to return to his disgraced home, and she called upon Hargrave to concert with her the means of exchanging shackles which she would no longer endure for bonds which she could bear with pleasure, and himself to stand forth the legal protector of his unborn child. Hargrave heard her with a disgust which he scarcely strove to conceal, for at that moment Laura stood before him, bewitching in chastened love, respectable in saintly purity. He remembered that the bare proposal of a degradation which Lady Bellamar had almost courted had once nearly banished the spotless soul from a tenement only less pure than itself. In fancy he again saw through her casement the wringing of those snowy hands, those eyes raised in agony, and the convulsive heavings of that bosom which mourned his unlooked-for baseness, and he turned from Lady Bellamar, inwardly cursing the hour when his vows to Laura were sacrificed to a wanton. The very day after this interview was that in which he accidentally encountered Laura, and from that moment his whole desire was to make her his own, before public report should acquaint her with his guilt. He durst not trust to the strength of her affection for the pardon of so foul an offence. He could not hope that she would again place confidence in vows of reformation which had been so grossly violated. When the proper self-distrust of Laura refused him the opportunity of making a personal appeal to her sensibilities, he hoped that her father might successfully plead his cause, and that before his guilt was known to her, he might have made it at once her interest and her duty to forget it. But the storm was about to burst even more speedily than he apprehended. Lady Bellamar little suspected that her conduct was watched with all the malice of jealousy and all the eagerness of interest. She little suspected that her confidential servant was the spy of her injured husband, bound to fidelity in this task by ties as disgraceful as they were strong, and that this woman waited only for legal proof of her mistress's guilt to lay the particulars before her lord. That proof was now obtained, and Lord Bellamar hastened to avail himself of it. He arrived in London on the morning of the last day of Montraville's life, and charging his guilty wife with her perfidy, expelled her from his house. She flew to Hargrave's lodgings, and found him preparing for his daily visit to Laura. Though provoked at being delayed, he was obliged to stay and listen to her, while she hastily related the events of the morning. She was about to speak of her conviction that, by making her his wife, he would shield her from the world's scorn, and that he would not, by any legal defence, retard her emancipation. But Hargrave suffered her not to proceed. He perceived that his adventure must now be public. It must immediately find its way into the public prints, and in a few hours it might be in the hands of Laura. He bitterly upbraided Lady Bellamar with her want of caution in the concealment of their amour, cursed her folly as the ruin of all his dearest hopes, and in the frenzy of his rage scrupled not to reveal the cutting secret that while another was the true object of his affections, Lady Bellamar had sacrificed her all to an inclination as transient as it was vile. The wretched creature, terrified at his rage, weakened by her situation, overcome by the events of the morning, and stung by a reception so opposed to her expectations, sunk at his feet in violent hysterics. But Hargrave could at that moment feel for no miseries but his own, and consigning her to the care of the woman of the house, he was again about to hasten to Montraville's, when he was told that a gentleman wished to speak with him upon particular business. This person was the bearer of a note from Lord Bellamar, importing that he desired to meet Colonel Hargrave on that or the following day at any hour and place which the colonel might appoint. After the injuries given and received, their meeting, he said, could have but one object. Hargrave, in no humour to delay, instantly replied that in 3 hours he should be found in a solitary field, which he named, at a few miles distant from town, and that he should bring with him a friend and a brace of pistols. He then went in search of this friend, and finding him at home, the business was speedily settled. Nothing, in the slight consideration of death which Hargrave suffered to enter his mind, gave him so much disturbance as the thought that he might, if he fell, leave Laura to the possession of another. He willingly persuaded himself that she had an attachment to him too romantic to be transferable. But she was poor. She might in time make a marriage of esteem and convenience, and Laura, the virtuous Laura, would certainly love her husband and the father of her children. The bare idea stung like a scorpion, and Hargrave hastened to his man of business, where he spent the time which yet remained before the hour of his appointment in dictating a bequest of £5,000 to Laura Montraville. But, true to his purpose, he added a clause by which, in case of her marriage, she forfeited the whole. He then repaired to meet Lord Bellamar, and, the ground being taken, Hargreaves' first ball penetrated Lord Bellamar's left shoulder, who then fired without effect, and instantly fell. Hargrave, whose humanity had returned with his temper, accompanied his wounded antagonist to a neighbouring cottage to which he was conveyed, anxious to procure for him every possible comfort, and heard with real joy that if he could be kept from fever, his wound was not likely to be mortal. The gentleman who had been Hargrave's second offered to remain near Lord Bellamar in order to give warning to his friend should any danger occur, and it was late in the evening before Hargrave, alone and comfortless, returned to town. Never had his own thoughts been such vexatious companions. To his own scared conscience his crimes might have seemed trivial, but when he placed them before him in the light in which he knew that they would be viewed by Laura, their nature seemed changed. He knew that she would find no plea in the custom of the times for endangering the life of a fellow creature, and that her moral vocabulary contained no qualifying epithet to palliate the foulness of adultery. The next day would give publicity to his duel and its cause, and should the report reach Laura's ear, what could he hope from her favour? The bribes of love and ambition he had found too poor to purchase her sanction to the bare intention of a crime. Even the intention seemed forgiven only in the hope of luring him to the paths of virtue, and when she should know the failure of that hope, would not her forgiveness be withdrawn? But Laura, thus on the point of being lost, was more dear to him than ever, and often did he wish that he had fallen by Lord Bellamar's hand, rather than that he should live to see himself the object of her indifference, perhaps aversion. Time still remained, however, by one desperate effort to hurry or terrify her into immediate compliance with his wishes, and half distracted with the emotions of remorse, and love, and hope, and fear, he ordered his carriage to Montraville's house. Here passed the scene which has already been described. Hargrave was too much agitated to attend to the best methods of persuasion, and he quitted Laura in the full conviction that she would never be his wife. He threw himself into his carriage, and was driven home, now frantically bewailing his loss, now vowing that rather than endure it, he would incur the penalties of every law, divine and human. All night he paced his apartment, uttering imprecations on his own folly, and forming plans for regaining by fraud, force, or persuasion his lost rights over Laura. At last, his vehemence having somewhat spent itself, he threw himself on a couch, and sunk into feverish and interrupted sleep. It was not till next morning that he thought of inquiring after the unfortunate partner of his iniquity, and was told that, too ill to be removed, she had been carried to bed in the house where she still remained. Intending to renew the attempt of the preceding night, he again repaired to Laura's house, but his intention was frustrated by the death of Montraville. On receiving the information, he was at first a good deal shocked at the sudden departure of a man whom a few hours before he had left in no apparent danger, But that feeling was effaced when once he began to consider the event as favourable to his designs upon Laura. Left to solitude, to poverty, perhaps to actual want, what resource had she so eligible as the acceptance of offers splendid and disinterested like his? And he would urge her acceptance of them with all the ardour of passion. He would alarm her with the prospects of desolateness and dependence. He would appeal to the wishes of her dead father. Such pleadings must, he thought, have weight with her, and again the hopes of victory revived in his mind. Should the principle to which she so firmly adhered outweigh all these considerations, he thought she would forfeit by her obstinacy all claim to his forbearance, and his heart fluttered at the idea that she had now no protector from his power. He resolved to haunt, to watch her, to lose no opportunity of pressing his suit. Wherever she went, he was determined to follow. And surely, thought he, she must have some moments of weakness. She cannot be always on her guard. For some days he continued to make regular visits at her lodgings, though he had no hope of seeing her till after Montraville was consigned to the dust, and he rejoiced that the customary seclusion was likely to retard her knowledge of his misconduct. To make inquiries after the health and spirits of Laura was the ostensible, but not the only motive of his visits. He wished to discover all that was known to the people of the house of her present situation and future plans. On the latter subject they could not afford him even the slightest information, for Laura had never dropped a hint of her intentions. But he received such accounts of her pecuniary distresses, and of the manner in which she supported them, as at once increased his reverence for her character, and his hopes that she would take refuge from her wants in the affluence which he offered her. From Fanny, who officiated as porter, and who almost adored Laura, he received most of his intelligence, and while he listened to instances of the fortitude, the piety, the tenderness, the resignation of his beloved, a love of virtue, sincere though transient, would cross his soul. He would look back with abhorrence on a crime which had hazarded the loss of such a treasure, and vow that, were he once possessed of Laura, his life should be a copy of her worth. But Hargrave's vows deceived him, for he loved the virtues only that were associated with an object of pleasure. He abhorred the vices only which threatened him with pain. On the day succeeding the funeral, he ventured on an attempt to see Laura, and sent her a message begging her permission to wait upon her, but was answered that he received no visitors. He then wrote to her a letter full of the sentiments which she inspired. He expressed his sympathy with her misfortunes, and fervently besought her to accept of a protector who would outdo in tenderness the one she had lost. He implored her to act the strongest incentive to the course of virtue, in which, if she would listen to his request, he solemnly promised to persevere. He again insinuated that she must speedily decide, that if her decision were unfavourable, he might be driven to seek forgetfulness amidst ruinous dissipation, and he adjured her, by the wishes of her dead father, a claim which he thought would with her be irresistible, to consent to dispense with his further probation. He said he would visit her late in the following forenoon, in the hope of receiving his answer from her own lips, and concluded by telling her that, lest the late unfortunate event had occasioned her any temporary difficulties, he begged to be considered as her banker, and enclosed a bill for £100. He gave this letter to Fanny, with injunctions to deliver it immediately, and then went to inquire for Lord Bellamar, whom it gave him real pleasure to find pronounced out of danger. Lady Bellamar, too, had ceased to reproach and molest him. She had recovered from her indisposition, and removed to the house of a relation, who humanely offered to receive her. His hopes were strong of the effect of his letter, and he passed the evening in greater comfort than had lately fallen to his share. Often did he repeat to himself that Laura must accede to his proposals. What other course could she pursue? Would her spirit allow her to become a burden on the scanty income of her friend Mrs. Douglas? Would she venture to pursue, as a profession, the art in which she so greatly excelled? Would she return to live alone at Glen Albert? This last appeared the most probable to Hargrave, because the most desirable. Alone, without any companion whose frozen counsel could counteract the softness of her heart, in a romantic solitude, watched as he would watch, importuned as he would importune her, strange if no advantage could be wrested from her affection or her prudence, her interest, or her fears. To possess Laura was the first wish of his soul, and he was not very fastidious as to the means of its gratification, for even the love of a libertine is selfish. He was perfectly sincere in his honourable proposals to Laura. He might have been less so had any others possessed a chance of success. He rose early the next morning, and impatiently looked for the hour which he had appointed for his visit. He wished that he had fixed on an earlier one, took up a book to beguile the minutes, threw it down again, looked 100 times at his watch, ordered his carriage to the door 2 hours before it was wanted, feared to go too soon lest Laura should refuse to see him, and yet was at her lodgings long before his appointment. He inquired for her, and was answered that she had discharged her lodgings, and was gone. Gone? Whither? Fanny did not know. Miss Montraville had been busy all the evening before in preparing for her removal, and had left the house early that morning. And did she leave no address where she might be found? I heard her tell the coachman, said Fanny, to stop at the end of Grosvenor Street, and she would direct him where she chose to be set down. But I believe she's left a letter for you, sir. Fool, cried Hargrave, why did you not tell me so sooner? Give it to me instantly. He impatiently followed the girl to the parlour which had been Montraville's. The letter lay on the table. He snatched it and hastily tore it open. It contained only his bill, returned with Miss Montraville's compliments and thanks. He twisted the card into atoms and cursed with all his soul the ingratitude and cold prudence of the writer. He swore that if she were on earth he would find her, and vowed that he would make her repent of the vexation which he said she had always taken a savage delight in heaping upon him. Restless, and yet unwilling to be gone, he next wandered into Laura's painting-room, as if hoping in her once favourite haunt to find traces of her flight. He had never entered it since the day when the discovery of De Courcy's portrait had roused his sudden frenzy. Association brought back the same train of thought. He imagined that Laura, while she concealed herself from him, had taken refuge with the De Courcys, and all his jealousy returned. After, according to custom, acting the madman for a while, he began as usual to recover his senses. He knew he could easily discover whether Miss Montraville was at Norwood by writing to a friend who lived in the neighbourhood, and he was going home to execute this design when, passing through the lobby, he was met by the landlady. He stopped to renew his inquiries whether anything was known or guessed of Laura's retreat. But Mrs. Stubbs could give him no more information on that subject than her maid, and she was infinitely more surprised at his question than Fanny had been, for having made certain observations which convinced her that Hargrave's visits were in the character of a lover, she had charitably concluded, and actually asserted, that Laura had accepted of his protection. Hargrave next inquired whether Laura had any visitors but himself. No living creature, was the reply. Could Mrs. Stubbs conjecture whither she was gone? None in the world, answered Mrs. Stubbs. Only this I know, it can't be very far off. To my certain knowledge she had only 7 shillings in her pocket, and that could not carry her far, as I told the gentleman who was here this morning. What gentleman? Cried Hargrave. Oh, one Mr. De Courcy, sir, that used to call for her, but he's not been here these 6 weeks before, and he seemed quite astounded as well as yourself, sir. Hargrave then questioned her so closely concerning De Courcy's words and looks as to convince himself that his rival was entirely ignorant of the motions of the fugitive. In this belief he returned home, uncertain what measures he should pursue, but determined not to rest till he had found Laura. When De Courcy quitted Laura, he had no intention of seeing her again till circumstances should enable him to offer her his hand. No sacrifice could have cost him more pain, but justice and filial duty did not permit him to hesitate. Neither did he think himself entitled to sadden with a face of care his domestic circle, nor to make his mother and sister pay dear for their comforts by showing that they were purchased at the expense of his peace. Nor did he languidly resign to idle love-dreams the hours which an immortal spirit claimed for its improvement, and which the social tie bound him to enliven and to cheer. But to appear what he was not, to introduce constraint and dissimulation into the sacred privacies of home, never occurred to De Courcy. He therefore strove not to seem cheerful, but to be so. He returned to his former studies, and even prosecuted them with alacrity, for he knew that Laura respected a cultivated mind. His faults he was, if possible, more than ever studious to correct, for Laura loved virtue. and when occasion for a kind, considerate, or self-denying action presented itself, he eagerly seized it, saying in his heart, "This is like Laura." Sometimes the fear that he might be forgotten forced from him the bitterest sigh that he had ever breathed. But he endeavoured to comfort himself with the belief that she would soon be screened from the gaze of admiration, and that her regard for him, though yet in its infancy, would be sufficient to secure her from other impressions. Of the reality of this regard he did not allow himself to doubt, or if he hesitated for a moment, he called to mind the picture, Laura's concealment of it, her confusion at his attempt to examine it, and he no longer doubted. The arrival of the picture itself might have explained all that related to it, had De Courcy chosen to have it so explained. But he turned his eye from the unpleasing sight, and sheltered his hopes by 100 treasured instances of love, which had scarcely any existence but in his fancy. His efforts to be cheerful were, however, less successful, after Laura, in a few melancholy lines, informed Mr. Courcy that Montraville's increased illness made her return to Scotland more uncertain than ever. He imagined his dear Laura the solitary attendant of a sick-bed, no kind voice to comfort, no friendly face to cheer her, perhaps in poverty, that poverty increased too by the artifice which he had used to lessen it. He grew anxious, comfortless, and at length really miserable. Every day the arrival of the letters was looked for with extreme solicitude in hope of more cheering news. But every day brought disappointment, for Laura wrote no more. His mother shared in his anxiety, and increased it by expressing her own. She feared that Miss Montraville was ill and unable to write, and the image of Laura among strangers, sick and in poverty, obliterated Montague's prudent resolutions of trusting himself no more in the presence of his beloved. He set out for London, and arrived at the door of Laura's lodgings about an hour after she had quitted them. Mrs. Stubbs, of whom he made personal inquiries, was abundantly communicative. She gave him, as far as it was known to her, a full history of Laura's adventures since he had seen her, and where she was deficient in facts, supplied the blank by conjecture. With emotion indescribable he listened to a coarse account of Miss Montraville's wants and labours. "How could you suffer all this?" cried he indignantly when he was able to speak. "Times are hard, sir," returned Mrs. Stubbs, the jolly purple deepening in her cheeks. "Besides, Miss Montraville had always such an air with her that I could not for my very heart have asked her to take pot luck with us." The colour faded from De Courcy's face as Miss Stubbs proceeded to relate the constant visits of Hargrave. "I warrant," said she, growing familiar as she perceived that she excited interest, "I warrant he did not come here so often for nothing. People must have ears, and use them too, and I heard him myself swearing to her one day that he loved her better than his life, or something to that purpose, and that if she would live with him he would make her dreams pleasant, or some such stuff like that. And now, as sure as can be, she's taken him at his word and gone to him." "Peace, woman!" cried De Courcy, in a tone which he had never used to any of the sex. "How dare you?" Mrs. Stubbs, who had all that want of nerve which characterizes vulgar arrogance, instantly shrunk into her shell. "No offence, sir," said she. "It's all mere guesswork with me, and she does not know a creature in London, and she had nothing to carry her out of it, for she had just 7 shillings in her pocket. I gave her 17 and 6pence of change this morning, and she gave half a guinea of that to the kitchen maid. Now it stands to reason she would not have been so ready parting with her money if she had not known where more was to be had." De Courcy, shocked and disgusted, turned from her in displeasure, and finding that nothing was to be learned from her of the place of Laura's retreat, betook himself to the print shop, where he remembered that he first procured Miss Montraville's address. Mr. Wilkins declared his ignorance on the subject of Montague's inquiries, but seeing the look of disappointment with which De Courcy was leaving the shop, good-naturedly said, "I dare say, sir, if you wish to find out where Miss Montraville lives, I could let you know by asking Colonel Hargrave. He comes here sometimes to look at the caricatures. And," added Mr. Wilkins, winking significantly, "I'm mistaken if they're not very well acquainted." De Courcy's heart rose to his mouth. "Perhaps so," said he, scarcely conscious of what he said. "There was a famous scene between them here about 3 weeks ago," proceeded the print seller, anxious to justify his own sagacity. I suppose they're not met for a while, and there's such a kissing and embracing. 'Tis false, cried De Courcy, lightning flashing from his eyes. Miss Montraville would have brooked such indignities from no man on earth. Nay, said Wilkins, shrugging up his shoulders, the shop lad saw it as well as I. She fainted away in his arms, and he carried her into the back room there, and would not suffer one of us to come near her. And Mr. Finch there saw him down on his knees to her. Cease your vile slanders, cried De Courcy, half distracted with grief and indignation. I abhor, I despise them, but at your peril dare to breathe them into any other ear. So saying, he darted from the shop, and returned to his hotel, infinitely more wretched than ever he had been. The happy dream was dispelled that painted him the master of Laura's affections. Another possessed her love, and how visible, how indelicately glaring must be the preference that was apparent to every vulgar eye. But, bitter as was his disappointment, and cruel the pangs of jealousy, they were ease compared to the torture with which he admitted a thought derogatory to Laura's worth. 1,000 times he reproached himself for suffering the hints and conjectures of a low-bred woman to affect his mind. 1,000 times assured himself that no poverty, no difficulties would overpower the integrity of Laura. Yet Hargrave is a libertine, said he, and if she can love a libertine, how have I been deceived in her? No, it cannot be. She is all truth, all purity. It is she that is deceived. He is imposed upon her by a false show of virtue, and misery awaits her detection of his deceit. She gone to him? I will never believe it. Libertine as he is, he dared not but to think of it. Extremity of want, lingering famine could not degrade her to this. And tears filled De Courcy's manly eyes as the thought that Laura was indeed in want. He had no direct means of supplying her necessities, but he hoped that she might inquire at her former abode for any letters that might chance to be left for her, and that she might thus receive any packet which he addressed to her. She shall never be humbled, said he with a heavy sigh, by knowing that she owes this trifle to an indifferent, forgotten stranger. And enclosing £50 in a blank cover, he put both into an envelope to Mrs. Stubbs, in which he informed her that if she could find no means of conveying the packet to Miss Montraville, the anonymous writer would claim it again at some future time on describing its contents. Before dispatching the letter, however, he resolved on making an attempt to discover whether Hargrave was acquainted with Laura's retreat. He shrunk from meeting his rival. His blood ran cold as he pictured to his fancy the exulting voice, the triumphant glance which would announce the master of Laura's fate. But anything was preferable to his present suspense, and the hope that he might yet be useful to Laura formed an incitement still more powerful. "Let me but find her," said he, "and I will yet wrest her from destruction. If she is deceived, I will warn. If she is oppressed, I will protect her." He imagined that he should probably find Hargrave at the house of his uncle Lord Lincourt, and hastened thither to seek him, but found the house occupied only by servants who were ignorant of the colonel's address. De Courcy knew none of Hargrave's places of resort. The habits and acquaintance of each lay in a different line. No means, therefore, of discovering him occurred to Montague, except that of inquiring at the house of Mrs. Stubbs, where he thought it probable that the place of Hargrave's residence might be known. Thither, then, he next bent his course. The door was opened to him by Fanny, who replied to his questions that none of the family knew where Colonel Hargrave lived, and lamented that De Courcy had not come a little earlier, saying that the colonel had been gone not above a quarter of an hour. De Courcy was turning disappointed away, when Fanny, stopping him, said with a courtesy and a half-whisper, "Sir, and please you, my mistress is all wrong about Miss Montraville, for the colonel knows no more about her than I do." "Indeed," said De Courcy, all attention. "Yes, indeed, sir. When I told him she was away, he was quite amazed, and in such a passion. So then I thought I would give him the letter." "What letter?" cried De Courcy, the glow of animation fading in his face. "A letter that Miss Montraville left for him, sir. Well, when he got it, he was 10 times angrier than before, and swore at her for not letting him know where she was going. So I thought, sir, I would make bold to tell you, sir, as mistress had been speaking her mind, sir, for it's a sad thing to have one's character taken away, Miss Montraville, I'm sure, wouldn't do hurt to nobody." "You are a good girl, a very good girl," said De Courcy, giving her, with a guinea, a very hearty squeeze of the hand. He made her repeat the particulars of Hargrave's violent behaviour, and satisfied from them that his rival had no share in Lorna's disappearance, he returned to his hotel, his heart lightened of half the heaviest load that ever it had borne. Still, however, enough remained to exclude for a time all quiet from his breast. He could not doubt that Laura's affections were Hargrave's. She had given proof of it palpable to the most common observer, and resentment mingled with his grief while he thought that to his fervent, respectful love she preferred the undistinguishing passion of a libertine. "All women are alike," said he, "the slaves of mere outward show," an observation for which the world was probably first indebted to circumstances somewhat like De Courcy's. Restless and uncomfortable, without any hope of finding Laura, he would now have left London without an hour's delay. But, though he forgot his own fatigues, he was not unmindful of those of the grey-haired domestic who attended him. He therefore deferred his journey to the following morning, and then set out on his return to Norwood, more depressed and wretched than he had quitted it. End of chapter 18. Chapter 19 of Self-Control by Mary Brunton. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Simon Evers. Chapter 19. All was yet dark and still, when Laura, like some unearthly being, stood by the bed where Fanny slept. The light which she bore in her wasted hand showed faintly the majestic form, darkened by its mourning garments, and shed a dreary gleam upon tearless eyes, and a face whence all the hues of life were fled. She made a sign for Fanny to rise, and, awestruck by the calm of unutterable grief, Fanny arose, and in silence followed her. They entered the chamber of death. With noiseless steps Laura approached the body, and softly drew back the covering. She beckoned Fanny towards her. The girl comprehended that her aid was wanted in performing the last duties to Montraville, and, shrinking with superstitious fear, said in a low, tremulous whisper, "I dare not touch the dead." Laura answered not, but raising her eyes to heaven, as if there to seek assistance in her mournful task, she gently pressed her hand upon the half-closed eyes that had so often beamed fondness on her. Unaided and in silence, she did the last offices of love. She shed no tears, she uttered no lamentation. The red stillness was broken only by the groans that burst at times from her heavy heart, and the more continued sobs of her attendant, who vented in tears her fear, her pity, and her admiration. When the sad task was finished, Laura, still speechless, motioned to the servant to retire. In horror at the thoughts of leaving Laura alone with the dead, yet fearing to raise her voice, the girl respectfully grasped her mistress's gown, and in a low but earnest whisper besought her to leave this dismal place, and to go to her own chamber. Scarcely sensible of her meaning, Laura suffered her to draw her away, but when the door closed upon all that remained of her father, she shuddered convulsively, and struggled to return. Fanny, however, gathered courage to lead her to her own apartment. There she threw herself prostrate on the ground. A flood of tears came to relieve her oppressed heart, and her recovered utterance broke forth in an act of resignation. She continued for some hours to give vent to her sorrow, a sorrow unallayed by any less painful feeling save those of devotion. She had lost the affectionate guide of her youth, the fond parent whose love for her had brought him untimely to the grave, and in the anguish of the thought that she should watch his smile and hear his voice no more, she scarcely remembered that he had left her to want and loneliness. The morning was far advanced when her sorrows were broken in upon by her landlady, who came to ask her directions in regard to the funeral. Laura had been unable to bend her thoughts to the consideration of this subject, and she answered only by her tears. In vain did Mrs. Stubbs repeat that it was folly to take on so, that we must all die, and that as everything has two handles, Laura might comfort herself that she'd now have but one mouth to feed. Laura seemed obstinate in her grief, and at last Mrs. Stubbs declared that, whether she would hear reason or not, something must without delay be settled about the funeral. As for her part, she could not order things without knowing how they were to be paid for. Laura, putting her hand to her forehead, complained that her head felt confused, and mildly begging her persecutor to have a little patience with her, promised, if she might be left alone for the present, to return to the conversation in half an hour. Accordingly, soon after the time appointed, the landlady was surprised to see Laura enter the parlour, her cheek indeed colourless, and her eyes swelled with weeping, but her manner perfectly calm and collected. "Here are my father's watch and seals," said she, presenting them. "They may be disposed of. That cannot wound him now." And she turned away her head and drew her hand across her eyes. "Have the goodness to order what is necessary, for I am a stranger, without any friend." Mrs. Stubbs, examining the watch, declared her opinion that the sale of it would produce very little. "Let everything be plain but decent," said Laura, "and when I am able I will work day and night till all is paid." "I doubt, miss," answered Mrs. Stubbs, "it will be long before your work will pay for much. Besides, you will be in my debt for a week's lodgings. We always charge a week extra when there's a death in the house." "Tell me what you would have me to do, and I will do it," said the unfortunate Laura, wholly unable to contend with her hard-hearted companion. "Why, miss," said Mrs. Stubbs, "there's your beautiful rosewood work-table and the footstools, and your fine ivory work-box that Mr. Kersey sent here before you came. If you choose to dispose of them, I will take them off your hands." "Take them," said Laura. "I knew not that they were mine." Mrs. Stubbs then conscientiously offered to give a fourth part of the sum which these toys had cost to Kersey 3 months before, an offer which Laura instantly accepted, and the landlady, having settled this business much to her own satisfaction, cheerfully undertook to arrange the obsequies of poor Montraville. Though the tragical scenes of the night had left Laura no leisure to dwell upon her fears for Hargrave, it was not without thankfulness that she heard of his safety and restored composure. Her mind was at first too much occupied by her recent loss to attempt accounting for his extravagant behaviour, and after the first paroxysms of her sorrow were past, she retained but an imperfect recollection of his late conversation with her. She merely remembered his seeming distraction and threatened suicide, and only bewildered herself by her endeavours to unravel his mysterious conduct. Sometimes a suspicion not very remote from truth would dart into her mind, but she quickly banished it as an instance of the causeless fears that are apt to infest the hearts of the unfortunate. An innate delicacy which, in some degree, supplied to Laura the want of experience, made her feel an impropriety in the daily visits which she was informed that Hargrave made at her lodgings. She was aware that they might be liable to misrepresentation, even though she should persist in her refusal to see him, and this consideration appeared to add to the necessity already so urgent for resolving on some immediate plan for her future course of life. But the future offered to Laura no attractive prospect. Wherever she turned, all seemed dark and unpromising. She feared not to labour for her subsistence. No narrow pride forbade her use of any honourable means of independence. But her personal charms were such as no degree of humility could screen from the knowledge of their possessor, and she was sensible how much this dangerous distinction increased the disqualifications of her section age for the character of an artist. As an artist, she must be exposed to the intrusion of strangers, to public observation if successful, to unpitied neglect if she failed in her attempt. Besides, it was impossible to think of living alone and unprotected in the human chaos that surrounded her. All her father's dismal forebodings rose to her remembrance, and she almost regarded herself as one who would be noticed only as a mark for destruction, beguiled by frauds which no vigilance could detect, overwhelmed by power which she could neither resist nor escape. Should she seek in solitude a refuge from the destroyer, and return to mourn at her deserted Glen Albert, the stroke that had left it like her lonely and forlorn, want lurked amidst its shades, for with her father had died not only the duties and the joys of life, but even the means of its support. Her temporary right to the few acres which Montraville farmed was in less than a year to expire, and she knew that, after discharging the claim of the landlord, together with some debts which the long illness of Lady Harriet and the ill-fated journey had obliged Montraville to contract, little would remain from the sale of her effects at Glen Albert. Laura was sure that the benevolent friend of her youth, the excellent Mrs. Douglas, would receive her with open arms, guide her in experience with a mother's counsel, comfort her sorrows with a mother's love. But her spirit revolted from a life of indolent dependence, and her sense of justice from casting a useless burden upon an income too confined to answer claims stronger and more natural than hers. Mrs. Douglas was herself the preceptress of her children, and both by nature and education amply qualified for the momentous task. In domestic management her skill and activity were unrivalled. Laura therefore saw no possibility of repaying, by her usefulness in any department of the family, the protection which she might receive, and she determined that nothing but the last necessity should induce her to tax the generosity of her friend, or to forego the honourable independence of those who, though silver or gold they have none, can barter for the comforts they enjoy their mental treasures or their bodily toil. To undertake the tuition of youth occurred to her as the most eligible means of procuring necessary subsistence, and protection more necessary still. It appeared to her that, as a member of any reputable family, she should be sheltered from the dangers which her father had most taught her to dread. She reviewed her accomplishments, and impartially examined her ability to communicate them with temper and perseverance. Though for the most part attained with great accuracy, they were few in number, and unobtrusive in kind. She read aloud with uncommon harmony and grace. She spoke and wrote with fluency and precision. She was grammatically acquainted with the French and Latin languages, and an adept in the common rules of arithmetic. Her proficiency in painting has already been noticed, and she sang with inimitable sweetness and expression. But though expert in every description of plain needlework, she was an utter novice in the manufacture of all those elegant nothings which are so serviceable to fine ladies in their warfare against time. Though she moved with unstudied dignity and peerless grace, we are obliged to confess that the seclusion of her native village had doomed her to ignorance of the art of dancing, that she had never entered a ballroom less capacious than the horizon, nor performed with a partner more illustrious than the schoolmaster's daughter. Her knowledge of music, too, was extremely limited. Lady Harriet had indeed tried to teach her to play on the pianoforte, but the attempt, after costing Laura many a full heart and many a watery eye, was relinquished as vain. Though the child learnt with unusual facility whatever was taught her by her father or Mrs. Douglas, and though she was already remarkable for the sweetness with which she warbled her wood notes wild, she no sooner approached the pianoforte than an invincible stupidity seemed to seize on all her faculties. This was the more mortifying, as it was the only one of her ladyship's accomplishments which she ever personally attempted to communicate to her daughter. Lady Harriet was astonished at her failure. It could proceed, she thought, from nothing but obstinacy. But the appropriate remedy for obstinacy only aggravated the symptoms, and after all Laura was indebted to Colonel Hargrave's tuition so much skill as enabled her to accompany her own singing. Laura had more than once felt her deficiency in these fashionable arts, on seeing them exhibited by young ladies who, to use their own expressions, had returned from finishing themselves at a boarding school, and she feared that this blank in her education might prove a fatal bar to her being employed as a governess. But another and a greater obstacle lay before her. She was utterly unknown. The only patrons whose recommendation she could command were distant and obscure, and what mother would trust the minds and the manners of her children to the formation of a stranger? She knew not the ostrich-like daring of fashionable mothers. This latter objection seemed equally hostile to her being received in quality of companion by those who might be inclined to exchange subsistence and protection for relief from solitude. And Laura, almost despairing, knew not whither to turn her eye. One path indeed invited her steps, a path bright with visions of rapture, warm with the sunshine of love and pleasure. But the flaming sword of heaven guarded the entrance, and as often as her thoughts reverted that way, the struggle was renewed which forces the choice from the pleasing to the right. No frequency of return rendered this struggle less painful. Laura's prudence had slept when a little vigilance might have saved her many an after pang, and she had long paid, was still long to pay the forfeit of neglecting that wisdom which would guard with all diligence the first beginnings of even the most innocent passions. Had she curbed the infant strength of an attachment which, though it failed to warp her integrity, had so deeply wounded her peace, how had she lessened the force of that temptation which lured her from the rugged ascent where want and difficulty were to be her companions, which enticed her to the flowery bowers of pleasure with the voice and with the smile of Hargrave? Yet Laura had resisted a bribe more powerful than any consideration merely selfish could supply, and she blushed to harbour a thought of yielding to her own inclinations what she had refused to a parent's wants, to a parent's prayer. Her heart filled as she called to mind how warmly Montraville had seconded the wishes of her lover, how resolutely she had withstood his will, and it swelled even to bursting at the thought that the vow was now fatally made void, which promised, by every endearment of filial love, to atone for this first act of disobedience. "Dearest, kindest of friends," she cried, "I was inflexible to thy request, thy last request, and shall I now recede? Now, when perhaps thou art permitted to behold and to approve my motive, perhaps permitted to watch me still, permitted with higher power to guard, with less erring wisdom to direct me? And thou, who in matchless condescension refusest not to be called father of the fatherless, thou who in every difficulty canst guide, from every danger canst protect thy children, let, if thou see it good, the heavens, which are thy throne, be all my covering, the earth, which is my footstool, be all my bed. But suffer me not to wander from thee, the only source of peace and joy, to seek them in fountains unhallowed and forbidden." Religious habits and sentiments were permanent inmates of Laura's breast. They had been invited and cherished, till, like familiar friends, they came unsolicited. And like friends too, their visits were most frequent in adversity. But the most ardent emotions of piety are, alas, transient guests with us all, and sinking from the flight which raised her for a time above the sorrows and the wants of earth, Laura was again forced to shrink from the gaunt aspect of poverty, again to turn a wistful eye towards a haven of rest on this side of the grave. Young as she was, however, she had long been a vigilant observer of her own actions and of their consequences, and the result was an immutable conviction that no heartfelt comfort could, in any circumstances, harbour with wilful transgression. As wilful transgression, she considered her marriage with a man whose principles she had fatal reason to distrust. As a rash defiance of unknown danger, as a desperate daring of temptations whose force was yet untried, as a desertion of those arms by which alone she could hope for victory in her Christian combat, Laura considered the hazardous enterprise which, trusting to the reformation of a libertine, would expose her to his example and his authority, his provocations and his associates. Again she solemnly renewed her resolution never, by wilfully braving temptation, to forego the protection of him who can dash the fullness of worldly prosperity with secret bitterness, or gladden with joys unspeakable the dwelling visited by no friend but him, cheered by no comfort save the light of his countenance. Hargrave's letter served rather to fortify the resolution which it was intended to shake, for Laura was not insensible to the indelicacy which did not scorn to owe to her necessities a consent which he had in vain tried to extort from her affection. Though pleased with his liberality, she was hurt by his supposing that she could have so far forgotten the mortal offence which he had offered her as to become his debtor for any pecuniary favour, and as nothing could be further from her intention than to owe any obligation to Colonel Hargrave, she did not hesitate a moment to return the money. When she had sealed the card in which she enclosed it, she again returned to the contemplation of her dreary prospects, and half hopelessly examined the possibilities of subsistence. To offer instruction to the young, or amusement to the old, in exchange for an asylum for want and danger, still appeared to her the most eligible plan of life, and again she weighed the difficulty of procuring the necessary recommendations. Lady Pelham occurred to her. Some claim she thought she might have had to the patronage of so near a relation. But who should identify her? Who should satisfy Lady Pelham that the claim of relationship did indeed belong to Laura? Had she been previously known to her aunt, her difficulties would have been at an end. Now she would probably be rejected as an impostor, and she gave a sigh to the want of foresight which had suffered her to rejoice in escaping an interview with Lady Pelham. After much consideration, she determined to solicit the recommendations of Mrs. Douglas and the De Courcy family, and until she could avail herself of these, to subsist in some obscure lodging by the labour of her hands. In the meantime it was necessary to remove immediately from her present abode. The day following was the last when she could claim any right to remain there, and she proceeded to make preparations for her departure. With a bleeding heart she began to arrange whatever had belonged to Montraville, and paused with floods of tears upon every relic now become so sacred. She entered his closet. His was the last foot that had pressed the threshold. His chair stood as he had risen from it. On the ground lay the cushion yet impressed with his knees. His Bible was open as he had left it. One passage was blistered with his tears, and there Laura read with emotions unutterable, "Leave to me thy fatherless children, and I will preserve them alive." Her recent wounds thus torn open, with agony which could not be restrained, she threw herself upon the ground, and with cries of anguish besought her father to return but for one short hour to comfort his desolate child. "Oh, I shall never, never see him more," said she. "All my cries are vain." And she wept the more because they were in vain. Soon, however, she reproached herself with her immoderate sorrow. Soon mingled its accents with those of humble resignation, and the vigorous mind recovering in devotion all its virtuous energy, she returned, with restored composure, to her melancholy labours. In her father's writing-desk she found an unfinished letter. It began, "My dear De Courcy," and Laura was going to read it with the awe of one who listens to the last words of a father, when she remembered having surprised her father while writing it, and his having hastily concealed it from her sight. She instantly folded it without further acquaintance with its contents, except that her own name caught her eye. Continuing to arrange the papers, she observed a letter addressed to herself in a hand which she did not remember to have seen. It was Lady Pelham's answer to that in which Laura had announced her mother's death. She perceived that it might furnish an introduction to her aunt, and with a sensation of gratitude she remembered that she had been accidentally prevented from destroying it. Lady Pelham was elder by several years than her sister, Lady Harriet. Her father, a saving, painstaking attorney, died a few months after she was born. His widow, who from an idea of their necessity had concurred in all his economical plans, discovered with equal surprise and delight that his death had left her the entire management of £45,000. This fortune, which she was to enjoy during her life, was secured, in the event of her demise, to little Miss Bridget, and this arrangement was one of the earliest pieces of information which little Miss Bridget received. For 7 years the little heiress was, in her mother's undisguised opinion, and consequently in her own, the most important personage upon the face of this terrestrial globe. But worldly glories are fleeting. Lord Winterfield's taste in stewed carp had been improved by half a century's assiduous cultivation. Now the widow Price understood the stewing of carp better than any woman in England, so his lordship secured to himself the benefit of her talent by making her Lady Winterfield. In 10 months after her marriage, another young lady appeared, as much more important than Miss Bridget, as an earl is that an attorney. Fortune, however, dispensed her gifts with tolerable equality. Beauty and rank, indeed, were all on the side of Lady Harriet, but the wealth lay in the scale of Miss Price. For Lord Winterfield, leaving the bulk of his property to the children of his first marriage, bequeathed to his youngest daughter only £5,000. These circumstances procured to Miss Price another advantage, for she married a baronet with a considerable estate, while Lady Harriet's fate stooped to a lieutenant in a marching regiment. After 10 years, which Lady Pelham declared were spent in uninterrupted harmony, Sir Edward Pelham died. The exclusive property of his wife's patrimony had been strictly secured to her, and either thinking such a provision sufficient for a female, or moved by a reason which we shall not at present disclose, Sir Edward bestowed on the nephew who inherited his title his whole estate, burthened only with a jointure of £500 a year settled upon Lady Pelham by her marriage contract. Of his daughter, an only child, no mention was made in this testament, but Sir Edward, during the last years of his life, had acquired the character of an oddity, and nobody wondered at his eccentricities. At the commencement of her widowhood, Lady Pelham purchased a villa in Hertfordshire, where she spent the summer, returning in the winter to Grosvenor Street, and this last was almost the only part of her history which was known to Laura. Even before Lady Harriet's marriage, little cordiality had existed between the sisters. From the date of that event, their intercourse had been almost entirely broken off, and the only attention which Laura had ever received from her aunt was contained in the letter which she was now thankfully contemplating. Her possession of this letter, together with her acquaintance with the facts to which it related, she imagined would form sufficient proof of her identity, and her natural ideas of the claims of relationship awakened a hope of obtaining her aunt's assistance in procuring some respectable situation. Determined to avail herself of her fortunate discovery, she quitted her father's apartments, and carrying with her her credential, lost no time in repairing to Grosvenor Street. Nor did she experience the reluctance which she had formerly felt towards an interview with Lady Pelham, for she was fully sensible of the difference between a petitioner for charity and a candidate for honourable employment. Besides, there is no teacher of humility like misfortune, and Laura's spirits were too completely subdued to anticipate or to notice diminutive attacks upon her self-consequence. She still, however, with constitutional reserve, shrunk from intruding upon a stranger, and she passed and repassed the door, examining the exterior of the house as if she could thence have inferred the character of its owner, before she took courage to give one gentle knock. A footman opened the door, and Laura, faltering, inquired if Lady Pelham was within. From Laura's single knock, her humble voice, and her yet more humble habit, which in 10 months' use had somewhat faded from the sober magnificence of black, the man had formed no very lofty idea of the visitor's rank. He answered that he believed his lady was not at home, but half afraid of dismissing some person with whom she might have business, he spoke in a tone which made Laura a little doubt the truth of his information. She inquired at what time she might be likely to gain access to Lady Pelham, and as she spoke threw back her cape veil, unconscious how successfully she was in pleading her own cause. Struck with a countenance whose candour, sweetness, and beauty won her way to every heart, the man gazed at her for a moment with vulgar admiration, and then, throwing open the door of a little parlour, begged her to walk in, while he inquired whether his lady was visible. He soon returned, telling Laura that Lady Pelham would receive her in a few minutes. During these few minutes Laura had formed 100 conjectures concerning her aunt's person, voice, and manner. She wondered whether she resembled Lady Harriet, whether her own form would recall to Lady Pelham the remembrance of her sister. At every noise her heart fluttered, at every step she expected the entrance of this relation, on whom perhaps so much of her future fate might depend, and she held her breath that she might distinguish her approach. A servant at last came to conduct her to his mistress, and she followed him, not without a feeling of awe, into the presence of her mother's sister. That sentiment, however, by no means gathered strength when she took courage to raise her eyes to the plain little elderly person to whom she was introduced, and heard herself addressed in the accents of cheerful familiarity. Laura, with modest dignity, made known her name and situation. She spoke of her mother's death, and the tears trickled from her eyes, of her father's, and inventing the natural eloquence of grief, she forgot that she came to interest a stranger. Lady Pelham seemed affected. She held her handkerchief to her eyes, and remained in that attitude for some time after Laura had recovered self-possession. Then, throwing her arms round her lovely niece, she affectionately acknowledged the relationship, adding, "Your resemblance to my poor sister cannot be overlooked, and yet in saying so I am far from paying you a compliment." After showing Lady Pelham her own letter, and mentioning such circumstances as tended to confirm her identity, Laura proceeded to detail her plans, to which her ladyship listened with apparent interest. She inquired into Laura's accomplishments, and seemed pondering the probability of employing them with advantage to the possessor. After a few moments' silence, she said, "That short as their acquaintance had been, she thought she could perceive that Laura had too much sensibility for a dependent situation. But she will talk of that hereafter," continued she. "At present your spirits are too weak for the society of strangers, and mine," added her ladyship with a sigh, "are not much more buoyant than your own." Laura looked up with the kindly interest which, whether she herself were joyful or in sadness, sorrow could always command with her, and her aunt answered her glance of inquiry by relating that her only daughter and heiress had eloped from her a few days before with an artful young fellow without family or fortune. "She deceived me by a train of the basest artifices," said Lady Pelham, "though she might have known that her happiness was my chief concern, and that to secure it I might have been brought to consent to anything. Yet with the closest secrecy she misled, with the most unfeeling coldness left me. Her disobedience I might have forgiven, her deceit I never can, or if as a Christian I forgive, I never, never can forget it." Lady Laura had talked herself out of breath, and Laura, not quite understanding this kind of Christian forgiveness, was silent, because she did not well know what to say. She felt, however, compassion for a parent deserted by her only child, and the feeling was legible in a countenance peculiarly fitted for every tender expression. There are some degrees of sorrow which increase in acuteness, at least which augment in vehemence of expression by the perception of having excited sympathy. Weak fires gather strength from radiation. After a glance at Laura, Lady Pelham melted into tears, and continued, "I know not how I had deserved such treatment from her, for never had she reason to complain of me. I have always treated her with what I must call unmerited kindness." Laura now ventured a few conciliating words. "She will feel her error, madam. She will strive by her afterlife to atone." Lady Pelham immediately dried her eyes. "No, no, my dear," interrupted she. "You don't know her. You have no idea of the hardness of her unfeeling heart. Rejoice, sweet girl, that you have no idea of it. For my part, though sensibility is at best but a painful blessing, I would not exchange it for the most peaceful apathy that can feel for nothing but itself. I must have something to love and cherish. You shall be that something. You shall live with me, and we shall console each other." On another occasion, Laura might have been disposed to canvass the nature of that sensibility which could thus enlarge to a stranger on the defects of an only child. Indeed, she was little conversant even with the name of this quality. Her own sensibility she had been taught to consider as a weakness to be subdued, not as an ornament to be gloried in, and the expansion of soul which opens to all the sorrows and to all the joys of others she had learnt to call by a holier name, to regulate by a nobler principle. But she was little disposed to examine the merits of a feeling to which she owed the offer of an unsolicited asylum. Her heart swelling with gratitude, she clasped Lady Pelham's hand between her own, and, while tears streamed down her face, "Kind, considerate friend," she cried, why you were not known to us while my father could have been sensible to your kindness." After Lady Pelham had repeated her proposal in more detail, and Laura had thankfully acceded to it, they remained in conversation for some time longer. Lady Pelham showed that she had much wit, much vivacity, and some information, and after settling that Laura should next day become an inmate in Grosvenor Street, they separated, mutually delighted with each other. Lady Pelham applauded herself for a generous action, and to the interest which Laura awakened in every breast was added in Lady Pelham's all the benevolence of self-complacency. Laura, on the other hand, did not dream that any fault could harbour in the unsuspicious liberal heart which had believed the tale and removed the difficulties of a stranger. She did not once dream that she owed her new asylum to any motives less noble than disinterested goodness. No wonder that her ladyship's motive escaped the penetration of Laura when it even evaded her own. and yet no principle could be more simple in its nature or more constant in its operation than that which influenced Lady Pelham. But the Proteus put on so many various forms that he ever evaded detection from the subject of his sway. In the meantime, the desire of performing a generous action, of securing the gratitude of a feeling heart, of patronizing a poor relation, were the only motives which her ladyship acknowledged to herself when she offered protection to Laura. An idea had indeed darted across her right honourable mind that she might now secure a humble companion at a rate lower than the usual price of such conveniences. A momentary notion, too, she formed of exciting the jealousy of her daughter, by replacing her with so formidable a competitor for favour, but these she thought were mere collateral advantages, and by no means the circumstances which defixed her determination. The resolution upon which she acted was taken, as her resolutions generally were, without caution, and she expressed it, as her custom was, the moment it was formed. Laura was scarcely gone, however, when her aunt began to repent of her precipitancy, and to wish, as she had so often occasion to do, that she had taken a little more time for consideration. But she comforted herself that she could at any time get rid of her charge, by recommending Laura to one of the situations which she had mentioned as her choice, and the lady knew it would not be difficult to find one more lucrative than that upon which her niece was entering, for how could she possibly offer wages to so near a relation, or insult with the gift of a trifling sum a person of Laura's dignity of deportment? These reasons Lady Pelham alleged to herself as sufficient grounds for a resolution never to affront her niece by a tender of pecuniary favours. While these thoughts were revolving in Lady Pelham's mind, Laura had reached her home, and on her knees was thanking Providence for having raised up for her a protector and a friend, and praying that she might be enabled to repay in affectionate and respectful duty a part of the debt of gratitude which she owed to her benefactress. The rest of the evening she spent in preparing for her removal, in ruminating on her interview with her aunt, and endeavouring to compose, from the scanty materials which she possessed, a character of this new arbitress of her destiny. From Lady Pelham's prompt decision in favour of a stranger, from her unreserved expression of her feelings, from her lively manner and animated countenance, Laura concluded that she was probably of a warm temper, susceptible, and easily wounded by unkindness or neglect, but frank, candid, and forgiving. Laura wished that she had better studied her aunt's physiognomy. What she recollected of it was quite unintelligible to her. She laboured in vain to reconcile the feminine curvatures of the nose and forehead with the inflexible closing of the mouth and the hard outline of the chin, where lurked no soft, relenting line. But however the countenance might puzzle conjecture, of the mind she harboured not a doubt. Lady Pelham's, she was persuaded, was one of those open, generous souls, which the young and unwary are always prepared to expect and to love, souls having no disguise and needing none. Now this was precisely the character which Lady Pelham often and sincerely drew of herself, and who ought to have been so intimately acquainted with her ladyship's dispositions. End of chapter 19. Chapter 20 of Self-Control by Mary Brunton. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Simon Evers. Chapter 20. It was not without hesitation that Laura formed her resolution to conceal from Hargrave her place of abode. She felt for the uneasiness which this concealment would cause him. She feared that her desertion might remove one incitement to a virtuous course. But she considered that while their future connection was doubtful, it was imprudent to strengthen by habitual intercourse their need of each other's society, and she reflected that she could best estimate his character from actions performed beyond the sphere of her influence. Her watchful self-distrust made her fear to expose her resolution to his importunities, and she felt the impropriety of introducing into her aunt's family a person who stood on terms with her which she did not choose to explain. These reasons induced her to withhold from Hargrave the knowledge of her new situation, and certain that if it were known to Mrs. Stubbs or her servants he would soon be master of the secret, she left no clue by which to trace her retreat. Perhaps Though she did not confess it to herself, she was assisted in this act of self-command by a latent hope that as she was now to be introduced to a society on his own level, Hargrave might not find the mystery quite inscrutable. She was kindly welcomed by Lady Pelham, and took possession of a small but commodious apartment, where she arranged her drawing materials, together with the few books she possessed, intending to make that her retreat as often as her aunt found amusement or occupation independent of her. She resolved to devote her chief attention to making herself useful and entertaining to her patroness. In the first she derived hopes of success from Lady Pelham's declared incapacity for all employments that are strictly feminine. The second, she thought, would be at once easy and pleasant, for Lady Pelham was acute, lively, and communicative. This latter quality she possessed in an unusual degree, and yet Laura found it difficult to unravel her character. In general she saw that her aunt's understanding was bright. She was persuaded that in general her heart was warm and generous. But the descent to particulars baffled Laura's penetration. Lady Pelham could amuse, could delight. She said many wise and many brilliant things. But her wisdom was not always well timed, and her brilliant things were soap bubbles in the sun, sparkling and highly coloured, but vanishing at the touch of him who would examine their structure. Lady Pelham could dispute with singular acuteness. By the use of ambiguous terms, by ingenious sophistry, by dexterously shifting from the ground of controversy, she could baffle and perplex and confound her opponents. But she could not argue. She never convinced. Her opinions seemed fluctuating, and Laura was sometimes ready to imagine that she defended them, not because they were just, nor even because they were her own, but merely because she had called them so. For with a new antagonist she could change sides and maintain the opposite ground with equal address. In spite of all the warmth of heart for which she gave her heart credit, Laura soon began to imagine that Lady Pelham had no friends. Among all the acquaintances whom she attracted and amused, no one seemed to exchange regard with her. The gaiety of pleasure never softened in her presence into the tenderness of affection. Laura could not discover that there existed one being from whose failings Lady Pelham respectfully averted her own sight, while reverently veiling them from the eyes of others. A few, a very few, seemed to be the objects of Lady Pelham's esteem. Those of her love Laura could not discover. Towards her, however, her aunt expressed a strong affection, and Laura continued to persuade herself that if Lady Pelham had no friends, it was because she was surrounded by those who were not worthy of her friendship. As she appeared to invite and to desire unreserved confidence, Laura had soon made her acquainted with the narrative of her short life, excepting in so far as it related to Hargrave. At the detail of the unworthy advantage which Warren had taken of Montraville's inability to enforce his claim for the annuity, Lady Pelham broke out into sincere and vehement expressions of indignation and contempt, for no one more cordially abhorred oppression or despised meanness in others. She immediately gave directions to her man of business to attempt bringing the affair to a conclusion, and even to threaten Warren with a prosecution in case of his refusal. Virtuous resistance of injustice was motive sufficient for this action. Pity that Lady Pelham should have sought another in the economy and ease with which it promised to provide for an indigent relative. Mr. Warren was no sooner informed that the poor, obscure, unfriended Laura was the niece of Lady Pelham and the inmate of her house, than he contrived to arrive at a marvellous certainty that the price of the annuity had been paid, and that the mistake in the papers relating to it originated in mere accident. In less than a fortnight the informality was rectified, and the arrears of the annuity paid into Laura's hands, the Laura having first, at Lady Pelham's desire, deducted the price of his services. With tears in her eyes, Laura surveyed her wealth, now of diminished value in her estimation. "Only a few weeks ago," said she, "how precious had this been to me! But now, yet it is precious still," said she, as she wiped the tears away, "for it can minister occasions of obedience and usefulness." That very day she dispatched little presents for each of Mrs. Douglas's children, in which use was more considered than show, and in the letter which announced her gifts she enclosed half the remaining sum to be distributed among her own poor at Glenalbert. That her appearance might not discredit her hostess, she next proceeded to renew her wardrobe, and though she carefully avoided unnecessary expense, she consulted not only decency but elegance in her attire. In this, and all other matters of mere indifference, Laura was chiefly guided by her aunt, for she had only observed that this lady, upon all occasions, small as well as great, loved to exercise the office of dictatrix. No person could have been better fitted than Laura to conciliate such a temper, for on all the lesser occasions of submissions she was as gentle and complying as she was inflexible upon points of real importance. In their conversations, too, though Laura defended her own opinions with great firmness, she so carefully avoided direct contradiction or sarcastic retort, impatience in defeat or triumph in victory, that even Lady Pelham could scarcely find subject of irritation in so mild an antagonist. In some respects their tempers seemed to tally admirably. Lady Pelham had great aptitude in detecting errors, Laura a genius for remedying them. Difficulty always roused her ladyship's impatience, but she found an infallible resource in the perseverance of Laura. In short, Laura contrived so many opportunities, or seized with such happy art those which presented themselves, of ministering to the comfort or convenience of her aunt, that she became both respectable and necessary to her, and this was, generally speaking, the utmost extent of Lady Pelham's attachments. Lady Pelham sometimes spoke of her daughter, and Laura never missed the opportunity of urging a reconciliation. She insisted that the rights of natural affection were unalienable, that as they did not rest upon the merits, so neither could they be destroyed by the unworthiness either of parents or of children. The mother answered, with great impatience, that Laura's argument was entirely founded on prejudice, that it was true that for the helplessness of infancy a peculiar feeling was provided, but that in all animals this peculiar feeling ceased as soon as it was no longer essential to the existence of the individual. From thenceforth, added she, the regard must be founded on the qualities of the head and heart, and if my child is destitute of these, I can see no reason why I should prefer her to the child of any other woman. Ah, said Laura, tears of grateful recollection rushing down her cheek, some parents have loved their child with a fervour which no worth of hers could merit. The gush of natural sensibility for this time averted the rising storm, but the next time that Laura renewed her conciliatory efforts, Lady Pelham, growing more vehement as she became herself convinced that she was in the wrong, burst into a paroxysm of rage, and execrating all rebellious children and their defenders, commanded Laura in future to confine her attention to what might concern herself. The humbling spectacle of a female face distorted with passion was not quite new to Laura. Undismayed, she viewed it with calm commiseration, and mildly expressing her sorrow for having given offence, took up her work and left the ferment to subside at leisure. Her ladyship's passion soon cooled, and making advances with a sort of surly condescension, she entered on a new topic. Laura answered exactly as if nothing disagreeable had happened, and Lady Pelham could not divine whether her niece commanded her countenance or her temper. Upon one principle of judging the lady had grounds for her doubt. She herself had sometimes commanded her countenance, her temper never. Laura not only habitually avoided giving or taking offence, but made it a rule to extinguish its last traces by some act of cordiality and good-will. This evening, therefore, she proposed, with a grace which seemed rather to petition a favour than to offer a service, to attempt a portrait of her aunt. The offer was accepted with pleasure, and the portrait begun on the following day. It proved a likeness, and a favourable one. Lady Pelham was kinder than ever. Laura avoided the prohibited subject, and all was quiet and serene. Lady Pelham at last herself reverted to it, for indeed she could not long forbear to speak upon any topic that roused her passions. No dread of personal inconvenience could deter Laura from an act of justice or mercy, and she again steadily pronounced her opinion. But aware that one who would persuade must be careful not to irritate, she expressed her sentiments with still more cautious gentleness than formerly, and perceiving that her aunt was far more governed by passion than by reason, she quitted argument for entreaty. By these means she avoided provoking hostility, though she failed to win compliance. Lady Pelham seemed to be utterly impenetrable to entreaty, or to take pride in resisting it, and Laura had only to hope that time would favour her suit. Lady Pelham mentioned an intention of moving early to the country, and Laura rejoiced in the prospect of once more beholding the open face of heaven, of listening to nature's own music, of breathing the light air of a spring. She longed to turn her ear from the discords of the city to the sweet sounds of peace, her eye from countenances wan with care, flushed with intemperance, or ghastly with famine, to cheeks brown with wholesome exercise, or ruddy with health and contentment, to exchange the sights of dusky brick walls and walks overlooked by thousands for the sunny slope or the sheltered solitary lane. Lady Pelham took pleasure in describing the beauties of Walborne, and Laura listened to her with interest, anticipating eagerly the time when she should inhabit so lovely, so peaceful a scene. But that interest and eagerness rose to the highest when she accidentally discovered that the De Courcy family were Lady Pelham's nearest neighbours in the country. The want of something to love and cherish, which was with her ladyship a mere form of speech, was with Laura a real necessity of nature, and though it was one which almost every situation could supply, since every creature that approached her was the object of her benevolence, yet much of the happiness of so domestic a being depended on the exercise of the dearer charities, and no one was more capable of a distinguishing preference than Laura. She had a hearty regard for the De Courcy family. She revered Mrs. De Courcy, she liked Harriet, and bestowed on Montague her cordial esteem and gratitude. This gratitude had now acquired a sacred tenderness, for it was associated in her mind with the remembrance of a parent. De Courcy's self-denial had cheered her father's sick-bed, his benevolence gladdened her father's heart, and his self-denial appeared more venerable, his benevolence more endearing. Having written to inform Harriet of the change in her situation, she discovered from her answer a new proof of De Courcy's friendship, in the fruitless journey which he had made to relieve her, and she regretted that her caution had deprived her of an opportunity of seeing and thanking him for all his kindness. "Yet if we had met," said she, "I should probably have acted as I have done 1,000 times before, left him to believe me an insensible, ungrateful creature, for want of courage to tell him that I was not so." She longed, however, to see De Courcy, for with him she thought she could talk of her father, to him lament her irreparable loss, dwell with him on the circumstances that aggravated her sorrow, or the prospects which mingled that sorrow with hope. This was a subject on which she never entered with Lady Pelham any farther than necessity required. Real sorrow has its hollow ground, on which no vulgar foot must tread. The self-command of Laura would have forbidden her, in any situation, to darken with a settled gloom the sunshine of domestic cheerfulness. But Lady Pelham had in her somewhat which repels the confidence of grief. Against all the arrows of misfortune, blunted at least as they rebound from the breasts of others, she seemed to wear a charmed life. She often indeed talked of sensibility, and reprobated the want of it as the worst of faults. But the only kind of it in which she indulged were rather inclined to the acrimonious than the benevolent, and Laura began to perceive that however her aunt might distinguish them in others, irascible passions and keen feelings were in herself synonymous. After the effort of giving and receiving the entertainment which Lady Pelham constantly offered, and as constantly exacted in return, Laura experienced a sensation of recovered freedom when the arrival of a visitor permitted her to escape to her own apartment. She saw nobody but her aunt, and never went abroad except to church. Thus, during a fortnight which she had passed in Grosvenor Street, she had heard nothing of Hargrave. She was anxious to know whether he visited Lady Pelham, for with rustic ignorance she imagined that all people of condition who resided in the same town must be known to each other. But she had not courage to ask, and searched in vain for his name among the cards that crowded the table in the lobby. Though she was conscious of some curiosity to know how he employed the hours which her absence left vacant, she did not own to herself that she was at all concerned in a resolution which she took to inquire in person whether any letters had been left for her with Mrs. Stubbs. She did not choose to commit the inquiry to a servant, because she would not condescend to enjoin her messenger to secrecy as to the place of her abode, and she continued resolved to give her lover no clue to discover it. Accordingly, she early one morning set out in a hackney coach, which she took the precaution to leave at some distance from her old lodgings, ordering it to wait her return. Fanny was delighted to see her, and charmed with the improvement of her dress, and the returning healthfulness of her appearance. But the landlady eyed her askance, and surlily answered to her inquiry for her letters that she would bring the only one she got, muttering, as she went to fetch it, something of which the words "secret doings" were all that reached Laura's ear. "There, miss," said the ungracious Mrs. Stubbs, "there's your letter, and there's the queer scrawl it came wrapped up in." "Mr. de Courcy's hand!" cried Laura, surprised, but thinking from its size that some time would be required to read it, she deferred breaking the seal till she could return to her carriage. "I suppose you're mistaken, miss," said Mrs. Stubbs. "Mr. de Courcy was here twice the day it came, and he never said a word of it." Laura now tremulously inquired whether she might be permitted to visit her father's room, but being roughly answered that it was occupied, she quietly prepared to go. As Fanny followed her through the garden to open the gate for her, Laura, a conscious blush rising to her face, inquired whether anybody else had inquired for her since her departure. Fanny, who was ready to burst with the news of Hargrave's visit, and who was just meditating how she might venture to introduce it, improved this occasion of entering on a full detail of his behaviour. With the true waiting-maid-like fondness for romance, she enlarged upon all his extravagancies, peeping sidelong now and then under Laura's bonnet to catch encouragement from the complacent simper with which such tales are often heard. But no smile repaid her eloquence. With immovable seriousness did Laura listen to her, gravely revolving the strange nature of that love which could so readily amalgamate with rage and jealousy and every discordant passion. She was hurt at the indecorum which exposed these weaknesses to the observation of a servant, and with a sigh reflected that to constitute the happiness of a woman of sense and spirit, a husband must be possessed of qualities respectable as well as amiable. Fanny next tried whether what concerned de Courcy might not awaken more apparent interest, and here she had at least a better opportunity to judge of the effect of her narrative, for Laura stopped and turned full towards her. But Fanny had now no transports to relate, except de Courcy's indignation of Mrs. Stubbs's calumny, and it was not without hesitating and qualifying and apologizing that the girl ventured to hint at the insinuation which her mistress had thrown out. She had at last succeeded in raising emotion, for indignant crimson dyed Laura's cheeks, and fire flashed from her eyes. But Laura seldom spoke while she was angry, and again she silently pursued her way. "Pray, madam," said the girl, as she was opening the gate, "do be so good as to tell me where you live now, that nobody may speak ill of you before me." "I thank you, my good girl," returned Laura, a placid smile again playing on her countenance, "but my character is in no danger. You were kind to us, Fanny, when you knew that we could not reward you. Accept of this from me." And she put 5 guineas into her hand. "No, indeed, ma'am," cried Fanny, drawing back her hand and colouring. "I was civil for pure goodwill, and—" Laura, whose sympathy with her inferiors was not confined to her bodily wants, fully understood the feeling that revolts from bartering for gold along the service of the heart. "I know it, my dear," answered she in an affectionate tone, "and believe me, I only mean to acknowledge, not to repay, your kindness." Fanny, however, persisted in her refusal, and Laura obliged her to leave her at the gate, where, with tears in her eyes, the girl stood gazing after her till she was out of sight. "I'm sure," said she, turning towards the house as Laura disappeared, "I'm sure she was made to be a queen, for the more one likes her, the more she frightens one." As soon as Laura was seated in her carriage, she opened her packet, and with momentary disappointment examined its contents. "Not one line!" she cried in a tone of mortification, and then turned to the envelope addressed to Mrs. Stubbs. Upon comparing this with the circumstances which she had lately heard, she at once comprehended de Courcy's intention of serving her by stealth, foregoing the credit due to his generosity. She wondered indeed that he had neglected to disguise his handwriting in the superscription. "Did he think," said she, "that I could have forgotten the writing that has so often brought comfort to my father?" She little guessed how distant from his mind was the repose which can attend to minute contrivance. Delighted to discover a trait of character which tallied so well with her preconceived opinion, she no longer saw Lady Pelham than she related it to her aunt, and began a warm eulogium on De Courcy's temper and dispositions. Lady Pelham coldly cut her short by saying, "I believe Mr. De Courcy is a very good young man, but I am not very fond of prodigies. One can't both wonder and like at a time. Your men with two heads are always either superstitious or disgusting." This speech was one of the dampers which the warm heart abhors. Real injury could not more successfully chill affection or repress confidence. It had just malice and just truth enough to be provoking, and for the second time that day Laura had to strive with the risings of anger. She was upon the point of saying, "So, aware of the impossibility of being at once wonderful and pleasing, your ladyship, I suppose, aims at only one of these objects." But ere the sarcasm found utterance, she checked herself, and hastened out of the room with the sensation of having escaped from danger. She retired to write to De Courcy a letter of grateful acknowledgment, in which, after having received Lady Pelham's approbation, she enclosed his gift, explaining the circumstances which now rendered it unnecessary. Lady Pelham was not more favourable to the rest of the De Courcy family than she had been to Montague. She owned indeed that Mrs. De Courcy was the best woman in the world, but a virtue, she said, so cased in armour necessarily precluded all grace or attraction. Harriet she characterized as a little sarcastic coquette. Laura, weary of being exposed to the double peril of weakly defending or angrily supporting her attacked friends, ceased to mention the De Courcys at all, though with a pardonable spirit of contradiction she loved them the better for the unprovoked hostility of Lady Pelham. The less she talked of them, the more she longed for the time when she might, unrestrained, exchange with them testimonies of regard. The trees in the park, as they burst into leaf, stimulated Laura's desire for the country, and while she felt the genial air of spring, or listened to the early song of some luckless bird caged in a neighbouring window, or saw the yellow glories of the crocus peeping from its unnatural sanctuary, she counted the days till her eyes should be gladdened with the joyous face of nature. Only a fortnight had now to pass before her wish was to be gratified, for Lady Pelham intended at the end of that time to remove to Walborne. Laura was just giving the finishing touches to her aunt's portrait when a visitor was announced, and very unwilling to break off at this interesting crisis, Lady Pelham, having first scolded the servant for letting in her friend, desired him to show the lady into the room where Laura was at work. The usual speeches being made, the lady began, "Who does your ladyship think bowed to me en passant just as I was getting out of the carriage? Why, Lady Bellamar! Can you conceive such effrontery? Indeed, I think, in common modesty, she would have waited for your notice. Do you know, I am told on good authority that Hargrave is determined not to marry her." Laura's breath came short. "He's very right," returned Lady Pelham. "A man must be a great fool to marry where he has had such damning proofs of frailty." Laura's heart seemed to pause for a moment, and then to redouble its beating. "What Hargrave can this be?" thought she, but she durst not inquire. "I hear," resumed the lady, "that his uncle is enraged at him, and more for the duel than the crim com." The pencils dropped from Laura's hand. Fain would she have inquired what she yet so much dreaded to know, but her tongue refused its office. "I see no cause for that," returned Lady Pelham. "Hargrave could not possibly refuse to fight after such an affair." "Oh, certainly not," replied the lady. "But Lord Lincourt thinks that in such a case Hargrave ought to have insisted upon giving Lord Bellamar the first fire, and then have fired his own pistol in the air." "But bless me, what ails Miss Montraville?" cried the visitor, looking at Laura, who, dreadfully convinced, was stealing out of the room. "Nothing," answered Laura, and fainted. Lady Pelham called loudly for help, and while the servants were administering it, stood by conjecturing what could be the cause of Laura's illness, wondering whether it could have any possible connection with Colonel Hargrave, or whether it were the effect of mere constitutional habit. The moment Laura showed signs of recollection, Lady Pelham began her interrogation. "What has been the matter, my dear? What made you ill? Did anything affect you? Are you subject to faintings?" Laura remained silent, and closing her eyes, seemed deaf to all her aunt's questions. After a pause, Lady Pelham renewed the attack. "Have you any concern with Colonel Hargrave, Laura?" "None," answered Laura, with a smile of ineffable bitterness, and again, closing her eyes, maintained an obstinate silence. Weary of ineffectual inquiries, Lady Pelham quitted her, giving orders that she should be assisted into bed, and recommending to her to take some rest. Vain advice. Laura could not rest. From the stupor which had overpowered her faculties, she woke to the full conviction that all her earthly prospects were for ever darkened. Just entering on life, she seemed already forsaken of all its hopes and all its joys. The affections which had delighted her youth were torn from the bleeding soul. No sacred connection remained to bless her maturity, no endearment awaited her decline. In all her long and dreary journey to the grave, she saw no kindly resting place. Still Laura's hopes and wishes had never been bounded to this narrow sphere, and when she found here no rest for the sole of her foot, she had, in the promises of religion, an ark whither she could turn for shelter. But how should she forget that these promises extended not to Hargrave? How shut her ear to the dread voice which, in threatening the adulterer and the murderer, denounced vengeance against Hargrave? With horror unspeakable she considered his incorrigible depravity. With agony revolved its fearful consequences. Yet, while the guilt was hateful in her eyes, her heart was full of love and compassion for the offender. The feeling with which she remembered his unfaithfulness to her had no resemblance to jealousy. "He has been misled," she cried, "vilely betrayed by a wretch who has taken advantage of his weakness. Oh, how could she look on that form, that countenance, and see in them only the objects of a passion, vile as the heart that cherished it?" Then she would repent of her want of candour. "I am unjust, I am cruel," she said, "thus to load with all the burden of this foul offence her who had perhaps the least share in it. No, he must have been the tempter. It is not in woman to be so lost." But in the midst of sorrow, whose violence seemed at times almost to confuse her reason, she never hesitated for a moment on the final dissolution of her connection with Hargrave. She formed no resolution on a subject where no alternative seemed to remain, but assumed, as the foundation of all her plans of joyless duty, her eternal separation from Hargrave, a separation final as death. By degrees she became more able to collect her thoughts, and the close of a sleepless night found her exercising the valuable habit of seeking in herself the cause of her misfortunes. The issue of her self-examination was the conviction that she bestowed on a frail, fallible creature a love disproportioned to the merits of any created thing, that she had obstinately clung to her idol after she had seen its baseness, and that now the broken reed whereon she had leaned was taken away, that she might restore her trust and her love where alone they were due. That time infallibly brings comfort even to the sorest sorrows, that if we make not shipwreck of faith and a good conscience, we save from the storms of life the materials of peace at least, that lesser joys become valuable when we are deprived of those of keener relish, are lessons which even experience teaches but slowly, and Laura had them yet in a great measure to learn. She was persuaded that she should go on mourning to the grave. What yet remained of her path of life seemed to lie through a desert waste, never more to be warmed with the sunshine of affection, never more to be brightened with any ray of hope, save that which beamed from beyond the tomb. She imagined that, lonely and desolate, she should pass through life, and joyfully hail the messenger that called her away, like some wretch, who, cast alone on a desert rock, watches for the sail that is to waft him to his native land. The despair of strong minds is not listless or inactive. The more Laura was convinced that life was lost as to all its pleasing purposes, the more was she determined that it should be subservient to useful ends. Earthly felicity, she was convinced, had fled for ever from her grasp, and the only resolution she could form was never more to pursue it, but in the persevering discharge of the duties which yet remained to her, to seek a preparation for joys which earth has not to bestow. That she might not devote to fruitless lamentation the time which was claimed by duty, she, as soon as it was day, attempted to rise, intending to spend the morning in acts of resignation for herself, and prayers that pardon and repentance might be granted to him whose guilt had destroyed her peace. But her head was so giddy that, unable to stand, she was obliged to return to her bed. It was long ere she was again able to quit it. A slow fever seized her, and brought her to the brink of the grave. Her senses, however, remained uninjured, and she had full power and leisure to make those reflections which forced themselves upon all who were sensible of approaching dissolution. Happy were it if all who smart under disappointment would anticipate the hour which will assuredly arrive, when the burden which they impatiently bear shall appear to be lighter than vanity. The hand which is soon to be cold resigns without a struggle the baubles of the world. Its cheats delude not the eye that is for ever closing. A deathbed is that holy ground where the charms of the enchanter are dissolved, where the forms which he had clothed with unreal beauty, or aggravated to gigantic horror, are seen in their true form and colouring. In its true form and colouring did Laura behold her disappointment, when, with characteristic firmness, she had wrung from her attendants a confession of her danger. With amazement she looked back on the infatuation which could waste on any concern less than eternal the hopes, the fears, and the wishes which she had squandered on a passion which now seemed trivial as the vapour scattered by the wind. At last, aided by the rigid temperance of her former life, and her exemplary patience in suffering, the strength of her constitution began to triumph over her disorder. As she measured her steps back to earth again, the concerns which had seemed to her reverting eye diminished into nothing, again swelled into importance. But Laura could not soon forget the time when she had seen them as they were, and this remembrance powerfully aided her mind in its struggle to cast off its now disgraceful shackles. Yet bitter was the struggle, for what is so painful as to tear at once from the breast what has twined itself with every fibre, linked itself with every hope, stimulated every desire, and long furnished objects of intense, of unceasing interest? The heart which death leaves desolate slowly and gently resigns the affection to which it has fondly clung. It is permitted to seek indulgence in virtuous sorrow, to rejoice in religious hope, and even memory brings pleasure dear to the widowed mind. But she who mourned the depravity of her lover felt that she was degraded by her sorrow. Hope was, as far as he was concerned, utterly extinguished, and memory presented only a mortifying train of weaknesses and self-deceptions. But love is not that irremediable calamity which romance has delighted to paint, and the vulgar to believe it. Time, vanity, absence, or any of 100 other easy remedies, serves to cure the disease in the mild form in which it affects feeble minds, while more Herculean spirits tear off the poisoned garment, though it be with mortal anguish. In a few weeks the passion which had so long disturbed the peace of Laura was hushed to lasting repose. But it was the repose of the land where the whirlwind had passed, dreary and desolate. Her spirits had received a shock from which it was long, very long, ere she could rouse them. And he who had ceased to be an object of passion still excited an interest which no other human being could awaken. Many a wish did she breathe for his happiness, many a fervent prayer for his reformation. In spite of herself, she lamented the extinguished love as well as the lost lover, and never remembered without a heavy sigh that the season of enthusiastic attachment was with her past, never to return. But she cordially wished that she might never again behold the cause of so much anguish and humiliation. She longed to be distant from all chance of such a meeting, and was anxious to recover strength sufficient for her journey to Walborne. Lady Pelham only waited for her niece's recovery, and as soon as she could bear the motion of a carriage, they left London. End of chapter 20. Chapter 21 of Self-Control by Mary Brunton. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Simon Evers. Chapter 21. They travelled slowly, and Laura's health seemed improved by the journey. The reviving breeze of early spring, the grass field exchanging its winter olive for a bright green, the ploughman's cheerful labour, the sower whistling to his measured step, the larch trees putting forth the first and freshest verdure of the woods, the birds springing busy from the thorn, were objects whose cheering influence would have been lost on many a querulous child of disappointment. But they were industriously approved to their proper use by Laura, who acknowledged in them the kindness of her father, mingling with some cordial drop even the bitterest cup of sorrow. The grief which had fastened on her heart she never obtruded on her companion. She behaved always with composure, sometimes with cheerfulness. She never obliquely reflected upon Providence, by insinuations of the hardness of her fate, nor indulged in splenetic dissertations on the inconstancy and treachery of man. Indeed, she never, by the most distant hint, approached the ground of her own peculiar sorrow. She could not, without the deepest humiliation, reflect that she had bestowed her love on an object so unworthy. She burnt with shame at the thought of having been so blinded, so infatuated by qualities merely external. While she remembered, with extreme vexation, that she had suffered Hargrave to triumph in the confession of her regard, she rejoiced that no other witness existed of her folly, that she had never breathed the mortifying secret into any other ear. In this frame of mind, she repelled with calm dignity every attempt which Lady Pelham made to penetrate her sentiments, and behaved in such a manner that her aunt could not discover whether her spirits were affected by languor of body or by distress of mind. Laura, indeed, had singular skill in the useful art of repulsing without offence, and Lady Pelham, spite of her curiosity, found it impossible to question her niece with freedom. Notwithstanding her youth and her almost dependent situation, Laura inspired Lady Pelham with involuntary awe. Her dignified manners, her vigorous understanding, the inflexible integrity which descended even to the regulation of her forms of speech, extorted some degree of respectful caution from one not usually over-careful of giving offence. Lady Pelham was herself at times conscious of this restraint, and her pride was wounded by it. In Laura's absence she sometimes thought of it with impatience, and resolved to cast it off at their next interview. But whenever they met, the unoffending majesty of Laura effaced her resolution, or awed her from putting it in practice. She could not always, however, refrain from using that sort of innuendo which is vulgarly called talking at one's companions, a sort of rhetoric in great request with those who have more spleen than courage, and which differs from common scolding only in being a little more cowardly and a little more provoking. All her ladyship's dexterity and perseverance in this warfare were entirely thrown away. Whatever might be meant, Laura answered to nothing but what met the ear, and, with perverse simplicity, avoiding the particular application of general propositions. Lady Pelham next tried to coax herself into Laura's confidence. She redoubled her caresses and professions of affection. She hinted, not obscurely, that if Laura would explain her wishes, they would meet with indulgence and even assistance from zealous friendship. Her professions were received with gratitude, her caresses returned with sensibility, but Laura remained impenetrable. Lady Pelham's temper could never brook resistance, and she would turn from Laura in a pet, the pitiful garb of anger which cannot disguise and dares not show itself. But Laura never appeared to bestow the slightest notice on her caprice, and received her returning smiles with unmoved complacency. Laura would fain have loved her aunt, but in spite of herself her affection took feeble root amidst these alternations of frost and sunshine. She was weary of hints and insinuations, and felt not a little pleased that Lady Pelham's fondness for improving and gardening seemed likely to release her, during most of the hours of daylight, from this sort of sharp-shooting warfare. It was several days after their arrival at Walborne before they were visited by any of the De Courcy family. Undeceived in his hopes of Laura's regard, Montague was almost reluctant to see her again. Yet from the hour when he observed Lady Pelham's carriage drive up the avenue, he had constantly chosen to study at a window which looked towards Walborne. Laura, too, often looked towards Norwood, excusing to herself the apparent neglect of her friends by supposing that they had not been informed of her arrival. Lady Pelham was abroad superintending her gardeners, and Laura employed in her own apartment, when she was called to receive De Courcy. For the first time since the wreck of all her hopes, Joy flushed the wan cheek of Laura, and fired her eye with transient lustre. "I shall hear the voice of friendship once more," said she, and she hastened downstairs with more speed than suited her but half-recovered strength. "Dear Mr. de Courcy," she cried, joyfully advancing towards him. De Courcy scarcely ventured to raise his eyes. Laura held out her hand to him. "She loves a libertine," thought he, and scarcely touching it, he drew back. With grief and surprise Laura read the cold and melancholy expression of his face. Her feeble spirits failed under so chilling a reception, and while, in a low, tremulous voice, she inquired for Mrs. and Miss de Courcy, unbidden tears wandered down her cheeks. In replying, Montague again turned his eyes towards her, and, shocked at the paleness and dejection of her altered countenance, remembered only Laura ill and in sorrow. "Good heavens!" he exclaimed with a voice of the tenderest interest. "Laura, Miss Montraville, you are ill. You are unhappy." Laura, vexed that her weakness should thus extort compassion, hastily dried her tears. "I have been ill," said she, "and am still so weak that any trifle can discompose me." Montague's colour rose. "It is then a mere trifle in her eyes," thought he, "that I should meet her with coldness." "And yet," continued Laura, reading mortification in his face, "it is no trifle to fear that I have given offence where I owe so much gratitude." "Talk not of gratitude, I beseech you," said de Courcy. "I have no claim, no wish to excite it." "Mr. de Courcy," cried Laura, bursting into tears of sad remembrance, "has all your considerate friendship, all your soothing kindness to him who is gone, no claim to the gratitude of his child?" Montague felt that he stood at this moment upon dangerous ground, and he had gladly availed himself of this opportunity to quit it. He led Laura to talk of her father and of the circumstances of his death, and was not ashamed to mingle sympathetic tears with those which her narrative wrung from her. In her detail she barely hinted at the labour by which she had supported her father, and avoided all allusion to the wants which she had endured. If anything could have exalted her in the opinion of de Courcy, it would have been the humility which sought no praise to recompense exertion, no admiration to reward self-denial. The praise of man is with her as nothing, thought he, gazing on her wasted form and faded features with fonder adoration than ever he had looked on her full blaze of beauty. She has higher hopes and nobler aims, and can such a creature love a sensualist? Now, too, when his infamy cannot be unknown to her. Yet it must be so. She has never named him, even while describing scenes where he was daily present. And why this silence if he were indifferent to her? If I durst mention him, but I cannot give her pain. From this reverie de Courcy was roused by the entrance of Lady Pelham, whose presence brought to his recollection the compliments and ceremonial which Laura had driven from his mind. He apologized for having delayed his visit, and excused himself for having made it alone, by saying that his sister was absent on a visit to a friend, and that his mother could not yet venture abroad. But he warmly entreated that the ladies would waive etiquette and see Mrs. de Courcy at Norwood. Lady Pelham, excusing herself for the present on the plea of her niece's indisposition, urged de Courcy to direct his walks often towards Walborne. In charity, she said to Laura, who, being unable to take exercise, spent her forenoons alone, sighing, she supposed, for some Scotch Strephon. Laura blushed, and Montague took his leave, pondering whether the blush was deepened by any feeling of consciousness. "She has a witchcraft in her that no language can express, no heart withstand," said de Courcy, suddenly breaking a long silence, as he and his mother were sitting tete-a-tete after dinner. "Marriage is an excellent talisman against witchcraft," said de Courcy gravely, "but Miss Montraville has charms that will delight the more the better they are known. There is such noble simplicity, such considerate benevolence, such total absence of vanity and selfishness in her character, that no woman was ever better fitted to embellish and endear domestic life." "Perhaps in time," pursued de Courcy, "I might have become not unworthy of such a companion. But now it matters not." And suppressing a very bitter sigh, he took up a book which he had of late been reading to his mother. "You know, Montague," said Mrs. de Courcy, "I think differently from you upon this subject. I am widely mistaken in Miss Montraville, if she could bestow her preference on a libertine, knowing him to be such?" Montague took involuntary pleasure in hearing this opinion repeated, yet he had less faith in it than he usually had in the opinions of his mother. "After the emotion which his presence excited," returned he, "an emotion which even these low people— I cannot think of it with patience," cried he, tossing away the book and walking hastily up and down the room. "To betray her weakness, her only weakness, to such observers, to the wretch himself! My dear De Courcy, do you make no allowance for the exaggeration, the rage for the romantic, so common to uneducated minds?" "Wilkins could have no motive for inventing such a tale," replied De Courcy, "and if it had any foundation there is no room for doubt." "Omitting the truth of all you have heard," resumed Mrs. De Courcy, "I see no reason for despairing of success. If I know anything of character, Miss Montraville's attachments will ever follow excellence, real or imaginary. Your worth is real, Montague, and as such it will in time approve itself to her." "Ah, madam, had your affection been founded even on imaginary excellence, must it not now have been completely withdrawn, now when she cannot be unacquainted with his depravity? Yet she loves him still, I am sure she loves him. Why else this guarded silence in regard to him? Why not mention that she permitted his daily visits, saw him even on the night when her father died?" "Supposing," returned Mrs. De Courcy, "that her affection had been founded on imaginary excellence, might not traces of the ruins remain perceptible, even after the foundation had been taken away? Come, come, Montague, you are only 24, you can afford a few years' patience. If you act prudently, I am convinced that your perseverance will succeed. But if it should not, I know how you can bear disappointment. I am certain that your happiness depends not on the smile of any face, however fair." "I am ashamed," said De Courcy, "to confess how much my peace depends upon Laura. You know I have no ambition. All my joys must be domestic. It is as a husband and a father that all my wishes must be fulfilled, and all that I have ever fancied of venerable and endearing so meet in her that no other woman can ever fill her place." "That you have no ambition," replied Mrs. De Courcy, "is one of the reasons why I join in your wishes. If your happiness had any connection with splendour, I should have regretted your choice of a woman without fortune. But all that is necessary for your comfort you will find in the warmth of heart with which Laura will return your affection, the soundness of principle with which she will assist you in your duties. Still, perhaps you might find these qualities in others, though not united in any equal degree. But I confess to you, Montague, I despair of your again meeting with a woman whose dispositions and pursuits are so congenial to your own, a woman whose cultivated mind and vigorous understanding may make her the companion of your studies as well as of your lighter hours." "My dear mother," cried De Courcy, affectionately grasping her hand, "it is no wonder that I persecute you with this subject so near to my heart, for you are always, and you alone, support my hopes. Yet should I even at last obtain this treasure, I must ever regret that I cannot awaken the enthusiasm which belongs only to a first attachment." "Montague," said Mrs. De Courcy, smiling, "from what romance have you learned that sentiment? However, I shall not attempt the labour of combating it, for I prophesy that, before the change can be necessary, you will learn to be satisfied with being loved with reason." "Many a weary day must pass before I can even hope for this cold preference. Indeed, if her choice is to be decided by mere rational approbation, why should I hope that it will fall upon me? Yet, if it be possible, her friendship I will gain. I would not exchange it for the love of all her sex." "She already esteems you, highly esteems you," said Mrs. De Courcy, "and I repeat that I think you need not despair of animating esteem into a warmer sentiment. But will you profit by my knowledge of my sex, Montague? You know, the less use you make of our own wisdom, the fonder we grow of bestowing it on others in the form of advice. Keep your secret carefully, Montague. Much of your hope depends on your caution. Pretensions to a pre-engaged heart are very generally repaid with dislike." Montague promised attention to his mother's advice, but added that he feared he should not long be able to follow it. "I am a bad dissembler," said he, and on this subject it is alleged that ladies are eagle-eyed. Miss Montraville of all women living has the least vanity, returned Mrs. de Courcy, and you may always reinforce your caution by recollecting that the prepossessions which will certainly be against you as a lover may be secured in your favour as a friend. The next day found de Courcy again at Walborne, and again he enjoyed a long and private interview with Laura. Though their conversation turned only on indifferent subjects, de Courcy observed the settled melancholy which had taken possession of her mind. It was no querulous, complaining sorrow, but a calm sadness, banishing all the cheerful illusions of a life which it still valued as the preparation for a better. To that better world all her hopes and wishes seemed already fled, and the saint herself seemed waiting with resigned desire for permission to depart. De Courcy's fears assigned to her melancholy its true cause. He would have given worlds to know the real state of her sentiments, and to ascertain how far her attachment had survived the criminality of Hargrave. But he had not courage to probe the painful wound. He could not bear to inflict upon Laura even momentary anguish. Perhaps he even feared to know the full extent of those regrets which she lavished on his rival. With scrupulous delicacy he avoided approaching any subject which could at all lead her thoughts towards the cause of her sorrow, and never even seemed to notice the dejection which wounded him to the soul. "The spring of her mind is for ever destroyed," said he to Mrs. de Courcy, "and yet she retains all her angelic benevolence. She strives to make pleasing to others the objects that will never more give pleasure to her." Mrs. de Courcy expressed affectionate concern, but added, "I never knew of a sorrow incurable at 19. We must bring Laura to Norwood, and find employments for her suited to her kindly nature. Meanwhile do you exert yourself to rouse her, and till she is well enough to leave home, I shall freely resign to her all my claims upon your time." De Courcy faithfully profited by his mother's permission, and found almost every day an excuse for visiting Walborne. Sometimes he brought a book which he read aloud to the ladies. Sometimes he borrowed one which he chose to return in person. Now he wished to show Laura a medal, and now he had some particularly fine flower seeds for Lady Pelham. Chemical experiments were an excellent pretext, for they were seldom completed at a visit, and the examination of one created a desire for another. Laura was not insensible to his attentions. She believed that he attributed whatever was visible of her depression to regrets for her father, and she was by turns ashamed of permitting her weakness to wear the mask of filial piety, and thankful that she escaped the degradation of being pitied as a love-sick girl. But love had now no share in Laura's melancholy. Compassion, strong indeed to a painful excess, was the only gentle feeling that mingled with the pain of remembering Hargrave. Who that in early youth gives way to the chilling conviction that nothing on earth will ever again kindle a wish or a hope, can look without sadness on the long pilgrimage that spreads before them? Laura looked upon hers with resigned sadness, and 1,000 times repeated to herself that it was but a point compared with what lay beyond. Hopeless of happiness, she yet forced herself to seek short pleasure in the charms of nature and the comforts of affluence, calling them the flowers which a bountiful hand had scattered in the desert which it was needful that she should tread alone. It was with some surprise that she found de Courcy's visits produced pleasure without requiring an effort to be pleased, and with thankfulness she acknowledged that the enjoyments of the understanding were still open to her, though those of the heart were for ever withdrawn. In the meantime her health improved rapidly, and she was able to join in Lady Pelham's rambles in the shrubbery. To avoid particularity, de Courcy had often quitted Laura to attend on these excursions, and he rejoiced when her recovered strength allowed him to gratify, without imprudence, the inclination which brought him to Walborne. It often, however, required all his influence to persuade her to accompany him in his walks with Lady Pelham. Her ladyship's curiosity had by no means subsided. On the contrary, it was rather exasperated by her conviction that her niece's dejection had not been the consequence of ill health, since it continued after that plea was removed, and Laura was constantly tormented with oblique attempts to discover what she was determined should never be known. Lady Pelham's attacks were now become the more provoking, because she could address her hints to a third person, who, not aware of their tendency, might strengthen them by assent, or unconsciously point them as they were intended. She contrived to make even her very looks tormenting, by directing, upon suitable occasions, sly glances of discovery to Laura's face, where, if they found out nothing, they at least insinuated that there was something to find out. She was inimitably dexterous and indefatigable in improving every occasion of innuendo. Any subject, however irrelevant, furnished her with the weapons of her warfare. "Does this flower never open any further?" asked Laura, showing one to De Courcy. "No," said Lady Pelham, pushing in between them. "That close thing, wrapped up in itself, never expands in the genial warmth. It never shows its heart." "This should be a precious book with so many envelopes," said Laura, untying a parcel. "More likely," said Lady Pelham with a sneer, "that what is folded in so many doublings won't be worth looking into." "This day is cold for the season," said De Courcy, one day warming himself after his ride. "Spring colds are the most chilling of any," said Lady Pelham. "They are like a repulsive character in youth. One is not prepared for them. The frosts of winter are more natural." Lady Pelham was not satisfied with using the occasions that presented themselves. She invented others. When the weather confined her at home, and she had nothing else to occupy her, she redoubled her industry. "Bless me, what a sentiment!" she exclaimed, affecting surprise and consternation, though she had read the book which contained it about 20 times before. "Always live with a friend as if he might one day become an enemy? I can conceive nothing more detestable. A cold-hearted, suspicious wretch. Now, to a friend I could not help being all open and ingenuous, but a creature capable of having such a thought could never have a friend." Lady Pelham ran on for a while, contrasting her open, ingenuous self with the odious character which her significant looks appropriated to her niece, that even the mild Laura was provoked to reply. Fixing her eyes upon her aunt with calm severity, "If Roquefort meant," said she, "that a friend should be treated with suspicious confidence, as if he might one day betray, I agree with your ladyship in thinking such a sentiment incompatible with friendship. But we are indebted to him for a useful lesson, if he merely intended to remind us that it is easy to alienate affection without proceeding to real injury, and very possible to forfeit esteem without incurring serious guilt." The blood mounted in Lady Pelham's face, but the calm austerity of Laura's eye imposed silence, and she continued to turn over the pages of her book while her niece rose and left the room. She then tossed it away and walked angrily up and down, fretting between balked curiosity and irritated pride. Finding every other mode of attack unsuccessful, she once more resolved to have recourse to direct interrogation. This intention had been frequently formed, and as often defeated by the dignified reserve of Laura. But now that Lady Pelham felt her pride concerned, she grew angry enough to be daring. It was so provoking to be kept in awe by a mere girl, a dependent. Lady Pelham could at any time meditate herself into a passion. She did so on the present occasion, and accordingly resolved and executed in the same breath. She followed Laura to her apartment, determined to insist upon knowing what affected her spirits. Laura received her with a smile so gracious that, spite of herself, her wrath began to evaporate. Conceiving it proper, however, to maintain an air of importance, she began with an aspect that announced hostility, and a voice in which anger increased intended gravity into surliness. "Miss Montraville, if you are at leisure, I wish to speak with you." "Quite at leisure, madam," said Laura, in a tone of the most conciliating good humour, and motioning her aunt to a seat by the fire. "It is extremely unpleasant," said Lady Pelham, tossing her head to escape the steady look of inquiry which Laura directed towards her. "It is extremely unpleasant, at least if one has any degree of sensibility, to live with persons who always seem unhappy and are always striving to conceal it, especially when one can see no cause for their unhappiness." "It must indeed be very distressing," returned Laura, mentally preparing for her defence. "Then I wonder," said Lady Pelham, with increased acrimony of countenance, "why you choose to subject me to so disagreeable a situation. It is very evident there is something in your mind which you are either afraid or ashamed to tell." "I am sorry," said Laura, with unmoved self-possession, "to be the cause of any uneasiness to your ladyship. I do not pretend that my spirits are high, but I should not have thought their depression unaccountable. The loss of my only parent, and such a parent, is reason for lasting sorrow, and my own so recent escape from the jaws of the grave might impose seriousness upon levity itself. I have a strong notion, however, that none of these is the true cause of your Penseroso humours. Modern misses don't break their hearts for the loss of their parents. I remember you fainted away just when Mrs. Harrington was talking to me of Colonel Hargrave's affair, and I know he was quarter for a whole year in your neighbourhood." Lady Pelham stopped to reconnoitre her niece's face, but without success, for Laura had let fall her scissors and was busily seeking them on the carpet. "Did you know him?" inquired Lady Pelham. "I have seen him," answered Laura, painfully recollecting how little she had really known him. "Did he visit at Glen Albert?" resumed her ladyship, recovering her temper as she thought she had discovered a clue to Laura's sentiments. "Yes, madam, often," replied Laura, who, having with a strong effort resumed her self-possession, again submitted her countenance to inspection. "And he was received there as a lover, I presume?" said Lady Pelham, in a tone of interrogation. Laura fixed on her aunt one of her cool, commanding glances. "Your ladyship," returned she, "seems so much in earnest that if the question were a little less extraordinary, I should almost have thought you expected a serious answer." Lady Pelham's eyes were not comfortably placed, and she removed them by turns to every piece of furniture in the apartment. Speedily recovering herself, she returned to the charge. "I think, after the friendship I have shown, I have some right to be treated with confidence." "My dear madam," said Laura, gratefully pressing Lady Pelham's hand between her own, "believe me, I am not forgetful of the kindness which has afforded me shelter and protection, but there are some subjects of which no degree of intimacy will permit the discussion. It is evident that whatever proposals have hitherto been made to me have received such an answer as imposes discretion upon me. No addresses which I accept shall ever be a secret from your ladyship. Those which I reject I am not equally entitled to reveal." "By which I understand you to say that you have rejected Colonel Hargrave?" said Lady Pelham. "By no means," answered Laura with spirit. "I was far from saying so. I merely intended to express my persuasion that you are too generous to urge me on a sort of subject where I ought not to be communicative." "Very well, Miss Montraville," cried Lady Pelham, rising in a pet. "I comprehend the terms on which you choose that we should live. I may have the honour of being your companion, but I must not aspire to the rank of a friend." "Indeed, my dear aunt," said Laura, in a voice irresistibly soothing, "I have no earthly wish so strong as to find a real friend in you. But," added she, with an insinuating smile, "I shall never earn the treasure with tales of luckless love." "Well, madam," said Lady Pelham, turning to quit the room, "I shall take care for the future not to press myself into your confidence, and as it is not the most delightful thing in the world to live in the midst of ambuscades, I shall intrude as little as possible on your more agreeable engagements." "Pray don't go," said Laura, with perfect good humour, holding upon her delicate fingers a cap which she had been making. "I have finished your cap. Pray have the goodness to let me try it on." Female vanity is at least a sexagenaire. Lady Pelham sent a side glance towards the cap. "Pray do," said Laura, taking her hand and coaxingly pulling her back. "Make haste, then," said Lady Pelham sullenly, "for I have no time to spare." "How becoming!" cried Laura, as she fixed on the cap. "I never saw you look so well in anything. Look at it." And she held the looking-glass to her aunt. The ill humour which had resisted the graces of the loveliest face in the world could not stand a favourable view of her own, and Lady Pelham quitted Laura with a gracious compliment to her genius for millinery, and a declaration that the cap should be worn the next day, in honour of a visit from Mr. de Courcy and Harriet. The next day the expected guests dined at Wellbourne. As Harriet had just returned from her excursion, this was the first time that she had seen Laura, and the meeting gave them mutual pleasure. Harriet seemed in even more than usual spirits, and Laura, roused by the presence of persons whom she loved and respected, showed a cheerfulness more unconstrained than she had felt since her father's death. Montague, who watched her assiduously, was enchanted to perceive that she could once more smile without effort, and in the joy of his heart resumed a gaiety which had of late been foreign to him. But the life of the party was Lady Pelham, for who could be so delightful, so extravagantly entertaining as Lady Pelham could be when she pleased? And she did please this afternoon, for a train of fortunate circumstances had put her into high good humour. She not only wore the becoming cap, but had hit, without difficulty, the most becoming mode of putting it on. The cook had done her office in a manner altogether faultless, and the gardener brought in such a salad its like had never been seen in the county. Mr. Kersey was extremely anxious that Laura should pass a few days at Norwood, but Laura, remembering the coolness which had of late subsisted between herself and Lady Pelham, and unwilling to postpone her endeavours to efface every trace of it, objected that she could not quit her aunt for such a length of time. Harriet immediately proposed to invite Lady Pelham. "I'll set about it in this instant while she's in the vein," said she. "This sunshine is too bright to last." Laura looked very grave, and Harriet hastened to execute her purpose. There is no weakness of their neighbours which mankind so instinctively convert to their own use as vanity. Except to secure Laura's company, Harriet had not the slightest desire for Lady Pelham's. Yet she did not even name her friend while she pressed Lady Pelham so earnestly to visit Norwood that she succeeded to her wish, and obtained a promise that the ladies should accompany her and her brother home on the following day. When, at the close of an agreeable evening, Laura attended her friend to her chamber, Harriet, with more sincerity than politeness, regretted that Lady Pelham was to join their party to Norwood. "I wish the old lady would have allowed you to go without her," said she. "It would interrupt 1,000 things I had to say to you. However, my mother can keep her in conversation. She'll be so delighted to see you that she'll pay the penalty without a grudge." "I shall feel the more indebted to your mother's welcome," said Laura, with extreme gravity, "because she will extend it to a person to whom I owe obligations that cannot be repaid." Harriet, blushing, apologized for her freedom, and Laura accepting the apology with smiles of courtesy and affection, the friends separated for the night. End of chapter 21. Chapter 22 of Self-Control by Mary Brunton. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Simon Evers. Chapter 22. Norwood had appeared to Laura to be little more than a mile distant from Walborne. The swelling of the ground had deceived her. It was more than twice that distance. As the carriage approached Norwood, Laura perceived traces of a noble park changed from its former purpose to one more useful, though less magnificent. The cornfields were intermixed by venerable avenues, and studded with the gigantic elm and oak. Through one of these avenues, straight as a dart, and darkened by the woods that closed over it, the party drove up to a massive gate. In the door of a turreted lodge, overgrown with hornbeam, stood the grey-haired porter, waiting their arrival. He threw open the gate with one hand, and respectfully stood with his hat in the other, while De Courcy checked his horse to inquire for the old man's family. The avenue now quitted its formality, to wind along the bank of a rapid stream, till the woods, suddenly opening to the right, discovered the lawn, green as an emerald, and kept with a neatness truly English. A variety of flowering shrubs were scattered over it, and here and there a lofty forest tree threw its quivering shadow, while tall spruce firs, their branches descending to the ground, formed a contrast to its verdure. At the extremity of this lawn stood Norwood, a large castellated building, and while Laura looked on it, she imagined the interior dull with baronial magnificence. The carriage drove up to the door, and Laura could not help smiling at the cordial welcome that seemed to await De Courcy. The great Newfoundland dog that lay upon the steps leapt upon him, and expressed his joy by 100 clumsy gambols, while John, the old servant whom she had seen in Audley Street, busied himself about his master, with an officiousness that evidently came from the heart, leaving Lady Pelham's attendants to wait upon their mistress and her companions. De Courcy, giving his hand to Lady Pelham, conducted her, followed by Harriet and Laura, into the room where Mrs. de Courcy was sitting, and the next moment his heart throbbed with pleasure while he saw the beloved of his soul locked in his mother's arms. When the first joy of the meeting was over, Laura had leisure to observe the interior of the mansion, which differed not less from her expectations than from anything she had before seen. Though it was equally remote from the humble simplicity of her cottage of Glenalbert and the gaudiness of Lady Pelham's more modern abode, she saw nothing of the gloomy splendour which she had fancied. Everything breathed comfort and repose. The furniture, though not without magnificence, was unadorned and substantial, grandeur holding the second place to usefulness. The marble hall through which she had entered was almost covered with matting. In the spacious room in which she was sitting, the little Turkey carpet of our forefathers had given place to one of homelier grain, but far larger dimensions. The apartment was liberally stored with couches, footstools, and elbow chairs. A harp occupied one window, a pianoforte stood near it. Many books were scattered about, in bindings which showed they were not meant for ornament, and in the chimney blazed a fire which would have done credit to the days of Elizabeth. The dinner hour was 4, and punctual to the moment the dinner appeared, plain, neat, and substantial. It was served without tumult, partaken of with appetite, and enlivened by general hilarity and goodwill. When the ladies rose from table, Harriet offered to conduct Laura through the other apartments, which exactly corresponded with those she had seen. The library was spacious, and besides an excellent collection of books, contained globes, astronomical instruments, and cabinets of minerals and coins. A smaller room which opened from it, used as de Courcy's laboratory, was filled with chemical and mechanical apparatus. Comfort, neatness, and peace reigned everywhere, and Norwood seemed a fit retreat for literary leisure and easy hospitality. Between music, work, and conversation, the evening passed away cheerfully, nor did Laura mark its flight till the great house clock struck 9. The conversation suddenly paused. Harriet laid aside her work, Mrs. de Courcy's countenance assumed a pleasing seriousness, and Montague, quitting his place by Laura's side, seated himself in a patriarchal-looking chair at the upper end of the room. Presently John entered, followed by all the domestics of the family. He placed before his master a reading-desk and a large Bible, and then sat down at a distance with his fellow-servants. With a manner serious and earnest, as one impressed with a just sense of their importance, Montague read a portion of the Holy Scriptures. He closed the volume, and all present sunk upon their knees. In plain but solemn language he offered a petition in the name of all, that all might be endowed with the graces of the Christian spirit. In the name of all he confessed that they were unworthy of the blessings they implored. In the name of all he gave thanks for the means of improvement and for the hopes of glory. He next, more particularly, besought a blessing on the circumstances of their several conditions. Among the joyous faces of this happy household, Laura had observed one alone clouded with sorrow. It was that of a young modest-looking girl in deep mourning, whose audible sobs attested that she was the subject of a prayer which commended an orphan to the Father of the fatherless. The worship was closed, the servants withdrew. A silence of a few moments ensued, and Laura could not help gazing with delight, not unmingled with awe, on the traces of serene benevolence and manly piety which lingered on the countenance of de Courcy. "Happy Harriet," said she, when she was alone with her friend, "would that I had been your sister." Harriet laughed. "You need not laugh, my dear," continued Laura, with most unembarrassed simplicity. "I did not mean your brother's wife, but his sister and Mrs. de Courcy's daughter." Though Miss de Courcy was much less in Montague's confidence than her mother, she was not ignorant of his preference for Laura. But Mrs. de Courcy had so strongly cautioned her against even hinting this preference to the object of it, that though she but half guessed the reasons of her mother's injunction, she was afraid to disobey. That Laura was even acquainted with Hargrave was unknown to Harriet, for de Courcy was almost as tenacious of Laura's secret as she herself was, and would as soon have thought of giving up his own heart to the frolics of a kitten as of exposing that of Laura to the badinage of his sister. This kind precaution left Laura perfectly at her ease with Harriet, Annise would quickly have vanished had she known her to be acquainted with her humiliating story. The young ladies had rambled over half the grounds of Norwood before the family had assembled at a cheerful breakfast, and as soon as it was ended, Harriet proposed that Laura should assist her with her advice in composing a water-colour drawing from one of her own pictures. "We'll leave Lady Pelham and my mother in possession of the drawing-room," said she, "for the pictures all hang in the library. I wanted them put up in the sitting-room, but Montague would have them where they are." And so he carried his point, for mamma humours him in everything. "Perhaps," returned Laura, "Mrs. de Courcy thinks that he has some right to dictate in his own house." "Well, that's true," cried Harriet. "I protest I have forgotten that this house was not my mother's." The picture which Mr. Courcy had fixed upon was that of Leonidas, and Laura would far rather have been excused from interference. Yet, as she could not with propriety escape, nothing remained but to summon her composure and to study anew this resemblance of her unworthy lover. She took her work and began quietly to superintend Harriet's progress. Their employments did not interrupt conversation, and though Laura was at first a little embarrassed, she soon recovered her ease. "Do touch the outline of the mouth for me," said Harriet. "I can't hit the resemblance at all." Laura excused herself, saying that since her fever her hand had been unsteady. "Oh, here's Montague. He'll do it. Come hither, Montague, and sketch a much prettier mouth than your own." De Courcy, who had approached his sister before he understood her request, shrunk back. She could scarcely propose an employment less agreeable to him, and he was hastily going to refuse it, when, happening to meet the eye of Laura, in the dread that she should detect his consciousness, he snatched the pencil and began. Harriet, having thus transferred her work, quickly found out other occupation. "Oh, by the by, my dear," said she to Laura, "your Leonidas is the greatest likeness in the world of my old beau, Colonel Hargrave. Bless me, how she blushes! Ah, I see Hargrave has not been so long in Scotland for nothing." "Take away that thing, Harriet," cried de Courcy, quite thrown off his guard, and pushing the drawing from him. "I see no reason why everybody should do for you what you ought to be doing for yourself." "Heyday, what ails the man?" cried Harriet, looking after her brother to the window, whither he had retreated. "You need not be so angry at me for making Laura blush. I dare say she likes it. It becomes her so well." "If you are accustomed to say such strange things to your friends, my dear Harriet," said Laura, "the blushes you raise will not always have that advantage. The colourings of anger are not generally becoming." "So, with that meek face of yours, you would have me believe that it is downright rage that has made you all scarlet? No, no, my dear, there is rage, and there is the colour of it too," pointing to Montague's face, "and if you'll put your two heads together before the glass, you will see whether the colours are a bit alike." Montague, recovering his temper, tried to laugh, and succeeded very ill. "I don't wonder you laugh," said Laura, not venturing to look round to him, "at hearing Harriet on such slender grounds exalt such a matter-of-fact person as myself into the heroine of a romance. But to spare your imagination, Harriet, I would tell you that your old beau, as you call him, being the handsomest man I had seen, I saw no harm in making use of his beauty in my picture." "Well, I protest," cried Harriet. "It was quite by accident I thought of mentioning it, for I had not the least idea that ever you had seen Hargrave." "And now that you have made that mighty discovery," said de Courcy, endeavouring to appear unconcerned, "I suppose you'll poison Miss Montraville, for you know you were so in love with Hargrave that I was obliged to put a rail round the fish-pond to prevent felo de se." "In love," said Harriet, yawning. "Ay, so I was indeed, for 3 whole days, when I had nothing else to do. But only think of the sly girl never even to name him to me. Well, well, I shall worm it all out of her when we are by ourselves, though she won't blab before you." "I will give you an opportunity this moment," said de Courcy, who, quite unable to bear the subject any longer, determined to make his mother interrupt it, and immediately went in search of her. In a few minutes Mrs. de Courcy appeared, and dismissed her unwilling daughter to escort Lady Pelham to the flower-garden, while Laura preferred remaining at home. At the next opportunity Harriet executed her threat, in so far as it depended upon her. She did what she could to rally Laura out of her secret, but she totally failed of success. Laura, now upon her guard, not only evaded making any discovery, but by the easy indifference of her answers, convinced Harriet that there was nothing to discover. Indeed, her suspicion was merely a transient thought arising from Laura's confusion at her sudden attack, and scarcely outlived the moment that gave it birth, though the emotion which Montague had shown confirmed his sister in the belief of his attachment to Laura. The subject thus entirely dropped, which Laura could never approach without pain, the time of her visits to Norwood glided away in peace and comfort, every day lessening the dejection which she had believed, nay, almost wished, would follow her to the grave. Still, however, the traces of it were sufficiently visible to the observant eye of love, and Montague found in it an interest not to be awakened by the brightest flashes of gaiety. "There is a charm inexpressible in her sadness," said he to Mrs. de Courcy. "I think," said Mrs. de Courcy, "I can observe that that charm is decaying. I think if it should entirely disappear before your fates are more closely united, you need not lament its departure. These cypresses look graceful bending over the urn there in the vista, but I should not like them to darken the sitting-room." The only habit common to love-lorn damsels in which Laura indulged was that of preferring solitary rambles, a habit, however, which had been imbibed long before she had any title to that character. Delighted with the environs of Norwood, she sometimes wandered beyond the dressed ground into the park, where art still embellished without restraining nature. The park might indeed have better deserved the name of an ornamented farm, for the lawns were here and there diversified by cornfields, and enlivened by the habitations of the labourers necessary to the agriculturist. These cottages, banished by fashion far from every lordly residence, were contrived so as to unite beauty with usefulness. They gave added interest to the landscape even to the eye of a stranger, but far more to that of De Courcy, for he knew that every one of them contained useful hands or graceful hearts, youth for whom he provided employment, or age whose past services he repaid. Here the blue smoke curled from amidst the thicket, there the white wall enlivened the meadow. Here the casement flashed bright with the setting sun. There the woodbine and the creeping rose softened the colouring that would have glared on the eye. Laura had followed the windings of a little green lane, till the woods which darkened it suddenly opened into a small field, sheltered by them on every side, which seemed to form the territory of a cottage of singular neatness and beauty. In a porch covered with honeysuckle, which led through a flower garden to the house, a lovely little boy about 3 years old was playing with De Courcy's great Newfoundland dog. The child was stretching on tiptoe to hug with one arm the neck of his rough companion, while with the other hand he was playfully offering the animal a bit of bread, and then snatching it in sport away. Neptune, not used to be so tantalized, made a catch at his prey, but the child succeeded in preserving his prize, and laughing hid it behind him. The next moment Laura saw the dog throw him down, and heard a piercing cry. Fearless of personal danger, she ran to his assistance. The child was lying motionless on his face, while with one huge paw laid on his back, Neptune was standing over him, wagging his tail in triumph. Convinced that the child was unhurt and that the scream had been caused merely by fear, Laura spoke to the dog, who immediately quitted his posture to fawn upon her. She lifted the child from the ground and carried him towards the cottage. The poor little fellow, pale with terror, clung round her neck, but he no sooner saw himself in safety than, recovering his suspended faculties, he began to roar with all his might. His cries reached the people in the house, who hastened to inquire into their cause, and Laura was met in the door of the cottage by De Courcy's grey-haired servant, John, who seemed its owner, and a decent old woman, who was his wife. Laura prefaced her account of the accident by an assurance that the child was not hurt, and the old woman, taking him in her arms, tried to soothe him, while John invited Miss Montraville to enter. She followed him into a room which, unacquainted as she was with the cleanliness of the English cottages, appeared to her quite Arcadian. While Margaret was busy with her little charge, Laura praised the neatness and comfort of John's abode. "It is as snug a place as heart can desire, please you, ma'am," answered John, visibly gratified. "And we have everything here as convenient as in the King's palace, or as my master himself has, for the matter of that." "I thought, John, you had lived in Mr. De Courcy's house," said Laura. "Yes, please you, ma'am, and so I did, since I was a little fellow no higher than my knee, taken in to run messages till my young master came of age. and then he built this house for me, that I might just have it to go to when I please, without being turned away like, for he knew old folks like to have a home of their own. So now of a fine evening I come home after prayers and stay all night, and when it's bad weather I have the same bed as I've had these 40 years, not a penny worse than my master's own." "And if you are employed all day at Norwood," said Laura, "how do you contrive to keep your garden in such nice order?" "Oh, for the matter of that, ma'am, my master would not grudge me a day's work of the under gardener any time. No, nor to pay a man to work the little patch for me. But only, as he says, the sweetest flowers are of one's own planting. So of a fine day he often sends me home for an hour or two in the cool, just to put the little place in order." "Mr. de Courcy seems attentive to the comfort of everybody that comes near him," said Laura. "That he is, madam. One would think he had an affection like for every mortal creature, particularly when they grow old and useless, like me and Margaret. I know who offered him £20 a year for this house and a bit of field, but he said old folks did not like moving, and he would not put us out of this, even though he could give us one twice as good." "And your rent is lower than £20, I suppose?" said Laura. "Oh, why, sure, ma'am, we never pay a penny for it. My master," said John, drawing up his head and advancing his chest, "my master has the proper true spirit of a gentleman, and he had it since ever he was born, for it's bred in the bone with him, as the saying is. Why, ma'am, he's had it from a child. I've seen him, when he was less than that boy there, give away his dinner when he was as hungry as a hound, just because a beggar asked it. I remember one day, just 22 years ago come July, that he was sitting at the door on my knee, eating his breakfast, and he'd asked it half a dozen times from Mrs. Martin, for he was very hungry, and she did not always attend to him very well. So up came a woman leading a little ragged creature, and he looked at Master Montague's bread and milk and said, 'I wish I had some too.' So says my master, 'Here, take you some, and I'll take what you leave.' Well, ma'am, the brat snapped it all up in a trice, and I waited to see what little master would do. Well, he just laughed as good-naturedly. Then I was going to have got him another breakfast, but my lady would not let me. 'No, no, John,' said my lady, 'we must teach Montague the connection between generosity and self-denial.' These were my lady's very words." By this time Margaret had succeeded in quieting the child, and a double allowance of bread and butter restored all his gaiety. "Come, Nep," said he, squatting himself on the ground, where Neptune was lying at Laura's feet. "Come, Nep, I'll make friends, and there's half for you, Henry's own dear Nep." "Will you sit upon my knee?" said Laura, who was extremely fond of children. The boy looked steadily in her face for a few moments, and then, holding out his arms to her, said, "Yes, I will." "Whose charming child is this?" inquired Laura, twisting his golden ringlets round her fingers. The colour rose to old Margaret's furrowed cheek as she answered, "He's an orphan, ma'am." "He's our grandson," said John, and drew his hand across his eyes. Laura saw that the subject was painful, and she inquired no further. She remained for a while playing with little Henry, and listening to John's praises of his master, and then returned homewards. She was met by de Courcy and Harriet, who were coming in search of her. She related her little adventure, and praised the extraordinary beauty of the child. "Oh, that's Montague's protégé," cried Harriet. "By the by, he's not been to visit us since you came. I believe he was never so long absent before since he could see. I have a great notion my brother did not want to produce him to you." "To me?" exclaimed Laura in surprise. "Why not?" But receiving no answer from Harriet, who had been effectually silenced by a look from de Courcy, she turned for an explanation to Montague, who made an awkward attempt to laugh off his sister's attack, and then as awkwardly changed the subject. For some minutes Laura gravely and silently endeavoured to account for his behaviour. "His generosity supports this child," thought she, "and he is superior to blazoning his charity." So, having, as great philosophers have done, explained the facts to agree with her theory, she was perfectly satisfied, and examined them no more. Association carrying her thoughts to the contemplation of the happiness which de Courcy seemed to diffuse through every circle where he moved, she regretted that she was so soon to exchange the enjoyment of equable unobtrusive kindness for starts of officious fondness mingling with intervals of cold neglect or peevish importunity. Norwood is the Eden of the earth," said she to Harriet, as they drew their chairs towards the fire to enjoy a tete-a-tete after the family were retired for the night, "and it is peopled with spirits fit for paradise. Happy you, who need never think of leaving it." "Bless you, my dear," cried Harriet, "there is nothing I think of half so much. You would not have me be an old maid to comb lap-dogs and fatten cats, when I might be scolding my own maids and whipping my own children." "Really," said Laura, "I think you would purchase even these delightful recreations too dearly by the loss of your present society. Sure it were a mad venture to change such a blessing for any uncertainty. And yet, Mrs. Graveairs, I have a notion that a certain gallant soldier could inspire you with the needful daring. Now look me in the face and deny it if you can." Laura did as she was desired, and with cheeks flushed to crimson, but a voice of sweet austere composure, replied, "Indeed, Mr. Kersey, I am hurt that you should so often have taxed me, even in sport, with so discreditable a partiality. You cannot be serious in supposing that I would marry an adulterer," Laura would have said, but to apply such an epithet to Hargrave was too much for human firmness, and she stopped. "I declare she is angry," cried Harriet. "Well, my dear, since it displeases you, I shan't tease you any more, at least not till I find a new subject. But pray now, do you intend to practise as you preach? Have you made a vow never to marry?" "I do not say so," answered Laura. "It is silly to assert resolutions which nobody credits. Besides, my situation sadly differs from yours. Like the moon that is rising yonder, I must pursue my course alone. Thousands around me might perhaps warm and enlighten me, but far distant their influence is lost ere it reaches me. You are in the midst of a happy family, endeared to you by all that is lovely in virtue, all that is sacred in kindred. I know not what would tempt me to resign your situation." "What would tempt you?" cried Harriet. "Why, a pretty fellow would. But I verily believe you have been taking your cue from Montague. These are precisely his ideas. I think he has set his heart upon making me lead apes." "What makes you think so?" inquired Laura. "Because he finds out 100 faults to every man that talks nonsense to me. One is poor, and he thinks it folly to marry a beggar. Another is old, though he's rich, and that would be downrightly selling myself. One's a fool, and t'other's cross, and in short there's no end to his freaks. Only the other day he made me dismiss a creature that I believe I should have liked well enough in time. I have not half forgiven him for it yet. Poor Wilmot, and I should have had a nice barouche too." "What could possibly weigh with your brother against the barouche?" said Laura, smiling. "Why, my dear, the saucy wretch told me, as plainly as he civilly could, that Wilmot and I had not a grain of prudence between us, ergo that we should be ridiculous and miserable. Besides, poor Wilmot once persuaded a pretty girl to play the fool. Though he afterwards did everything he could to prevail on her to be made an honest woman, the silly thing chose rather to break her heart and die. And ever since, poor Wilmot has been subject to fits of low spirits." "Is it possible, Harriet, that you can talk so lightly of a crime so black in its nature, so dreadful in its consequences? Can it seem a trifle to you to destroy the peace, the innocence of a fellow creature? Can you smile at remorse that pursued its victim even to the grave?" Tears filled the eyes of Harriet. "Oh no, my dearest," she cried, throwing her arms round Laura's neck. "Do not think so hardly of me. I am a rattle, it is true, but I am not unprincipled." "Pardon my injustice, dearest Harriet," said Laura, "in believing even for a moment that you were capable of such perversion, and join with me in rejoicing that your brother's influence has saved you from witnessing, from sharing, the pangs of unavailing repentance." "Indeed," said Harriet, "Montague's influence can do anything with me, and no wonder. I should be the most ungrateful wretch on earth if I could oppose his wishes. I cannot tell you the thousandth part of the affection he has shown me. Did you ever hear, my dear, that my father had it not in his power to make any provision for me?" Laura answered that she had never heard the circumstances of the family at all mentioned. "Do you know," continued Harriet, "I am certain that Montague is averse to my marrying, because he is afraid that my poverty, and not my will, consents. But he has himself set that matter to rest, for the very morning after I gave Wilmot his congé, Montague presented me with bills for £2,000. The generous fellow told me that he did not offer his gift while Wilmot's suit was pending, lest I should think he bought a right to influence my decision." "This is just what I would have expected from Mr. de Courcy," said Laura, the purest satisfaction beaming in her countenance. "He is ever considerate, ever generous." "To tell you that he gives me money," cried Harriet rapturously, "is nothing. He gives me his time, his labour, his affection. Do love him, dear Laura. He is the best of all creatures." "Indeed, I believe it," said Laura, "and I have the most cordial regard for him." "Ah, but you must." Harriet's gratitude to her brother had very nearly been too strong for his secret, and she was on the point of petitioning Laura to return a sentiment warmer than cordial regard, when, recollecting her mother's commands, she desisted, and, to fly from the temptation, wished Laura good night, and retired. It was with sincere regret that Laura, the next day, took leave of her kind hosts. As de Courcy handed her into the carriage, the tears were rising to her eyes, but they were checked by a glance from Lady Pelham, in which Laura thought she could read mingled scorn and anger. Lady Pelham had remarked the improved spirits of her niece, but instead of rejoicing that any medicine should have ministered to a mind diseased, she was offended at the success of a remedy applied by any other than herself. She was nettled at perceiving that the unobtrusive seriousness of Mrs. de Courcy and the rattling gaiety of Harriet had effected what all her brilliant powers had not achieved. Her powers indeed had been sometimes directed to entertain, but never to console. They had been exerted to purchase admiration, not to win confidence. Yet with a common perverseness she was angry at their ill success, not sorry for their wrong direction. She did not consider that real benevolence, or an excellent counterfeit, is the only road to an unadulterated heart. It appeared to her a proof of an ungrateful temper in her niece that she should yield in so short a time to strangers to whom she owed nothing, what she refused to a relation to whom she owed so much. She had been unable to forbear from venting her spleen in little spiteful remarks and sly stings, sometimes so adroitly given that they were unobserved, except by the person who was by degrees becoming accustomed to expect them. The presence of the de Courcy family, however, restrained the expression of Lady Pelham's ill humour, and, as she detested restraint, a detestation which she always ascribed to a noble ingenuousness of mind, she nestled with peculiar complacency into the corner of the carriage which was to convey her to what she called freedom, namely, the liberty to infringe with impunity the rights of others. Laura felt that her reluctance to quit Norwood was a bad compliment to her aunt, and she called a smile to her face as she kissed her hand to her kind friends. Yet the contrast between their affectionate looks and the lurking devil in Lady Pelham's eye did not lessen her regret at the exchange she was making. Lady Pelham saw the tone of Laura's mind, and she immediately struck up a discord. "Heaven be praised!" she cried. "We have at last escaped out of that stupid place. I think it must be something extraordinary that tempts me to spend 4 days there again." Laura remained silent, for she disliked direct contradiction, and never spoke what she did not think. Lady Pelham continued her harangue, declaring that your good sort of people were always intolerably tiresome, that clockwork regularity was the dullest thing in nature, that Norwood was another cave of Trophonius, Mrs. de Courcy inspired with the soul of a starched old maid, Harriet animated by the joint spirit of a magpie and a monkey, and Montague by that of a Methodist parson. Finally, she again congratulated herself on her escape from such society, and wondered how anybody could submit to it without hanging himself. Laura was accustomed to support Lady Pelham's attacks upon herself with perfect equanimity, but her temper was not proof against this unjust, this unexpected philippic against her friends, and she reddened with anger and disdain, though she had still so much self-command as to reply only, "Your ladyship is fortunate in being able to lose without regret what others find it so difficult to replace." Lady Pelham fully understood the emphasis which was laid on the word others, but the mortification to her vanity was compensated by the triumph of discovering the vulnerable side of her niece's temper. This was the first time that she had been conscious of power over it, and severely did Laura pay for the momentary negligence which had betrayed the secret. Some persons never feel pleasure without endeavouring to communicate it. Lady Pelham acted upon the converse of this amiable principle, and as an ill-regulated mind furnished constant sources of pain, a new channel of participation was a precious discovery. As often, therefore, as spleen, jealousy, or malice prompted her to annoyance, she had recourse henceforth to this new-found weapon, and she varied her warfare through all the changes of hints, insinuations, and that mode of attack the most provoking of all, which, aiming at no particular point, becomes the more difficult to parry. During several months she made it the occasional instrument of her vengeance for the jealousy which she entertained of Laura's increasing intimacy with the De Courcys, an intimacy which she chose to embitter, though she could not break it off without depriving herself of acquaintances who were visited by the first people in the county. Her industry in teasing was not confined to Laura. She inflicted a double stroke by the petulance or coldness with which she sometimes treated the De Courcys. But though Laura was keenly sensible to these petty wrongs done her friends, the injury passed them over without much notice. Harriet repaid them with laughter or sarcasm, while Montague seemed to consider them as wholly unworthy of attention. He continued his visits to Walborne, and accident at last furnished an excuse for their frequency. In the course of Lady Pelham's improvements, a difficulty chanced to occur, which a slight knowledge of the elements of mathematics would have enabled her to solve. To supply the want of this knowledge, she had recourse to Mr. De Courcy, who removed her perplexity with the ease of one conversant with his subject, and the accuracy of one who speaks to a reasoning creature. Lady Pelham was charmed. She was convinced that of all studies that of mathematics must be the most delightful. She imagined it might not be quite impracticable even for a lady, supposing she were so fortunate as to meet with a friend who could assist her. De Courcy, laughing, offered his services, not, it must be owned, with any idea that they would be accepted. Her ladyship, however, eagerly embraced the offer, for she was little accustomed to forecast the difficulties of any scheme that entered her brain. In this triumphant expectation that all difficulty would yield to her acuteness, and her brighter abilities gain in a comparison with the plain good sense of her niece, she obliged Laura to join her in this new pursuit. Upon the study of this science, so little in favour with the sex who reserve cultivation for faculties where it is least wanting, Laura entered with a pleasure that surprised herself, and she persevered in it with an industry that astonished her teacher. Lady Pelham was for a little while the companion of her labours, but at the first difficulty she took offence at the unaccommodating thing, which showed no more indulgence to female than to royal indolence. Forthwith she was fired with a strong aversion to philosophers in bibs, and a horror at she-pedants, a term of reproach which a dexterous side-glance could appropriate to her niece, though the author of these memoirs challenges any mortal to say that ever Laura Montreville was heard to mention ellipse or parabola, or to insinuate her acquaintance with the properties of circle or polygon. Nothing moved by Lady Pelham's sneers, Laura continued her studies, impelled partly by the duty of improving the most valuable faculty of an immortal mind, partly by the pleasure which she derived from the study itself. It is true that her ladyship's indiscreet use of the secret made Laura's labours the cause of much merriment to titterers of both sexes, but we have never discovered that De Courcy esteemed her the less for her persevering industry, or loved her the less for this new subject of mutual interest. He watched with delight the restoration of her mind to its full vigour, and as he had never known her in the blaze of youthful gaiety, he was scarcely sensible of the shade which blended the radiance of her midday of life with the sober tints of evening. The impression of her early disappointment was indeed indelible, but it was no longer overwhelming. She had given the reins to her imagination, it had fatally misled her, but its power had sustained an irrecoverable shock, and the sway was transferred to reason. She had dreamed of an earthly heaven, and seen that it was but a dream. All her earthly joys had vanished, yet misery had been almost as transient as delight, and she learned the practical use of a truth which all acknowledge in theory. In the course of 4 months' residence at Walborne, she recovered a placid cheerfulness, which afterwards continued to be the habitual tenor of her mind. If she looked forward to the future events of her life, it was to resolve that they should be subservient to the great end of her being. If she glanced backward, it was less to lament her disappointment than to blame the error which had led to it, and she never allowed her thoughts to dwell upon her unworthy lover, except when praying that he might be awakened to a sense of his guilt. She was chiefly concerned to improve and to enjoy the present, and in this she was successful, in spite of the peevish humours of Lady Pelham, mixed occasionally with ebullitions of rage. Those who are furious where they dare, or when the provocation is sufficient to rouse their courage, sometimes chide with impotent perseverance where they are awed from the full expression of their fury. As the sea, which the lightest breeze dashes in billows over the sandbank, frets in puny ripples against the rock that frowns over it. If Lady Pelham's temper had any resemblance to this stormy element, it was not wholly void of likeness to another, for it changed as it listed, without any discoverable reason. It would have lost half its power to provoke, and Laura half the merit of her patient endurance, if it had been permanently diabolical. The current, not only serene but sparkling, would reflect with added beauty every surrounding object, then would suddenly burst into foam, or settle into a stagnant marsh. Laura threw oil upon the torrent, and suffered the marsh to clear itself. She enjoyed Lady Pelham's wit and vivacity in her hours of good humour, and patiently submitted to her seasons of low spirits, as she complacently called them. Laura at last, undesignedly, owned a new direction to her aunt's spleen. From her first introduction to Lady Pelham, she had laboured assiduously to promote a reconciliation between her aunt and her daughter, Mrs. Herbert. Her zeal appeared surprising to Lady Pelham, who could not estimate the force of her motive for thus labouring, to the manifest detriment of her own interest, she being, after Mrs. Herbert, the natural heiress of her aunt's fortune. She had seized the moment of complacency, watched the relentings of nature, by turns tried to soothe and to convince, and in the proper spirit of a peacemaker adhered to her purpose with meek perseverance. According to the humour of the hour, Lady Pelham was alternately flattered by solicitations that confessed her power, or rendered peevish by entreaties which he was determined to reject, or fired to rage by the recollection of her wrongs. If the more placid frame prevailed, she would ring eternal changes on the same oft-refuted arguments, or adroitly shift the subject by some lively sally of wit, or some neat compliment to her niece. In her more stormy tempers, she would profess a total inability to pardon, nay, a determination never to attempt it, and took credit for scorning to pretend a forgiveness which she could not practise. Still Laura was not discouraged, for she had often observed that what Lady Pelham declared on one day to be wholly impossible, on the next became, without any assignable reason, the easiest thing in nature, and that what to-day no human force could wrest from her, was yielded to-morrow to no force at all. She therefore persisted in her work of conciliation, and her efforts at last prevailed so far that, though Lady Pelham still protested implacability, she acknowledged that as there was no necessity for her family feuds being known to the world, she was willing to appear upon decent terms with the Herberts, and for that purpose would receive them for a few weeks at Walborne. Of this opening, unpromising as it was, Laura instantly availed herself, and wrote to convey the frozen invitation to her cousin in the kindest language which she was permitted to use. It was instantly accepted, and Mrs. Herbert and her husband became the inmates of Walborne. Mrs. Herbert had no resemblance to her mother. Her countenance was grave and thoughtful, her manners uniformly cold and repulsive. Laura traced in her unbending reserve the apathy of one whose genial feelings had been blunted by early unkindness. Frank, high-spirited and imprudent, was his wife's opposite, and Laura had not been half an hour in his company before she began to tremble for the effects of these qualities on the irascible temper of her aunt. But her alarm seemed causeless, for the easy resoluteness with which he maintained his opinions appeared to extort from Lady Pelham a sort of respect, and though she privately complained to Laura of what she called his assurance, she exempted him, while present, from her attacks, seeming afraid to exert upon him her skill in provoking. Laura began to perceive that a termagant is not so untamable an animal as she had once imagined, since one glimpse of the master spirit is of sovereign power to lay the lesser imps of spleen. But though Lady Pelham seemed afraid to measure her strength with spirits of kindred irascibility, she was under no restraint with Mrs. Herbert, upon whom she vented a degree of querulousness that appeared less like the ebullitions of ill temper than the overflowings of settled malice. Every motion, every look, furnished matter of censure or of sarcasm. The placing of a book, the pronunciation of a word, the snuffing of a candle, called forth reprehension, and Laura knew not whether to be most astonished at the ingenious malice which contrived to convert trifles light as air into certain proofs of degeneracy, or at the apathy on which the venomed shaft fell harmless. Mrs. Herbert received all her mother's reprimands in silence, without moving a muscle, without announcing by the slightest change of colour that the sarcasm had reached further than her ear. If, as not unfrequently happened, the reproof extended into a harangue, Mrs. Herbert, unmoved, withdrew no part of her attention from her netting, but politely suppressed a yawn. These discourteous scenes were exhibited only in Mr. Herbert's absence. His presence instantly suspended Lady Pelham's warfare, and Laura inferred that his wife never made him acquainted with her mother's behaviour. That behaviour formed an exception to the general unsteadiness of Lady Pelham, for to Mrs. Herbert she was consistently cruel and insulting. Nothing could be more tormenting to the benevolent mind of Laura than to witness this system of aggression, and she repented having been instrumental in renewing an intercourse that could lead to no pleasing issue. But the issue was nearer than she expected. One day, in Herbert's absence, Lady Pelham began to discuss with his wife, or rather to her, the never-failing subject of her duplicity and disobedience. She was not interrupted by any expression of regret or repentance from the culprit, who maintained a stoical silence, labouring the while to convey mathematical precision to the crimping of a baby's cap, an employment upon which Lady Pelham seemed to look with peculiar abhorrence. From the turpitude of her daughter's conduct she proceeded to its consequences. She knew no right, she said, that people had to encumber their friends with hosts of beggarly brats. She vowed that none such should ever receive her countenance or protection. Her rage kindled as she spoke. She inveighed against Mrs. Herbert's insensibility, and at last talked herself into such a pitch of fury as even to abuse her for submitting to the company of one who could not conceal detestation of her, a want of spirit which she directly attributed to the most interested views which, however, she absolutely swore that she would defeat. In the energy of her declamation, she did not perceive that Herbert had entered the room, and stood listening to her concluding sentences with a face of angry astonishment. Advancing towards his wife, he indignantly inquired the meaning of the tumult. "Nothing," answered she, calmly surveying her handiwork. "Only my mother is a little angry, but I have not spoken a word." He then turned for explanation to Lady Pelham, whom the flashing of his eye reduced to instantaneous quiet, and, not finding in her stammering abstract of the conversation any apology for the insult which he had heard, he took his wife by the arm and instantly left the house, giving orders that his baggage should follow him to a little inn in the neighbouring village. Thus did the insolence of one person and the hasty spirit of another undo what Laura had for months been labouring to effect. The Herberts never made any attempt at reconciliation, and Lady Pelham would never afterwards hear them mentioned without breaking out into torrents of abuse and even imprecation, which made Laura's blood run cold. Yet, with her usual inconsistency, Lady Pelham was vexed at the suspension of her intercourse with the Herberts, because she thus lost even the shadow of power over her daughter. Not that she acknowledged this cause of regret. No, she eloquently bewailed her hard fate in being exposed to the censure of the world as at variance with her nearest relatives. She complained that, With a heart warm as melting charity, she had no one to love or to cherish. Yet Laura could not always forbear smiling at the perverse direction of her aunt's regrets. Lady Pelham was angry, not that her own unkindness had driven her children from her, but that Laura's officious benevolence had brought them to her house, a measure from which she was pleased to say that no person of common sense could have expected a different issue. End of chapter 22. Chapter 23 of Self-Control by Mary Brunton. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Simon Evers. Chapter 23. If Lady Pelham repined at the desertion of the Herberts, it was not because their departure consigned her to solitude. Never had Walborne attracted so many visitors. Lady Pelham's beautiful niece drew thither all the gentlemen of the neighbourhood. The ladies followed them, of course. The beauty and modesty of Laura charmed the men, while the women were half inclined to think it an unfounded slander that such a good-natured, obliging, neat-handed creature studied mathematics and read Tacitus in the original. Among the society in which she was introduced by Lady Pelham, and still more among that in which she mingled at Norwood, Laura met with persons of distinguished ability, rank, and politeness. In such company she rapidly acquired that ease of address which alone was wanting to make her manners as fascinating as they were correct. She grew accustomed to find herself the object of attention, and though no habit could reconcile her to the gaze of numbers, she gradually learnt to carry into these lesser occasions the self-command which distinguished her in more important concerns. In real modesty and humility she improved every day, for it was the study of her life to improve in them. She retained all the timidity which is the fruit of genuine sensibility and quick perception of impropriety, while she lost that bashfulness which owes its growth to solitude and inexperience. Her personal charms, too, increased as they approached maturity. The symmetry of her form and features was indeed scarcely susceptible of improvement, but added gracefulness gave new attractions to her figure, while the soul lent its improving strength and brightness to animate her face with charms which mere symmetry knows not. With such qualifications Laura could not fail to excite admiration, yet never perhaps did beauty so seldom listen to its own praises. It was labour lost to compliment one who never rewarded the flatterer with one smile of gratified vanity, or repaid him with one complacent departure from the simple truth. To the everyday nothings of the common herd she listened with a weariness which politeness could sometimes scarcely suppress. "Oh, would," thought she, "that civil nothings, as they are called, required no answer, or that one obliging gentleman would undertake the labour of replying to the rest." If addressed in the language of commonplace compliment by one whom she respected, her look of mortification intelligibly said, "Has then your penetration searched me deeper than I know myself, and detected in me the more than childish weakness of valuing myself on such distinctions as those you are praising?" Laura had no personal vanity, and therefore it required no effort to withstand such praise. She had more merit in the more strenuous but less successful exertions which she made to resist the silent flattery of the respectful glance that awaited her decision, besought her approbation, or reflected her sentiments. Sometimes she thought Montague de Courcy an adept in this sort of flattery, but more frequently, when administered by him, she forgot to call it by that name, and she was the less upon her guard against his homage because it was never offered in any more palpable form. Fortified by the advice of his mother, who had convinced him that a premature disclosure of his sentiments would be fatal to his hopes, and aware that were he ever successful with Laura, some further provision must be made for his sister, ere he could with justice increase the expense of his household, he acted with such caution as baffled the penetration of common observers. The neighbouring tea-tables were rather inclined to consign his affections to a lively young heiress, whose estate had formerly been dismembered from that of Norwood, for he had flirted with her at a review and danced with her at the county ball. Moreover, the charitable declared that if he was backward it was not for want of encouragement, that Miss allowed herself strange liberties, though to be sure heiresses might do anything. In spite of the lynx eye in detecting embryo passion which is ascribed to the sex, Montague's secret was safe even from Laura herself. Or if a momentary suspicion had glanced across her mind, she hid it away with self-accusations of vanity, and recollections of the 10,000 opportunities for a declaration which he had suffered to pass unimproved. Besides, Mrs. de Courcy had once hinted that Montague's little fits of melancholy and absence were occasioned by his partiality for a lady whose affections were pre-engaged, and Laura was sure that the hint could not refer to herself. Her humiliating secret, she was thankful, was safely lodged in her own breast, and could never be divulged to cover her with mortification. That which any effort of imagination can ascribe to the influence of Cupid, no woman ever attributed to any other power, and if at any time a shade crossed the open countenance of Montague, Laura called to mind his mother's hint, and added to her truly sisterly affection a pity which lent indescribable softness to her manners towards him. Indeed, she always treated him with undisguised regard, and Montague tried to be satisfied. Yet he could not help longing to read, in some inadvertent glance, a proof that all the heart was not freely shown. In vain. The heart was open as the day, and all was there that could delight the friend, but nothing that could satisfy the lover. He had, however, none of the temptations of jealousy to betray his secret, for his rivals were neither numerous nor formidable. Laura was known to have no fortune, she had little talent for chit-chat, and still less for flattery. Thus, amid universal admiration and general goodwill, she had only two professed adorers. One, who haunted her while present, toasted her when absent, and raved of her charms, both in prose and rhyme, without ever suffering his pretensions to become so serious as to afford her a pretext for seriously repulsing them. The other, a prudent elderly widower, who, being possessed of a good fortune and a full-grown daughter, thought himself entitled to consult his taste without regard to pecuniary views, and conceived that Laura might be useful to the young lady in the double capacities of companion and example. Laura's answer to his proposals was a firm but gentle refusal, while she assured him that she would not abuse his confidence nor betray the trust he had reposed in her. Elderly gentlemen are seldom inclined to publish a repulse. The widower never mentioned his even to Lady Pelham, and Laura, on this occasion, owed to her principle an escape from many a tedious remonstrance and many a covert attack. The summer had almost glided away, and Montague continued to fluctuate between hope and fear, his mother to cherish his hopes and allay his apprehensions, Laura to be tranquil, Harriet to be gay, and Lady Pelham to exhibit by turns every various degree of every various humour, when one morning Mr. Courcy, who had lately returned from a visit to a companion, accompanied her brother on horseback to Walborne. Lady Pelham was, as usual, engaged in her garden, but the visitors had no sooner entered the room where Laura sat than she observed that they seemed to have exchanged characters. Harriet looked almost thoughtful, while the countenance of de Courcy sparkled with unusual animation. He was gay even to restlessness. He offered to give Laura her lesson in mathematics, and before it was half over, having completely bewildered both himself and his pupil, he tossed away the book, declaring that he never in his life was so little fit for thinking. Pleasure spoke in every tone of his voice, or sported in his eye when he was silent. After a short visit, enlivened by a hilarity which Laura found more infectious than the gravity of Harriet, he proposed leaving his sister with her friend while he rode on to call for a gentleman in the neighbourhood. "Begone, then," cried Laura gaily, "for I long to question Harriet what has given you such enviable spirits this morning." "Ah, she must not betray me," said de Courcy, half smiling, half sighing, "or I forfeit my only chance of being remembered when I am out of sight. If she can be silent, curiosity may perhaps befriend me." "How very humble!" cried Laura, "as if curiosity were the only name you could find for the interest I take in what makes you gay, or Harriet grave." "Dear Laura," said de Courcy ardently, "give the cause what name you will, if you will, but think of me." Then snatching her lily hands, he pressed them to his lips, and the next moment was gone. Confused, surprised, a little displeased, Laura stood silently revolving his behaviour. He had never before made the slightest approach to personal familiarity. Had her frankness invited the freedom? Dear Laura. It was the first time he had ever called her by any name less respectful than Miss Montraville. Well, and what then? It were mere prudery to be displeased at such a trifle. What, thought she, can have delighted him so much? Perhaps the lady is kind at last. He need not, however, have vented his transports upon me. And Laura was a little more angry than before. During her cogitation, Laura forgot that she might apply to her companion for a solution of the mystery. Perhaps she did not even recollect that Harriet was in the room, till, happening to turn her head, she met a glance of sly inquisition, which, however, was instantly withdrawn. Harriet made no comment on the subject of her observation. "The man is as much elated," cried she, "as if he were 45 and had never had a lover before." "You, my dear Harriet," exclaimed Laura, instantly recovering her good humour, "is it a conquest of yours that has pleased Mr. de Courcy so much?" "Even so," returned Harriet. "Hey-ho! I congratulate you, yet it does not seem to delight you quite as much as it does your brother." "Really, Laura, I am not sure whether it does or not, so I am come to ask you." "Me? Indeed, you have too much confidence in my penetration. But you have, fortunately, abler and more natural advisers. Your mother—" "Oh, my mother is so cautious, so afraid of influencing me, when to be influenced is the very thing I want. I do hate caution. Then I can't talk it over with her as I could with you. And then there's Montague, who looks so provokingly pleased, yet he pretends to prim up his mouth and say, 'Really it is a subject on which he neither can nor ought to give an opinion.' Pray advise me, my dear." "What, before I know who the gentleman is, when perhaps you have even no right to inform me?" "Oh, nonsense! It is Bolingbroke. But I believe you have never met with him." "So you would have me advise you to marry a man whom I have never seen, for of course that is the advice you want. Had the balance laid on the other side, no advice would have been thought necessary." "Pooh!" cried Harriet, pouting. "I don't want to be advised to marry him." "Are you sure," returned Laura, smiling, "that you know what you want?" "Saucy girl, I would have you tell me whether I am ever likely to marry him." "Do you think I am by birth entitled to the second sight, that I should foresee this before I know anything of the gentleman's merits, or, what is of more consequence, of their rank in your estimation?" "The man has good legs," said Harriet, plaiting the fingers of her glove with great industry. "Legs! Really, Harriet, I was in hopes I had for once found you serious." "So am I, my dear. I never was so serious before. I hope I never shall be again. Yet I don't know what to think, so I shall just tell you honestly how the matter stands, and you shall think for me." "I will not promise that, but I own I have some curiosity to hear your honest confession." "Oh, you need not peep so archly askance under those long eyelashes. I can stand a direct look, I assure you. For at this moment I have not the slightest preference in the world for Bolingbroke over 60 of others." "Then what room is there for hesitation?" "Why, my dear, in the first place, he has a noble fortune, though that goes for nothing with you. Secondly, he is really a good creature, and far from a fool. Then, to talk in your style, I've had advantages in observing his temper and dispositions, such as I shall never have with any other man, for his sister and I have been companions from childhood, and I've lived under his roof for months. Then, what will weigh with you more than all, he's Montague's particular favourite." "Great recommendations these, Harriet, sufficient at least to bias any woman who intends to marry. I should like to know Mr. Bolingbroke." "Here is his letter, my dear," said Harriet. "It came enclosed in one to my brother. There is a good deal of the man's turn in it." Laura took the letter and read as follows: "I will not wrong your penetration so much as suppose that this letter will surprise you, or that you will fail to anticipate the subject on the first glance of the signature. Nor do I write to tell you, in the hackneyed phrase, that the happiness of my whole life depends upon you, because, next to your affection, nothing is so desirable to me as your esteem, and the hope that, though you should reject my suit, you will continue to respect my understanding. But I may with truth declare that I prefer you to all women, that I love you, not only in spite of your faults, but perhaps even the more for them, and that to forfeit the hope of your affection would dispel many a long-cherished vision of domestic peace, and even more lighter dreams of rapture. Dearest Harriet, Do not, in return for this confession, write me a cold profession of esteem. I know already that you esteem me, for you have long known me possessed of qualities that inevitably engage esteem. But I am conscious of a deficiency in the gifts that excite passion, and I dread that I may never awaken sentiments like those I feel. Yet it is no small compliment which I offer, when I suppose you superior to the attractions which captivate the vulgar of your sex, and you may value it the more because it is perhaps the only one I shall ever pay you. To say all this, or something like it, has long been in my thoughts, and during your late visits to my sister occupied them more than I shall own, but a dread of I know not what forced me to let you depart without offering to your acceptance all that I have to offer. I felt a certainty that I was not yet beloved, and I believe I feared that you, in your lively way, so I must call it, since no epithet that implies reproof must flow from a lover's pen, would give utterance to the feeling of the moment and bid me think of you no more. Is it presumption to say that I hope more from a more considerate decision? Ask your own heart, then, dear Mr. Kersey, whether time and the assiduities of respectful love can beguile you of such tenderness as is due to a confiding, affectionate husband. Ask yourself whether you can ever return my warm attachment to such a degree as will make the duties of a wife easy and pleasant to you. I need not assure you that I am not the selfish wretch who could find joy in receiving those which were painfully and reluctantly performed. Be candid with yourself, then, I adjure you. Fear not that I shall persecute you with importunity or complaint. If it must be so, I will see you no more for some months, and at the end of that time shall expect, in reward of my self-conquest, to be received with cordiality as your brother's friend. If your sentence be against me, save yourself the pain of telling me so, for I know that it must be painful to you. Yet judge of the strength of that regard which is thus anxious to shield you from uneasiness at the moment when it anticipates such pain from your hands. If you can give me hope, and observe when I say hope I do not mean certainty, do not tax your delicacy for studied phrases of acceptance, but write me even a common card of invitation to Norwood, and the tenderest billet that ever was penned by woman never gave more pleasure than it will bring to your very affectionate and obedient servant, Edward Bolingbroke. Laura could not help smiling at the composed style of this epistle, so different from the only ones of its kind with which she was conversant. A lover confess that his mistress had faults, and that he was sensible of them. Insinuate that he expected not only duty, but willing and grateful duty from his wife. Have the boldness to expect that, if his passion were unsuccessful, he should quickly be able to conquer it. Laura felt no inclination to envy her friend a lover so fully in the exercise of his judgment and foresight, but she was pleased with the plain honest rationality of the letter, and with the materials before her, immediately busied her imagination in its favourite work of sketching and adorning character. She was called from her meditation by another petition for advice. "You see," said Harriet, "he pretends not to expect certainty, but is much the same whether one runs one's neck into the noose or gets entangled so that one can't decently get off. If I could creditably contrive to keep him dangling till I had made up my mind," continued she, illustrating the metaphor with her watch-chain. "Do assist me, my dear. I'm sure you've managed a dozen of them in your time." "My experience is not so extensive," replied Laura, "and I can really assist you to no creditable method of trifling." "You would not have me resolve to marry a man whom I don't care a farthing for?" "No, indeed. But I think Mr. Bolingbroke would have a right to complain if you gave hopes which you did not fulfil." "You would have me dismiss him at once, then?" "By no means. But I would have you think for yourself on a subject of which no other person can judge. And remember, my dear, that as your decision has neither been wrested from you by surprise nor seduced from you by persuasion, you have no excuse for forming a weak or wavering resolution." Determined that on such a subject she would deliver no opinion, Laura was relieved from some embarrassment by the return of De Courcy. His reflections during his ride had effectually quelled the exuberance of his spirits, and he endeavoured to repair his unguardedness by distant politeness. His manner increased the feeling of restraint of which Laura could not at that time divest herself, and after a short and constrained sequel to a visit which had begun so differently, Montague hurried his sister away. "I shall never conquer her indifference," said he to his mother, after relating the folly of the morning. "Had you seen her frozen look of displeasure, you would have been convinced." "And how, my dear Montague, could you expect Miss Montraville to receive such freedom? Like a little village coquette gasping at the prospect of a first lover? If you are convinced that your secret would still be heard without pleasure, you must redouble your caution to preserve it. But suffer me to warn you against the extreme of reserve in which I have sometimes observed that you are apt to fall. It could only confirm suspicions if they are excited. If not, it will disgust by an appearance of caprice." Montague promised to be guarded, and withdrew to seek in his laboratory a refuge from despondence. Those who pursue worldly gains and vulgar pleasures must cheerlessly toil on, waiting for their reward till their end is attained. But the pursuits of science and of virtue have this advantage peculiar to themselves, that there is reward in the labour, even though the success be only partial. And in half an hour all Montague's cares were absorbed in the muriatic acid. In a few days he again saw Laura, and her sunny smile of welcome revived hopes which she little thought of fulfilling. When a woman of ordinary delicacy is brought to hesitate upon the proposal of a lover, it is easy, provided prudence be on her side, to conjecture how the balance will turn. Mr. Bolingbroke received his card of invitation to Norwood, and his suit advanced prosperously, though slowly. He was a plain, unpretending man, 7 years at least beyond excuse for any youthful indiscretion, habitually silent, though sure of commanding attention when he spoke. The perfect fairness and integrity of his mind had secured him the respect of all his acquaintance in a degree which he appeared to have precisely estimated, and he never seemed to expect less or to exact more. His calm, unobtrusive manners never captivated a stranger, nor gave offence to an intimate. He was kind and generous to a sister, who 20 years before had succeeded as his plaything to tops and marbles, and uniformly respectful to a maiden aunt who had, about the same date, replaced his mother as directress of the family. His father had been long dead, and in consequence of his steady resistance of all the batteries of charms opened against him, or rather against his £7,000 a year, the ladies had begun to shake their heads and pronounce him a determined bachelor. But notwithstanding their decision, Mr. Bolingbroke was resolved to marry, for he considered marriage as one of the duties of his station. Harriet, amused, became customary, pleasing, necessary to him. "Our dissimilarity will assist us to correct each other's failings," thought he, and his choice was fixed. He was aware that a grave, elderly man might find some difficulty in attaching a volatile girl, and though he could not condescend to flatter even his mistress, he was assiduous to please. He bestowed an infinity of little attentions, which were the more gratifying because, from a man of his temper, they were wholly unexpected. His books, his horses, his carriage waited but a half-expressed wish. He planned little excursions and parties of pleasure, or contrived to add some agreeable surprise to those which were proposed by others. Far from showing any paltry jealousy, he treated Mr. Kersey's favourites of both sexes with distinguished politeness, and perhaps he owed his success with a heart which had withstood more attractive admirers, partly to the agreeable associations which he found means to raise, partly to vanity, pleased with power over the philosophic Mr. Bolingbroke. Montague watched the progress of his friend with keen interest, but he conscientiously avoided influencing Harriet's decision. On the contrary, lest the dread of future dependence should weigh with her, he informed her that, should she prefer a single life, or should other circumstances render such a sum important to her, he was determined to double the little fortune he had already given. While he was anxious to see his sister's happiness secured by her union with an estimable man, he felt that her marriage with Mr. Bolingbroke would immediately remove one grand obstacle to his own wishes, for the little dower which he was determined ere he settled in life to save for Harriet would form an addition altogether insignificant to the splendid settlement which was now in her power. There was nothing quixotic in the justice and generosity of De Courcy, and he had no intention of incurring real difficulty and privation for the sake of adding a trifle to the stores of affluence. He therefore considered his sister's marriage as leaving him at full liberty to pursue his inclinations with regard to Laura, if the time should ever arrive when he could declare them without hazarding the forfeiture of even his present stinted measure of favour. End of chapter 23. Chapter 24 of Self-Control by Mary Brunton. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Simon Evers. Chapter 24. One day Mr. Kersey expressed a wish to show Laura the collection of paintings at a celebrated seat in the neighbourhood. Mr. Bolingbroke immediately undertook to procure the permission of the noble owner, who was his relation, and the party was speedily arranged. Mrs. Penelope's sociable, as Mr. Bolingbroke called it, was to convey his aunt, his sister, Harriet, and Mrs. de Courcy, to whom the genial warmth of the season had partially restored the use of her limbs. Mrs. Penelope piqued herself upon rising with the lark, and enforcing the same wholesome habit upon the whole household. The Bolingbroks were, therefore, to take an early breakfast at Norwood, and then to proceed on their excursion. De Courcy and Mr. Bolingbroke were to ride. Lady Pelham and Laura were to join the party in the grounds. The weather proved delightful, and after spending some hours in examining the paintings, in which Laura derived additional pleasure from the skilful comments of de Courcy, the party proceeded to view the grounds, when she, with almost equal delight, contemplated a finished specimen of modern landscape gardening. Pursuing as usual his cautious plan, Montague divided his attentions pretty equally between the elder ladies and Miss Bolingbroke, bestowing the least part upon her for whom he would willingly have reserved all, while Harriet, in good humour with herself and with all around her, frankly gave her arm to her lover, and sometimes laughing, sometimes blushing, suffered herself to loiter, to incline her head in listening to somewhat said in a half-whisper, and to answer it in an undertone, without recollecting that she had resolved, should she have quite made up her mind, to restrain her habitual propensity to flirting. De Courcy was certainly above the meanness of envy, but he could not suppress a sigh, as, with Mrs. Penelope and his mother leaning on his arms, while Laura walked behind with Miss Bolingbroke, he followed Harriet and his friend into the darkened path that led to a hermitage. The walk was shaded by yew, cypress, and other trees of dusky foliage, which, closing into an arch, excluded the gaudy sunshine. As they proceeded, the shade deepened into twilight, and the heats of noon gave place to refreshing coolness. The path terminated in a porch of wickerwork, forming the entrance to the hermitage, the walls of which were composed of the roots of trees, on the outside rugged as from the hand of nature, but within polished and fancifully adorned with shells and fossils. Opposite to the entrance, a rude curtain of leopard skin seemed to cover a recess, and Harriet, hastily drawing it aside, gave to view a prospect gay with every variety of cheerful beauty. The meadows, lately cleared from their burden, displayed a vivid green, and light shadows quickly passed over them and were gone. The cornfields were busy with the first labours of the harvest. The village spars were thickly sown in the distance. More near, a rapid river flashed bright to the sun, yet the blaze came chastened to the eye, for it entered an awning close hung with the graceful tendrils of the passion-flower. The party were not soon weary of so lovely a landscape, and returning to the more shady apartment, found an elegant collation of fruits and ices, supplied by the gallantry of Mr. Bolingbroke. Never was there a more cheerful repast. Lady Pelham was luckily in good humour, and therefore condescended to permit others to be so too. Laura, happily for herself, possessed a faculty not common to beauties. She could be contented where another was the chief object of attention, and she was actually enjoying the court that was paid to her friend, when, accidentally raising the vine-leaf which held the fruit she was eating, she observed some verses pencilled on the rustic table, in a handwriting familiar to her recollection. Sudden instinct made her hastily replace the leaf, and steal a glance to see whether any other eyes had followed hers. No one seemed to have noticed her, but Laura's gaiety had vanished. The lines were distinct, as if recently traced, and Laura's blood ran chill at the thought that, had she even a few hours sooner visited this spot, she might have met Colonel Hargrave. "He may still be near," thought she, and she wished, though she could not propose, to be instantly gone. None of her companions, however, seemed inclined to move. They continued their merriment, while Laura, her mind wholly occupied with one subject, again stole a glimpse of the writing. It was undoubtedly Hargrave's, and, deaf to all that was passing around her, she fell into a reverie which was first interrupted by the company rising to depart. Though she had been in such haste to be gone, she was now the last to go. In her momentary glance at the sonnet, she had observed that it was inscribed to her. Of what possible consequence, thought she, can it be to me? Yet she lingered behind to read it. In language half passionate, half melancholy, it complained of the pains of absence and the cruelty of too rigid virtue. But it broke off abruptly, as if the writer had been suddenly interrupted. So rapidly did Laura glance over the lines that her companions had advanced but a few paces ere she was hastening to follow them. On reaching the porch, she saw that the walk was just entered by two gentlemen. An instant convinced her that one of them was Hargrave. Neither shriek nor exclamation announced this discovery, but Laura, turning pale, shrank back out of view. Her first feeling was eager desire of escape. Her first thought that, returning to the inner apartment, she might thence spring from the lofty terrace on the verge of which the hermitage was reared. She was deterred by recollecting the absurd appearance of such an escape and the surprise it would occasion. But what was to be done? There was no third way of leaving the place where she stood, and if she remained, in a few moments Hargrave would be there. These ideas darted so confusedly through her mind that it seemed rather by instinct than design that she drew her hat over her face and doubled her veil in order to pass him unnoticed. She again advanced to the porch, but perceived, not without consternation, that Hargrave had joined her party and stood talking to Lady Pelham in an attitude of easy cordiality. Laura did not comment upon the free morality which had courted such a reception to such a character, for she was sick at heart and trembled in every limb. Now there was no escape. He would certainly accost her, and she must answer him without emotion. Or how would Mr. de Courcy, how would his mother, construe her weakness? What would Hargrave himself infer from it? What but that her coldness sprung from mere passing anger, or, more degrading still, from jealousy? The truant crimson now rushed back unbidden, and Laura proceeded with slow but steady steps. During her short walk she continued to struggle with herself. "Let me but this once command myself," said she, "and wherefore should I not? It is he who ought to shrink, it is he who ought to tremble." Yet it was Laura who trembled, when, advancing towards her, Lady Pelham introduced her to Colonel Hargrave as her niece. Laura's inclination of the head, cold as indifference could make it, did not seem to acknowledge former intimacy, and when Hargrave, with a manner respectful even to timidity, claimed her acquaintance, she gave a short answer of frozen civility and turned away. Shrinking from even the slightest converse with him, she hastily passed on. Then, determined to avoid him no opportunity of speaking to her, she glided in between Mrs. de Courcy, who stood anxiously watching her, and Harriet, who was studying the contour of Hargrave's face, and offering an arm to each, she gently drew them forward. Mr. Bolingbroke immediately joined them, and entered into conversation with Harriet, while Mrs. de Courcy continued to read the legible countenance of Laura, who silently walked on, revolving in her mind the difference between this and her last unexpected meeting with Hargrave. The freedom of his address to the unfriended girl who was endeavouring to exchange the labour of her hands for a pittance to support existence, a freedom which had once found sympathetic excuse in the breast of Laura, she now, not without indignation, contrasted with the respect offered to Lady Pelham's niece, surrounded by the rich and the respectable. Yet while she remembered what had then been her half-affected coldness, her ill-restrained sensibility, and compared them with the total alienation of heart which she now experienced, she could not stifle a sigh which rose at the recollection that in her the raptures of love and joy were chilled never more to warm. "Would that my preference had been more justly directed," thought she, her eye unconsciously wandering to de Courcy. "But that is all over now." From idle regrets Laura soon turned to more characteristic meditation upon the conduct most suitable for her to pursue. Hargrave had joined her party, had been acknowledged, by some of them at least, as an acquaintance, and had particularly attached himself to Lady Pelham with whom he followed in close conversation. Laura thought he would probably take the first opportunity of addressing himself to her, and if her manner towards him corresponded with the bent of her feelings, consciousness made her fear that in her distance and constraint Lady Pelham's already suspicious eye would read more than merely dislike to a vicious character. Hargrave himself, too, might mistake who so nearly resembled her former manner for the veil of her former sentiments. She might possibly escape speaking to him for the present, but if he was fixed in the neighbourhood, and something of the woman whispered that he would not leave it immediately, they would probably meet where to avoid him was not in her power. After some minutes of close consideration, she concluded that to treat Colonel Hargrave with easy civil indifference best accorded with what she owed to her own dignity, and was best calculated, if he retained one spark of sensibility or discernment, to convince him that her sentiments had undergone an irrevocable change. This method, therefore, she determined to pursue, making, with a sigh, this grand proviso that she should find it practicable. Mrs. de Courcy, who guessed the current of her thoughts, suffered it to proceed without interruption, and it was not till Laura relaxed her brow and raised her head like one who has taken his resolution, that her companion, stopping, complained of fatigue, proposing, as her own carriage was not in waiting, to borrow Lady Pelham's and return home, leaving the other ladies to be conveyed in Mrs. Penelope's sociable to Norwood, where the party was to dine. Not willing to direct the proposal to Laura, upon whose account chiefly it was made, she then turned to Mrs. Penelope, and inquired whether she did not feel tired with her walk. But that lady, who piqued herself upon being a hale, active woman of her age, declared herself able for much greater exertion, and would walk, she said, till she had secured an appetite for dinner. Laura, who had modestly held back till Mrs. Penelope's decision was announced, now eagerly offered her attendance, while Mrs. de Courcy, with a little dissembled hesitation, accepted, smiling to perceive how well she had divined her young favourite's inclinations. The whole party attended them to the spot where the carriages were waiting. On reaching them, Mr. Bolingbroke, handing in Mrs. de Courcy, left Laura's side for the first time free to Hargrave, who instantly occupied it, while Montague, the drops standing on his forehead, found himself shackled between Mrs. Penelope and Miss Bolingbroke. "Ever dear, ever revered Miss Montraville," Hargrave began in an insinuating whisper. "Sir!" cried Laura, starting with indignant surprise. "Nay, start not," continued he in an under voice. "I have much, much to say. Lady Pelham allows me to visit Walborne. Will you permit me to?" Laura had not yet studied her lesson of easy civility, and therefore the courtesy of a slight inclination of the head was contradicted by the tone in which she interrupted him, saying, "I never presume, sir, to select Lady Pelham's visitors." She had reached the door of the carriage, and Hargrave took her hand to assist her in entering. Had Laura been prepared, she would have suffered him, though reluctantly, to do her this little service, but he took her unawares, and, snatching back her hand as from the touch of a loathsome reptile, she sprang, unassisted, into her seat. As the carriage drove off, Mrs. de Courcy again apologized for separating Laura from her companions. "Though I know not," added she, "whether I should not rather take credit for withdrawing you from such dangerous society. All ladies who have stray hearts must guard them, either in person or by proxy, since this formidable Colonel Hargrave has come among us. He has fortunately placed the more respectable part of us in perfect security," returned Laura, with a smile and voice of such unembarrassed simplicity as fully satisfied her examiner. Had Laura spent a lifetime in studying to give pain, which indeed was not in all her thoughts, she could not have inflicted a sharper sting on the proud heart of Hargrave than by the involuntary look and gesture with which she quitted him. The idea of inspiring with disgust, unmixed, irresistible disgust, the woman upon whose affections, or rather upon whose passions, he had laboured so zealously and so long, had ever been more than he could bear, even when the expression of her dislike had no witness. But now she had published it to chattering misses and prying old maids, and more favoured rivals. Hargrave bit his lip till the blood came, and if the lightning of the eye could scathe, his wrath had been far more deadly to others. After walking for some minutes surly and apart, he began to comfort himself with the hopes of future revenge. She had loved him, passionately loved him, and he was certain she could not be so utterly changed. Her behaviour was either all affectation, or a conceit of the strength of her own mind, which all these clever women were so vain of. But the spark still lurked somewhere, whatever she might imagine, and if he could turn her own weapons against herself. Then, recollecting that he had resolved to cultivate Lady Pelham, he resumed his station by her side, and was again the courtly, insinuating Colonel Hargrave. Hargrave had lately acquired a friend, or rather an adviser, the dissolute have no friends, who was admirably calculated to supply the deficiencies of his character as a man of pleasure. Indeed, except in so far as pleasure was his constant aim, no term could, with less justice, have been applied to Hargrave. For his life was chiefly divided between the goadings of temptations to which he himself lent arms, and the pangs of self-reproach which he could not exclude and would not render useful. The straight and narrow way he never had a thought of treading, but his wanderings were more frequent than he intended, his returns more lingering. The very strength of his passions made him incapable of deep or persevering deceit. He was humane to the suffering that pressed itself on his notice, if it came at a convenient season, and he was disinterested if neglect of gold deserved the name. Lambert, his new adviser, had no passions, no humanity, no neglect of gold. He was a gamester. The practice of this profession, for though a man of family and fortune he made it a profession, had rendered him skilful to discern and remorseless to use the weaknesses of his fellow creatures. His estate lay contiguous to the little town where Hargrave had been quartered when he visited at Norwood, but the year which Hargrave passed there was spent by Lambert almost entirely alone in London. He had returned, however, to the country, had been introduced to Hargrave, and had just fixed upon him as an easy prey, when the soldier was saved for a time by receiving intimation of his promotion and orders to join his regiment in a distant county. They met again in an evil hour, just as Hargrave had half determined to abandon as fruitless his search after Laura. The necessity of a stimulant was as strong as ever. Another necessity, too, was strong, for £10,000 of damages had been awarded to Lord Bellamar. Hargrave could not easily raise the money, and Lord Lincourt refused to advance a shilling. "A pretty expensive pleasure has this Lady Bellamar been to me," said Hargrave, bestowing on her ladyship a coarse enough epithet, for even fine gentlemen will sometimes call women what they have found them to be. He was prevailed on to try the gaming table for the supply of both his wants, and found that pleasure fully twice as expensive. His friend introduced him to some of those accommodating gentlemen who lend money at illegal interest, and was generous enough to supply him when they would venture no more upon an estate in reversion. Lambert had accidentally heard of the Phoenix which had appeared at Walborne, and on comparing the description he received of her with that to which with politic patience he had often listened, he had no doubt of having found the object of Hargrave's search. But as it did not suit his present views that the lover should renew the pursuit, he dropped not a hint of his discovery, listening, with a gamester's insensibility, to the regrets which burst forth amidst the struggles of aspiring virtue, for her whose soft influence would have led to peace and honour. At last, a dispute arising between the worthy Mr. Lambert and his respectable coadjutors as to the partition of the spoil, it occurred to him that he could more effectually monopolize his prey in the country, and thither accordingly he was called by pressing business. There he was presently so fortunate as to discover a Miss Montraville, on whose charms he descanted in a letter to Hargrave in such terms that, though he averred she could not be Hargrave's Miss Montraville, Hargrave was sure she could be no other, and, as his informer expected, arrived in Lancashire as soon as a chaise and four could convey him thither. Lambert had now a difficult game to play, for he had roused the leading passion, and the collateral one could act but feebly. But they who often tread the crooked path find pleasure in its intricacy, vainly conceiting that it gives proof of their sagacity, and Lambert looked with pleasure on the obstacles in his way. He trusted that while the master spirit detained Hargrave within the circle of Walborne, he might dexterously practise with the lesser imp of evil. Had his letter afforded a clue to Laura's residence, Hargrave would have flown directly to Walborne, but he was first obliged to stop at, and Lambert with some difficulty persuaded him that, as he was but slightly known to Lady Pelham, and probably in disgrace with her protégé, it would be more politic to delay his visit, and first meet them at the Lord's, where he had information that they were to go on the following day. "You will take your girl at unawares," said he, "if she be your girl, and that is no bad way of feeling your ground." The vanity of extorting from Laura's surprise some unequivocal token of his power prevailed on the lover to delay the interview till the morning, and after spending half the evening in dwelling upon the circumstances of his last unexpected meeting with her, which distance softened in his imagination to more than its actual tenderness, he early in the morning set out with Lambert, where he took post in the hermitage as a place which no stranger omitted to visit. Growing weary of waiting, he dispatched Lambert as a scout, and, lest he should miss Laura, remained himself in the hermitage till his emissary brought him information that the party were in the picture gallery. Thither he hastened, but the party had already left the house, and thus had Laura accidental warning of his approach. No reception could have been so mortifying to him, who was prepared to support her sinking under the struggle of love and duty, of jealousy and pride. No struggle was visible, or if there was, it was but a faint strife between native courtesy and strong dislike. He boasted to Lambert of her tenderness. The specimen certainly was not flattering. Most of her companions were little more gracious. De Courcy paid him no more attention than bare civility required. With the Bolingbroks he was unacquainted, but the character of his companion was sufficient reason for their reserve. Lady Pelham was the only person present who soothed his wounded vanity. Pleased with the prospect of unravelling the mystery into which she had pried so long in vain, charmed with the easy gallantry and adroit flattery of which Hargrave in his cooler moments was consummate master, she accepted his attentions with great cordiality, while he had the address tacitly to persuade her that they were a tribute to her powers of entertaining. Before they parted, she had converted her permission to visit Walborne into a pressing invitation, nay, had even hinted to De Courcy the propriety of asking the Colonel to join the dinner party that day at Norwood. The hint, however, was not taken, and therefore, in her way home, Lady Pelham indulged her fellow travellers with sundry moral and ingenious reflections concerning the folly of being righteous overmuch, and on the alluring accessible form of the true virtue, contrasted with the repulsive, bristly, hedgehog-like make of the false. Indeed, it must be owned that for the rest of the evening her ladyship's conversation was rather sententious than agreeable, but the rest of the party, in high good humour, overlooked her attacks, or parried them in play. Montague had watched the cold composure of Laura on Hargrave's first accosting her, and seen the gesture which repulsed him at parting, and though in the accompanying look he lost volumes, his conclusions on the whole were favourable. Still no doubt arose whether her manner sprung not from the fleeting resentment of affection, and he was standing mournfully calculating the effects of Hargrave's perseverance, when his mother, in passing him as she followed her guests to the eating-room, said in an emphatical whisper, "I am satisfied. There is no worm in the bud." Mrs. De Courcy's encouraging assertion was confirmed by the behaviour of Laura herself, for she maintained her usual serene cheerfulness, nor could even the eye of love detect more than one short fit of distraction, and then the subject of thought seemed anything rather than pleasing retrospect or glad anticipation. The company of his friends, Harriet's pointedly favourable reception of Mr. Bolingbroke's assiduities, and the rise of his hopes, all enlivened Montague to unusual vivacity, and led him to a deed of daring which he had often projected without finding courage to perform it. He thought, if he could speak of Hargrave to Laura, and watch her voice, her eye, her complexion, all his doubts would be solved. With this view, contriving to draw her a little apart, he ventured for the first time to name his rival, mentioned Lady Pelham's hint, and, faltering, asked Laura whether he had not done wrong in resisting it. "Really," answered Laura, with a very naive smile and a very faint blush, "I don't wonder you hesitate in offering me such a piece of flattery as to ask my opinion." "Do not tax me with flattering you," said De Courcy earnestly. "I would as soon flatter an apostle. But tell me candidly what you think." "Then, candidly," said Laura, raising her mild, unembarrassed eye to his, "I think you did right, perfectly right, in refusing your countenance to a person of Colonel Hargrave's character. While vice is making her encroachments on every hand, It is not for the friends of virtue to remove the ancient landmarks." Though this was one of the staidest pieces of morality that ever Montague had heard Laura utter, he could scarcely refrain from repaying it by clasping her to his heart. Convinced that her affections were free, he could not contain his rapture, but exclaimed, "Laura, you are an angel, and if I did not already love beyond all power of expression, I should be—" He raised his eyes to seek those of Laura, and met his mother's, fixed on him with an expression that compelled him to silence. "You should be in love with me," said Laura, laughing, and filling up the sentence as she imagined it was meant to conclude. "Well, I shall be content with the second place." Mrs. de Courcy, who had approached them, now spoke on some indifferent subject, and saved her son from a very awkward attempt at explanation. She drew her chair close to Laura, and soon engaged her in a conversation so animated that Montague forgot his embarrassment, and joined them with all his natural ease and cheerfulness. The infection of his ease and cheerfulness Laura had ever found irresistible. Flashes of wit and genius followed the collision of their minds, and the unstudied eloquence, the poetic imagery of her style, sprung forth at his touch, like blossoms in the steps of the fabled Flora. Happy with her friends, Laura almost forgot the disagreeable adventure of the morning, and every look and word mutually bestowing pleasure, the little party were as happy as affection and esteem could make them, when Lady Pelham, with an aspect like a sea fog, and a voice suitably forbidding, inquired whether her niece would be pleased to go home, or whether she preferred sitting chattering there all night. Laura, without any sign of noticing the rudeness of this address, rose, and said she was quite ready to attend her ladyship. In vain did the de Courcys entreat her to prolong her visit till the morning. To dare to be happy without her concurrence was treason against Lady Pelham's dignity, and unfortunately she was not in a humour to concur in the joy of any living thing. De Courcy's reserve towards her new favourite she considered as a tacit reproof of her own cordiality, and she had just such a conviction that the reproof was deserved as to make her thoroughly out of humour with the reprover, with herself, and consequently with everybody else. Determined to interrupt pleasure which she would not share, the more her hosts pressed her stay, the more she hastened her departure, and she mingled her indifferent good night to them with more energetic reprimands to the tardiness of her coachman. "Thank heaven," said she, thrusting herself into the corner of her carriage with that jerk in her motion which indicates a certain degree of irritation. "To-morrow we shall probably see a civilized being." A short pause followed. Laura's plain integrity and prudence had gained such ascendancy over Lady Pelham that her niece's opinion was to her ladyship a kind of second conscience, having indeed much the same powers as the first. Its sanction was necessary to her quiet, though it had not force to control her actions. On the present occasion she wished above all things to know Laura's sentiments, but she would not condescend to ask them directly. "Colonel Hargrave's manners are quite those of a gentleman," she resumed. The remark was entirely ineffectual, for Laura coolly assented, without inquiring whether he were the civilized being whom Lady Pelham expected to see. Another pause. "Colonel Hargrave will be at Walborne to-morrow," said Lady Pelham, the tone of her voice sharpening with impatience. "Will he, ma'am?" returned Laura, without moving a muscle. "If Miss Montraville has no objections," said Lady Pelham, converting by a toss of her head and a twist of her upper lip the words of compliment into an insult. "Probably," said Laura with a smile, "my objections would make no great difference." "Oh, to be sure," returned Lady Pelham, "it would be lost labour to state them to such an obstinate, unreasonable person as I am. Well, I believe you are the first who ever accused me of obstinacy." If Lady Pelham expected a compliment to her pliability, she was disappointed, for Laura only answered, "I shall never presume to interfere in the choice of your ladyship's visitors." That she should be thus compelled to be explicit was more than Lady Pelham's temper could endure. Her eyes flashing with rage, "Superlative humility indeed!" she exclaimed with a sneer, but awed in spite of herself from the free expression of her fury, she muttered it within her shut teeth in a sentence of which the words "close" and "Jesuitical" alone reached Laura's ear. A long and surly silence followed. Lady Pelham's pride and anger struggling with her desire to learn the foundation and extent of the disapprobation which she suspected that her conduct excited. The latter at last partly prevailed, though Lady Pelham still disclaimed condescending to direct consultation. "Pray, Miss Montraville," said she, "if Colonel Hargrave's visits were to you, what mighty objections might your sanctity find to them?" Laura had long ago observed that a slight exertion of her spirit was the best quietus to her aunt's ill humour, and therefore, addressing her with calm austerity, she said, "Any young woman, madam, who values her reputation, might object to Colonel Hargrave's visits merely on the score of prudence, but even my superlative humility does not reconcile me to company which I despise, and my sanctity, as your ladyship is pleased to call it, rather shrinks from the violator of laws divine and human." Lady Pelham withdrew her eyes to escape a glance which they never could stand, but, bridling, she said, "Well, Miss Montraville, I am neither young nor sanctimonious, therefore your objections cannot apply to Colonel Hargrave's visits to me, and I am determined," continued she, speaking as if strength of voice denoted strength of resolution, "I am determined that I will not throw away the society of an agreeable man to gratify the whims of a parcel of narrow-minded bigots." To this attack Laura answered only with a smile. She smiled to see herself classed with the De Courcys, for she had no doubt that they were the bigots to whom Lady Pelham referred. She smiled, too, to observe that the boasted freedom of meaner minds is but a poor attempt to hide from themselves the restraint imposed by the opinions of the wise and good. The carriage stopped, and Laura took sanctuary in her own apartment. But at supper she met her aunt with smiles of unaffected complacency, and, according to the plan which she invariably pursued, appeared to have forgotten Lady Pelham's fit of spleen, by that means enabling her aunt to recover from it with as little expense to her pride as possible. End of chapter 24. Chapter 25 of Self-Control by Mary Brunton. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Simon Evers. Chapter 25. Lady Pelham was not disappointed in her expectation of seeing Colonel Hargrave on the following day. He called at Walborne while her ladyship was still at her toilet, and was shown into the drawing-room, where Laura had already taken her station. She rose to receive him with an air which showed that his visit gave her neither surprise nor pleasure, and, motioning him to a distant seat, quietly resumed her occupation. Hargrave was a little disconcerted. He expected that Laura would shun him with marks of strong resentment, or perhaps with the agitation of offended love, and he was prepared for nothing but to entreat the audience which she now seemed inclined to offer him. Lovers are so accustomed to accuse ladies of cruelty, and to find ladies take pleasure in being so accused, that unlooked-for kindness discomposes them, and a favour unhoped is generally a favour undesired. The consciousness of ill desert, the frozen serenity of Laura's manner, deprived Hargrave of courage to use the opportunity which she seemed voluntarily to throw in his way. He hesitated, he faltered. While all unlike her former self, Laura appeared determined that he should make love, for she would not aid his dilemma even by a comment on the weather. All the timidity which formerly marked her demeanour was now transferred to his, and arranging her work with stoical composure, she raised her head to listen, as Hargrave, approaching her, stammered out an incoherent sentence expressive of his unalterable love, and his fears that he had offended almost beyond forgiveness. Laura suffered him to conclude without interruption, then answered, in a voice mild but determined, "I had some hope, sir, from your knowledge of my character and sentiments, that, after what has passed, you could have entertained no doubts on this subject. Yet, lest even a shadow of suspense should rest on your mind, I have remained here this morning on purpose to end it. I sincerely grieve to hear that you still retain the partiality you have been pleased to express, since it is now beyond my power to make even the least return." The utmost bitterness of reproach would not have struck so chilly on the heart of Hargrave as these words, and the manner in which they were uttered. From the principles of Laura he had indeed dreaded much, but he had feared nothing from her indifference. He had feared that duty might obtain a partial victory, but he had never doubted that inclination would survive the struggle. With a mixture of doubt, surprise, and anguish, he continued to gaze upon her after she was silent. Then, starting, he exclaimed, "I will not believe it. It is impossible. Oh, Laura, choose some other way to stab, for I cannot bear this." "It pains me," said Laura, in a voice of undissembled concern, "to add disappointment to the pangs which you cannot but feel. Yet it were most blamable now to cherish in you the faintest expectation." "Stop!" cried Hargrave vehemently, "if you would not have me utterly undone. I have never known peace or innocence but in the hope of your love. Leave me a dawning of that hope, however distant. Nay, do not look as if it were impossible. When you thought me a libertine, a seducer, all that you could now think me, you suffered me to hope. Let me but begin my trial now, and all womankind shall not lure me from you." "Ah," said Laura, "when I dreamt of the success of that trial, a strange infatuation hung over me. Now it has passed away for ever. Sincerely do I wish and pray for your repentance, but I can no longer offer to reward it. My desire for your reformation will henceforth be as disinterested as sincere." Half distracted with the cutting calmness of her manner, so changed since the time when every feature spoke the struggles of the heart, when the mind's whole strength seemed collected to resist its tenderness, Hargrave again vehemently refused to believe in her indifference. "'Tis but a few short months," he cried, grasping her hand with a violence that made her turn pale. "'Tis but a few short months since you loved me with your whole soul, since you said that your peace depended upon my return to virtue. And dare you answer it to yourself to cast away the influence, the only influence that can secure me?" With a look and an attitude of earnest entreaty, "Let it but this once prevail, and then be laid aside for ever. Let me persuade you to the review of your conduct, to the consideration of your prospects as an accountable being, of the vengeance that awaits the impenitent, of the escape offered in the gospel. As you value your happiness, let me thus far prevail. Or if it will move you more," continued she, the tears gushing from her eyes, "I will beseech you to grant this, my only request, in memory of a love that mourned your unworthiness almost unto death." The sight of her emotions revived Hargrave's hopes, and casting himself at her feet, he passionately declared, while she shuddered at the impious sentiment, that he asked no heaven but her love, and cared not what were his fate if she were lost. "Ah, sir," said she, with pious solemnity, "believe me, the time is not distant when the disappointment of this passion will seem to you a sorrow light as the baffled sports of childhood. Believe the testimony of one who but lately drew near to the gates of the grave. On a deathbed, guilt appears the only real misery, and lesser evils are lost amidst its horror like shadows in a midnight gloom." The ideas which Laura was labouring to introduce into the mind of Hargrave were such as he had of late too successfully endeavoured to exclude. They had intruded like importunate creditors, till, oft refused admittance, they had ceased to return. The same arts which he had used to disguise from himself the extent of his criminality, he now naturally employed to extenuate it in the sight of Laura. He assured her that he was less guilty than she supposed, that she could form no idea of the force of the temptation which had overcome him, that Lady Benham was less the victim of his passions than of her own. He vehemently protested that he despised and abhorred the wanton who had undone him, and that, even in the midst of a folly for which he now execrated himself, his affections had never wandered from their first object. While he spoke, Laura, in confusion, cast down her eyes, and offended modesty suffused her face and neck with crimson. She could indeed form no idea of a heart which, attached to one woman, could find any temptation in the allurements of another. But when he ended, virtuous indignation flashing in her countenance, "For shame, sir," said she. "If anything could degrade you in my eyes, it were this mean attempt to screen yourself behind the partner of your wickedness. Does it lessen your guilt that it had not even the poor excuse of passion? Or think you that, even in the hours of a weakness for which you have given me such just reason to despise myself, I could have prized the affections of a heart so depraved? You say you detest your crime. I fear you only detest its punishment. For were you really repentant, my opinion, the opinion of the whole world, would seem to you a trifle unworthy of regard, and the utmost bitterness of censure be but an echo to your own self-upbraidings. Hargrave had no inclination to discuss the nature of repentance. His sole desire was to wrest from Laura some token, however slight, of returning tenderness. For this purpose he employed all the eloquence which he had often found successful in similar attempts. But no two things can be more different in their effects than the language of passion poured into the sympathizing bosom of mutual love, or addressed to the dull ear of indifference. The expressions which Laura once thought capable of warming the coldest heart seemed now the mere ravings of insanity. The lamentations which she once thought might have softened rocks now appeared the weak complainings of a child for his lost toy. With a mixture of pity and disgust she listened and replied, till the entrance of Lady Pelham put a period to the dialogue, and Laura immediately quitted the room. Lady Pelham easily perceived that the conversation had been particular, and Hargrave did not long leave her in doubt as to the subject. He acquainted her with his pretensions to Laura, and begged her sanction to his addresses, assuring her that his intercourse with Lady Bellamere was entirely broken off, and that his marriage would secure his permanent reformation. He complimented Lady Pelham upon her liberality of sentiment and knowledge of the world, from both of which he had hopes, he said, that she would not consider one error as sufficient to blast his character. Lady Pelham made a little decent hesitation on the score of Lady Bellamere's prior claims, but was assured that no engagement had ever subsisted there. She hoped Lord Lyncourt would not be averse. She was told that Lord Lyncourt anxiously desired to see his nephew settled. She hoped Colonel Hargrave was resolved that his married life should be irreproachable. Laura had a great deal of sensibility. It would break her heart to be neglected, and Lady Pelham was sure that in that case the thought of having consented to the dear child's misery would be more than she could support. Her ladyship was vanquished by an assurance that for Laura to be neglected by her happy husband was utterly impossible. Laura's inclinations then must be consulted. Everything depended upon her concurrence, for the sweet girl had really so wound herself round Lady Pelham's heart that positively her ladyship could not bear to give her a moment's uneasiness, or to press her upon a subject to which she was at all averse. And strange as it may seem, Lady Pelham at the moment believed herself incapable of distressing the person whom in fact she tormented with ceaseless ingenuity. Hargrave answered by confessing his fears that he was for the present less in favour than he had once been, but he disclosed Laura's former confessions of partiality, and insinuated his conviction that it was smothered rather than extinguished. Lady Pelham could now account for Laura's long illness and low spirits, and she listened with eager curiosity to the solution of the enigma which had so long perplexed her. She considered whether she should relate to the lover the sorrows he had caused. She judged, for Lady Pelham often judged properly, that it would be indelicate thus to proclaim to him the extent of his power, but with the usual inconsistency between her judgment and her practice, in half an hour she had informed him of all that she had observed, and hinted all that she suspected. Hargrave listened, was convinced, and avowed his conviction that Lady Pelham's influence was alone necessary to secure his success. Her ladyship said that she should feel some delicacy in using any strong influence with her niece, as the amiable orphan had no friend but herself, had owed somewhat to her kindness, and might be biassed by gratitude against her own inclination. The fortune which he meant to bequeath to Laura might by some be thought to confer a right to advise, but for her part she thought her little all was no more than due to the person whose tender assiduities filled the blank which had been left in her ladyship's maternal heart by the ingratitude and disobedience of her child. This sentiment was pronounced in a tone so pathetic and in language so harmonious, that though it did not for a moment impose upon her hearer, it deceived Lady Pelham herself, and she shed tears, which she actually imagined to be forced from her by the mingled emotions of gratitude and of disappointed tenderness. Lady Pelham had now entered on a subject inexhaustible. Her own feelings, her own misfortunes, her own dear self. Hargrave, who in his hours of tolerable composure was the most polite of men, listened, or appeared to listen, with unconquerable patience, till he fortunately recollected an appointment which his interest in her lady's conversation had before banished from his mind, when he took his leave, bearing with him a very gracious invitation to repeat his visit. With him departed Lady Pelham's fit of sentimentality, and in 5 minutes she had dried her eyes, composed the paragraph which was to announce the marriage of Lord Lincourt, for she killed off the old peer without ceremony, to the lovely heiress of the amiable Lady Pelham, taken possession of her niece's barouche and four, and heard herself announced as the benefactress of this new wonder of the world of fashion. She would cut off her rebellious daughter with a shilling, give her up to the beggary and obscurity which she had chosen, and leave her whole fortune to Lady Lincourt, for so, in the fullness of her content, she called Laura. After some time enjoying her niece's prospects, or to speak more justly, her own, she began to think of discovering how near they might be to their accomplishment, and for this purpose she summoned Laura to a conference. Lady Pelham loved nothing on earth but herself. Yet vanity, gratified curiosity, and above all the detection of a mere human weakness reducing Laura somewhat more to her own level, awakened in her breast an emotion resembling affection. As throwing her arms round her niece, she, in language half sportive, half tender, declared her knowledge of Laura's secret, and reproached her with having concealed it so well. Insulted, wronged, and forsaken by Hargrave, Laura had kept his secret inviolable, for she had no right to disclose it, but she scorned by any evasion to preserve her own. Glowing with shame and mortification, she stood silently shrinking from Lady Pelham's looks, till a little recovering herself, she said, "I deserve to be thus humbled for my folly in foundering my regards, not on the worth of their object, but on my own imagination. More, if it be possible, do I deserve for exposing my weakness to one who has been so ungenerous as to boast of it. But it is some compensation to my pride," continued she, raising her eyes, "that my disorder is cured beyond the possibility of relapse." Lady Pelham smiled at Laura's security, which she did not consider as an infallible sign of safety. It was in vain that Laura proceeded solemnly to protest her indifference. Lady Pelham could allow for self-deceit in another's case, though she never suspected it in her own. Vain were Laura's comments upon Hargrave's character. They were but the fond revilings of offended love. Laura did not deny her former preference. She even owned that it was the sudden intelligence of Hargrave's crimes which had reduced her to the brink of the grave. Therefore Lady Pelham was convinced that a little perseverance would fan the smothered flame, and perseverance, she hoped, would not be wanting. Nevertheless, as her ladyship balanced her fondness for contradicting by her aversion to being contradicted, and as Laura was too much in earnest to study the qualifying tone, the conference concluded rather less amicably than it had begun, though it ended by Lady Pelham saying, not very consistently with her sentiments an hour before, that she would never cease to urge so advantageous a match, conceiving that she had a right to influence the choice of one whom she would make the heiress of £40,000. Laura was going to insist that all influence would be ineffectual, but her aunt quitted her without suffering her to reply. She would have followed to represent the injustice of depriving Mrs. Herbert of her natural rights, but she desisted on recollecting that Lady Pelham's purposes were like wedges, never fixed but by resistance. The time had been when Lady Pelham's fortune would have seemed to Hargrave as dust in the balance, joined with the possession of Laura. He had gamed, had felt the want of money, and money was no longer indifferent to him. But Laura's dower was still light in his estimation, compared with its weight in that of Lambert, to whom he accidentally mentioned Lady Pelham's intention. That prudent person calculated that £40,000 would form a very handsome addition to a fund upon which he intended to draw pretty freely. He had little doubt of Hargrave's success, and had never known any woman with whom such a lover could fail. He thought he could lead his friend to bargain for immediate possession of part of his bride's portion, and for certainty of the rest in reversion, before parting with his liberty. He allowed 2, or perhaps even 3 months for the duration of Laura's influence, during which time he feared he should have little of her husband's company at the gaming table, but from thenceforth he judged that the day would be his own, and that he should soon possess himself of Hargrave's property, so far as it was alienable. He considered that in the meantime Laura would furnish attraction sufficient to secure Hargrave's stay, and he trusted to his own dexterity for improving that circumstance to the best advantage. He failed not, therefore, to encourage the lover's hopes, and bestowed no small ridicule on the idea that a girl of 19 should desert a favourite on account of his gallantry. Cool cunning would engage with fearful odds against imprudence, if it could set bounds to the passions as well as direct their course. But it is often deceived in estimating the force of feelings which it knows only by their effects. Lambert soon found that he had opened the passage to a torrent which bore all before it. The favourite stimulus found, its temporary substitute was almost disregarded, and Hargrave, intoxicated with his passion, tasted sparingly of the poisoned cup which his friend designed for him. His time and thoughts were again devoted to Laura, and gaming was only sought as a relief from the disappointment and vexation which generally attended his pursuit. The irritation of his mind, however, made amends for the lessened number of opportunities for plundering him, by rendering it easier to take advantage of those which remained. The insinuating manners and elegant person of Hargrave gained daily on the favour of Lady Pelham, for the great as well as the little vulgar are the slaves of mere externals. She permitted his visits at home and his attendance abroad, expatiating frequently on the liberality of sentiment which she thus displayed. At first these encomiums on her own conduct were used only to disguise from herself and others her consciousness of its impropriety, but she repeated them till she actually believed them just, and considered herself as extending a charitable hand to rescue an erring brother from the implacable malignity of the world. She was indefatigable in her attempts to promote his success with Laura. She lost no opportunity of pressing the subject. She obstinately refused to be convinced of the possibility of overcoming a strong prepossession. Laura, in an evil hour for herself, thoughtlessly replied that affection was founded on the belief of excellence, and must of course give way when the foundation was removed. This observation had just fallacy sufficient for Lady Pelham's purpose. She took it for her text, and harangued upon it with all the zeal and perseverance of disputation. She called it Laura's theory, and insisted, like other theorists, she would shut her eyes against the plainest facts, nay, stifle the feelings of her own mind, rather than admit what might controvert her opinion. She cited all the instances which her memory could furnish of agricultural and chemical and metaphysical theorism, and with astonishing ingenuity contrived to draw a parallel between each of them and Laura's case. It was in vain that Laura qualified, almost retracted, her unlucky observation. Her adversary would not suffer her to desert the untenable ground. Delighted with her victory, she returned again and again to the attack, after the vanquished had appealed to her mercy, and much more than thrice she slew the slain. Sick of arguing about the possibility of her indifference, Laura at length confined herself to simple assertions of the fact. Lady Pelham at first merely refused her belief, and, with provoking pity, rallied her niece upon her self-deceit. But finding that she corroborated her words by a corresponding behaviour to Hargrave, her lady's temper betrayed its accustomed infirmity. She peevishly reproached Laura with taking a coquettish delight in giving pain, insisted that her conduct was a tissue of cruelty and affectation, and upbraided her with disingenuousness in pretending an indifference which she could not feel. "And does your ladyship communicate this opinion to Colonel Hargrave?" said Laura one day, fretted almost beyond her patience by a remonstrance of 2 hours' continuance. "To be sure I do," returned Lady Pelham. "In common humanity I will not allow him to suffer more from your perverseness than I can avoid." "Well, madam," said Laura, with a sigh and a shrug of impatient resignation, "nothing remains but that I show a consistency which at least is not common to affectation." Lady Pelham's representations had their effect upon Hargrave. They brought balm to his wounded pride, and he easily suffered them to counteract the effect of Laura's calm and uniform assurances of her indifference. While he listened to these, her apparent candour and simplicity, the regret she expressed at the necessity of giving pain, brought temporary conviction to his mind, and with transports of alternate rage and grief, He now execrated her inconstancy, then his own unworthiness, now abjured her, then the vices which had deprived him of her affection. But the joint efforts of Lady Pelham and Lambert always revised hopes sufficient to make him continue a pursuit which he had not indeed the fortitude to relinquish. His love, we must give that name to a selfish desire, mingled at times with every ungentle feeling, had never been so ardent. The well-known principle of our nature, which adds charm to what is unattainable, lent new attractions to Laura's really improved loveliness. The smile, which was reserved for others, seemed but the more enchanting. The hand which he was forbidden to touch seemed but the more soft and snowy. The form, which was kept sacred from his approach, bewitched him with more resistless graces. Hargrave had been little accustomed to suppress any of his feelings, and he gave vent to this with an entire neglect of the visible uneasiness which it occasioned to its subject. He employed the private interviews which Lady Pelham contrived to extort for him in the utmost vehemence of complaint, protestation, and entreaty. He laboured to awaken the pity of Laura. He even condescended to appeal to her ambition, and persevered in spite of unequivocal denials, till Laura, disgusted, positively refused ever again to admit him without witnesses. His public attentions were, if possible, still more distressing to her. Encouraged by Lady Pelham, he, notwithstanding the almost repulsive coldness of Laura's manner, became her constant attendant. He pursued her wherever she went, placed himself in defiance of propriety so as to monopolize her conversation, and seemed to have laid aside all his distinguishing politeness, while he neglected every other woman to devote his assiduities to her alone. He claimed the station by her side, till Laura had the mortification to observe that others resigned it at his approach. He snatched every opportunity of whispering his adulations in her ear, and far from affecting any concealment in his preference, seemed to claim the character of her acknowledged adorer. It is impossible to express the vexation with which Laura endured this indelicate preeminence. Had Hargrave been the most irreproachable of mankind, she would have shrunk from such obtrusive marks of his partiality, but her sense of propriety was no less wounded by the attendance of such a companion than her modesty was shocked by her being thus dragged into the notice and committed to the mercy of the public. The exclusive attentions of the handsome Colonel Hargrave, the mirror of gallantry, the future Lord Lincourt, were not, however undesired, to be possessed unenvied. Those who unsuccessfully angled for his notice avenged themselves on her to whom they imputed their failure by looks of scorn and by sarcastic remarks, which they sometimes contrived should reach the ear of the innocent object of their malice. Laura, unspeakably averse to being the subject of even laudatory observation, could sometimes scarcely restrain the tears of shame and mortification that were wrung from her by attacks which she could neither resent nor escape. In spite of the natural sweetness of her temper, she was sometimes tempted to retort upon Colonel Hargrave the vexation which he caused to her, and his officiousness almost compelled her to forsake the civility within the bounds of which she had determined to confine her coldness. He complained bitterly of this treatment, and reproached her with taking ungenerous advantage of his passion. "Why, then," said she, "will you force me into the insolence of power? If you will suffer me to consider you as a common acquaintance, I shall never claim a right to avenge on you the wrongs of society. But approach no nearer. I am unwilling to express a sentiment less respectful than dislike." The proud spirit of Hargrave, however, could ill brook the repulses which she constantly provoked, and often in transports of rage he would break from Laura, swearing that he would no more submit to be thus made the sport of an insensible, tyrannical woman. At first she submitted with patience to his injurious language, in the hope that he would keep his oaths, but she soon found that he only repaid her endurance of his anger by making her submit to what was yet more painful, a renewal of his abject supplications. All her caution could not prevent the private interviews which he granted so unwillingly. He haunted her walks, stole upon her unannounced, detained her almost by force at these accidental meetings, or at those which he obtained by the favour of Lady Pelham. His whole conduct conspired to make him an object of real dread to Laura, though her watchful self-command and habitual benevolence preserved him from her aversion. Sometimes she could not help wondering at the obstinacy of her persecutor. "Surely," said she to him, "after all I have said, after the manner in which I have said it, You cannot expect any fruit from all these rhapsodies. You must surely think your honour bound to keep them up, at whatever hazard to the credit of your understanding." Laura had never herself submitted to be driven into a course of actions contrary to reason, and it never occurred to her that her lover had no reason for his conduct, except that he was not sufficiently master of himself to desist from his pursuit. From the importunities of Hargrave, however, Laura could sometimes escape. Though they were frequent, they were not necessarily intermitting. He could not always be at Walbourne. He could not intrude into her apartment. She visited sometimes where he was not admitted, or she could decline the invitation which she knew extended to him. But her persecutions by Lady Pelham had no intermission. From them she had no retreat. Her chamber was no sanctuary from so familiar a friend, and the presence of strangers only served to exercise her ladyship in that ingenious species of conversation which addresses to the sense of the one of the company what it conveys to the ear of the rest. For some time she employed all her forces in combating Laura's supposed affectation, and when, not without extreme difficulty, she was convinced that she strove against a phantom of her own creation, she next employed her efforts to alter her niece's determination. She tried to rouse her ambition, and again expatiated on all the real and on all the imaginary advantages of wealth and title. The theme in her ladyship's hands seemed inexhaustible, though Laura repeatedly declared that no earthly thing could be less in her esteem than distinctions which she must share with such a person as Hargrave. Every day and all day the subject was canvassed, and the oft-confuted argument vamped up anew, till Laura was thoroughly weary of the very names of rank and influence and coronets and coaches. Next, her ladyship was eloquent upon Laura's implacability. Those who were so very unforgiving, she supposed, were conscious that they had no need to be forgiven. Such people might pretend to be Christians, but in her opinion such pretensions were mere hypocrisy. Laura stood amazed at the strength of self-deception which could produce this sentiment from lips which would pronounce inextinguishable resentment against an only child. Recovering herself, she calmly made the obvious reply, that she entertained no enmity against Hargrave, that on the contrary she sincerely wished him every blessing, and the best of all blessings, a renewed mind, but that the Christian precept was never meant to make the vicious and the impure the denizens of our bosoms. It might be thought that such a reply was quite sufficient, but Lady Pelham possessed one grand qualification for a disputant. She defied conviction. She could shift and turn and bewilder till she found herself precisely at the point from whence she set out. She had a practice, too, of all others the most galling to an ingenuous and independent spirit. She would invent a set of opinions and sentiments, and then argue upon them as if they were real. It was in vain for Laura to disclaim them. Lady Pelham could prove incontrovertibly that they were Laura's sentiments, or, which was the same thing, proceeded as if she had proved it. She insisted that Laura acted on a principle of revenge against Hargrave, for the slight his inconstancy had put upon her, and argued most convincingly on the folly and wickedness of a revengeful spirit. Laura in vain protested her innocence. Lady Pelham was certain of the fact, and she dilated on the guilt of such a sentiment and extenuated the temporary recession of Hargrave, till a bystander must have concluded that Laura was the delinquent, and he her harmless victim. Her ladyship declared that she did not wonder at her niece's obduracy. She had never in her life known a person of cool temper who was capable of forgiving. She had reason for her own part to be thankful that, if she had the failings of a warm temper, she had its advantages too. She had never, except in one instance, known what it was to feel permanent displeasure. On this topic Lady Pelham had the more room for her eloquence, because it admitted of no reply, and perhaps for this reason it was the sooner exhausted, for it had not been discussed above half a dozen times before she forsook it in order to assert her claims to influence her niece's decision. And here her ladyship was suddenly convinced of the indefensible rights of relationship. She stood in the place of Laura's parents, and in their title might claim authority. But finding Laura firmly of opinion that parental authority extended no further than a negative voice, Lady Pelham laid aside the imperative tone to take up that of entreaty. She would not advance the claim which her tried friendship might give her to advise. She would only beseech, conjure. She hoped her importunities would be forgiven, as they could proceed only from the tenderest regard to her dear girl's wishes. Laura was her only hope, her sole being on earth to whom her widowed heart clung with partial affection, and to see her thus throw away her happiness was more than her ladyship could bear. Closely as Laura had studied her aunt's character, and well as it was now known to her, she was sometimes overpowered by these expressions of love and sorrow, and wept as she was compelled to repeat that her happiness and her duty must alike be sacrificed ere she could yield to the wishes of her friend. But as she never, even at these moments of softness, betrayed the smallest symptom of compliance, Lady Pelham had not patience to adhere to the only method of attack that possessed a chance of success. Of all her arts of teasing, this was indeed the most distressing to a person of Laura's sensibility, and she felt not a little relieved when, exasperated by the failure of all her efforts, Lady Pelham burst into vehement upbraidings of her niece's hardness of heart. She could not have conceived, she said, such obduracy in one so young, in woman too, a creature who should be all made up of softness. Laura might pique herself upon her stoicism, but a Zeno in petticoats was in her opinion a monster. For her part she could never resist entreaty in her life. "Then I beseech you, madam," said Laura, after having patiently submitted to be baited thus for 3 full hours, "do not make mine an exception, but for pity's sake be prevailed upon to drop this subject. I assure you it can have no effect but to distress me." "You may be determined, Miss Montraville, that all my endeavours shall be in vain, but I shall certainly never be so far wanting to my duty as to neglect pressing upon you a match so much for your honour and advantage." "Is it possible," cried Laura, losing patience at this prospect of the continuation of her persecutions, "that your ladyship can think it for my advantage to marry a man I despise, for my honour to share the infamy of an adulterer?" "Upon my word, Miss Montraville," returned Lady Pelham, reddening with anger, "I am constrained to admire the delicacy of your language, so very suitable to the lips of so very delicate a lady." A smile, not wholly free from sarcasm, played on Laura's lips. "If delicacy," said she, "be henceforth to find so strenuous a supporter in your ladyship, I shall hope to be exempted in future from all remonstrance on the subject of this evening's altercation." If Laura really entertained the hope she mentioned, she was miserably disappointed, for Lady Pelham remitted not a jot of her tormentings. Her remonstrances were administered in every possible form upon every possible occasion. They seasoned every tete-a-tete, were insinuated into every conversation. Laura's attempts to avoid the subject were altogether vain. The discourse might begin with the conquests of Genghis Khan, but it always ended with the advantages of marrying Colonel Hargrave. Teased and persecuted, disturbed in every useful occupation and every domestic enjoyment, Laura often considered of the possibility of delivering herself from her indefatigable tormentors by quitting the protection of her aunt and taking refuge with Mrs. Douglas. But this plan she had unfortunately deprived herself of the means of executing. Laura knew that her cousins, the Herberts, were poor. She knew that Mrs. Herbert was in a situation which needs comforts that poverty cannot command, and it was vain to expect these comforts from the maternal compassion of Lady Pelham. She therefore determined to supply them as far as possible from her own little fund, and, fearing that a gift from her might revolt the high spirit of Herbert, she enclosed almost all her half-year's annuity in a blank cover, and conveyed it to her cousin. All that she retained was a sum far too small to defray the expense of a journey to Scotland, and several months were to elapse before she could recruit her fund. Till then she had no resource but patience, and she endeavoured to console herself with the hope that in time the perseverance of her adversaries would fail. Often did she with a sigh turn her eyes towards Norwood, the seat of all the peaceful domestic virtues, where the voice of contention was unheard, where courtly politeness, though duly honoured, held the second place to the courtesy of the heart. But Mrs. de Courcy had never hinted a wish that Laura should be a permanent inmate of her family, and even if she had, there would have been a glaring impropriety in forsaking Lady Pelham's house for one in its immediate neighbourhood. De Courcy, too, she thought, was not the kind friend he was wont to be. She had of late seen him seldom, which was probably caused by the marked coolness of Lady Pelham's reception. But it had happened, fortunately, that he had twice surprised her in the midst of Hargrave's extravagances, when she almost feared to speak to him, lest she should awaken the furious jealousy to which her tormentor was subject, and she dreaded that her father's friend, for so she loved to call him, suspected her of encouraging the addresses of such a lover. During these visits he had looked, she thought, displeased, and had early taken leave. Was it kind to judge her unheard? Perhaps if an opportunity had been given her, she might have assumed courage to exculpate herself, but without even calling to ask her commands, De Courcy was gone with Mr. Bolingbroke to London to make arrangements for Harriet's marriage. End of chapter 25. Chapter 26 of Self-Control by Mary Brunton. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Simon Evers. Chapter 26. Though Laura could not escape the attacks of Lady Pelham, she sometimes found means to elude those of Hargrave. She watched his approach, and whenever he appeared, entrenched herself in her own apartment. She confined herself almost entirely to the house, and excused herself from every visit where she thought he might be of the party. He besieged her with letters. She sent them back unopened. Lady Pelham commanded her to be present during his visits. She respectfully, but peremptorily, refused to comply. She had thus remained a sort of prisoner for some weeks, when her aunt one morning entered her room with an aspect which Laura could not well decipher. "Well, Miss Montraville," said she, "you have at last accomplished your purpose. Your capricious tyranny has prevailed at last. Colonel Hargrave leaves this morning." "Dear madam," cried Laura, starting up overjoyed, "what a deliverance!" "Oh, to be sure, mighty cause you have to congratulate yourself upon a deliverance from a man who might aspire to the first woman in England. But you will never have it in your power to throw away such another offer. You need hardly expect to awaken such another passion." "I hope with all my heart I shall not. But are you certain he will go?" "Oh, very certain. He's written to tell me so." "I trust he will keep his word," said Laura, "and when I am sure he is gone, I will beg of your ladyship to excuse me for a few hours while I walk to Norwood. I've been so shackled of late, but the first use I make of my liberty shall be to visit my friends." "I'm afraid, my dear," returned Lady Pelham, with more gentleness than she was accustomed to use in contradiction, "you will scarcely find time to visit Mrs. de Courcy. I have long promised to pass some time with my friend Mrs. Bathurst, and I propose setting off to-morrow. I should die of ennui here, now I have lost the society that has of late given me so much pleasure." "Mrs. Bathurst, madam? She who was formerly—" "Oh, poor child," interrupted Lady Pelham, "don't stir up the embers of decayed slander. Will you never learn to forget the little mistakes of your fellow creatures? Mrs. Bathurst makes one of the best wives in the world, and to a man with whom everybody would not live so well." Practice had made Laura pretty expert in interpreting her aunt's language, and she understood more in the present instance than it was meant she should comprehend. She had heard of Mrs. Bathurst's fame, and knowing that it was not quite spotless, was rather averse to being the companion of Lady Pelham's visit. But she never, without mature deliberation, refused compliance with her aunt's wishes, and she resolved to consider the matter before announcing opposition. Besides, she was determined to carry her point of seeing Mrs. de Courcy, and therefore did not wish to introduce any other subject of altercation. "Though I should accompany you to-morrow, madam," said she, "I shall have time sufficient for my walk to Norwood. The preparations for my journey cannot occupy an hour, and if I go to Norwood now," added she, tying on her bonnet, "I can return early. Good morning, madam. To-day I may walk in peace." Laura felt as if a mountain had been lifted from her breast as she bounded across the lawn, and thought that Colonel Hargrave was by this time miles distant from Walbourne. But as she pursued her way, she began to wonder that Lady Pelham seemed so little moved by his departure. It was strange that she, who had remonstrated so warmly, so unceasingly, against Laura's behaviour to him, did not more vehemently upbraid her with its consequences. Lady Pelham's forbearance was not in character. Laura did not know how to explain it. I have taken her by surprise, thought she, with my excursion to Norwood, but she will discuss it at large in the evening, and probably in many an evening I shall never hear the last of it. It was needless, however, to anticipate evil, and Laura turned her thoughts to the explanation which she was bent on making to her friends. The more she reflected, the more she was persuaded that de Courcy suspected her of encouraging the addresses of Hargrave, addresses now provokingly notorious to all the neighbourhood. He had most probably communicated the same opinion to his mother, and Laura wished much to exculpate herself, if she could do so without appearing officiously communicative. If she could meet Mr. de Courcy alone, if he should lead to the subject, or if it should accidentally occur, she thought she might be able to speak freely to him, more freely than even to Mrs. de Courcy. It is strange, too, thought she, that I should feel so little restraint with a person of the other sex, less than ever I did with one of my own. But my father's friend ought not to be classed with other men. Her eyes yet swam in tears of grateful recollection when she raised them to a horseman who was meeting her. It was Montague de Courcy, and as he leisurely advanced, Laura's heart beat with the hope that he would, as he had often done before, dismount to accompany her walk. But Montague, though evidently in no haste to reach the place of his destination, stopped only to make a slight inquiry after her health, and then passed on. Laura's bosom swelled with grief unmixed with resentment. "He thinks," said she, "that I invite the attentions of a libertine, and is it surprising that he should withdraw his friendship from me? But he will soon know his error." And again she more cheerfully pursued her way. Her courage failed her a little as she entered Norwood. "What if Mrs. de Courcy too should receive me coldly?" thought she. "Can I notice it to her? Can I beg of her to listen to my justification?" These thoughts gave Laura an air of timidity and embarrassment as she entered the room where Mrs. de Courcy was sitting alone. Her fears were groundless. Mrs. de Courcy received her with kindness, gently reproaching her for her long absence. Laura assured her that it was wholly involuntary, but "of late," said she, hesitating, "I have been very little from home." Mrs. de Courcy gave a faint, melancholy smile, but did not inquire what had confined her young friend. "Harriet has just left me," said she, "to pay some visits, and to secure the presence of a companion for a very important occasion. She meant also to solicit yours, if 3 weeks hence you are still to be capable of acting as a bridesmaid." Laura, smiling, was about to reply that, being in no danger of forfeiting that privilege, she would most joyfully attend Mr. Courcy, but she met a glance of such marked, such mournful scrutiny, that she stopped, and the next moment was covered with blushes. "Ah," thought she, "Mrs. de Courcy indeed believes all that I feared, and more than I feared. What can I say to her?" Her embarrassment confirmed Mrs. de Courcy's belief, but unwilling further to distress Laura, she said, "Harriet herself will talk over all these matters with you, and then your own peculiar manner will soften the refusal into somewhat almost as pleasing as consent, if indeed you are obliged to refuse." "Indeed, madam," said Laura, "nothing can be further from my thoughts than refusal. I shall most willingly, most gladly attend Mr. Courcy. But will you allow me to ask you why you should expect me to refuse?" "And if I answer you," returned Mrs. de Courcy, "will you promise to be candid with me on a subject where ladies think that candour may be dispensed with?" "I will promise to be candid with you on every subject," said Laura, rejoiced at this opportunity of entering on her justification. "Then I will own it to you," said Mrs. de Courcy, "that circumstances have conspired with public report to convince me that you are yourself about to need the good office which Harriet solicits from you. Colonel Hargrave and you share between you the envy of our little world of fashion." "And have you, madam, has Mr. de Courcy given credit to this vexatious report?" cried Laura, the tears of mortification filling her eyes. "Ah, how differently should I have judged of you!" "My dearest girl," said Mrs. de Courcy, surprised but delighted, "I assure you that none of us would, upon slight grounds, believe anything concerning you that you would not wish us to credit. But in this instance I thought my authority indisputable. Lady Pelham." "Is it possible," cried Laura, "that my aunt could propagate such a report when she knew the teasing, the persecution that I have endured?" Lady Pelham did not directly assure me of its truth, answered Mrs. de Courcy, but when I made inquiries, somewhat, I own, in the hope of being empowered to contradict the rumour, her answer was certainly calculated to make me believe that you were soon to be lost to us. Lost indeed! Exclaimed Laura. What could be my aunt's intention? Surely she cannot still expect to prevail with me. My dear friend, if you knew what I have suffered from her importunities! But she has only my advantages in view, though surely she widely mistakes the means. Laura now frankly informed Mrs. de Courcy of the inquietude she had suffered from the persevering remonstrances of Lady Pelham and the obtrusive assiduities of Hargreave. Mrs. de Courcy, though she sincerely pitied the comfortless situation of Laura, listened with pleasure to the tale. "And is all this confidential?" said she. "So confidential that I must not mention it even to Montague or Harriet?" "Oh, no, indeed, madam," cried Laura. "I wish above all things that Mr. de Courcy should know it. Tell him all, madam, and tell him too that I'd rather be in my grave than marry Colonel Hargrave." Laura had scarcely spoken ere she blushed for the warmth with which she spoke, and Mrs. de Courcy's smile made her blush again, and more deeply. But the plea which excused her to herself she the next moment urged to her friend. "Ah, madam," said she, "if you had witnessed Mr. de Courcy's kindness to my father, if you had known how my father loved him, you would not wonder that I am anxious for his good opinion." "I do not wonder, my love," said Mrs. de Courcy, in a tone of heartfelt affection. "I should be much more surprised if such a mind as yours could undervalue the esteem of a man like Montague. But why did not my sweet Laura take refuge from her tormentors at Norwood, where no officious friends, no obtrusive lovers would have disturbed her quiet?" Laura excused herself by saying that she was sure her aunt would never have consented to her absence for more than a few hours, but she promised, now that Lady Pelham's particular reason for detaining her was removed, that she would endeavour to obtain permission to spend some time at Norwood. "I fear I must first pay a much less agreeable visit," continued Laura, "for my aunt talks of carrying me to-morrow to the house of a Mrs. Bathurst, of whom you probably have heard." Mrs. de Courcy knew that Lady Pelham was on terms of intimacy with Mrs. Bathurst, but she could not help feeling some surprise that she should choose to introduce her niece to such a chaperone. She did not, however, think it proper, by expressing her opinion, to heighten Laura's reluctance towards what she probably could not prevent, and therefore merely expressed a strong wish that Lady Pelham would permit Laura to spend the time of her absence at Norwood. Laura, though she heartily wished the same, knew her aunt too well to expect that a purpose which she had once announced she would relinquish merely because it would interfere with the inclination of others. Still, it was not impossible that it might be relinquished. 1,000 things might happen to alter Lady Pelham's resolution, though they were invincible by entreaty. Laura lingered with Mrs. de Courcy for several hours, and when at last she was obliged to go, received, at parting, many a kind injunction to remember her promised visit. As she bent her steps homeward, she revolved in her mind every chance of escape from being the companion of her aunt's journey. She was the more averse to attend Lady Pelham because she conjectured that she would not return before Mr. Courcy's marriage, on which occasion Laura was unwilling to be absent. But she was sensible that neither this nor any other reason she could urge would in the least affect Lady Pelham's motions. Durham Green, the seat of Mrs. Bathurst, was above 90 miles from Walborne, and it was not likely that Lady Pelham would travel so far with the intention of making a short visit. Laura had quitted the avenue of Norwood and entered the lane which led to that of Walborne, when the noise of singing, for it could not be called music, made her look round, and she perceived that she was overtaken by a figure in a dingy regimental coat and a rusty hat, which, however, regained some of its original shade by a contrast with the grey sidelocks which blew up athwart it. This person was applying the whole force of his lungs to the utterance of "Hearts of Oak," in a voice the masculine bass of which was at times oddly interrupted by the weak treble tones of age, while with a large crabstick he beat time against the sides of a starveling ass upon which he was mounted. The other hand was charged with the double employment of guiding the animal and of balancing a large portmanteau which was placed across its shoulders. Laura, retaining the habits of her country, addressed the man with a few words of courtesy, to which he replied with the frankness and garrulity of an old Englishman, and as they proceeded at much the same pace, they continued the conversation. It was, however, soon interrupted. At the gate of a grass field, with which the ass seemed acquainted, the creature made a full stop. "Get on!" cried the man, striking it with his heel. It would not stir. The rider applied the crabstick more vigorously than before. It had no effect. Even an ass can despise the chastisement with which it is too familiar. The contention was obstinate. Neither party seemed inclined to yield. At last fortune decided in favour of the ass. The portmanteau slipped from its balance and fell to the ground. The man looked dolefully at it. "How the plague shall I get it up again?" said he. "Don't dismount," said Laura, who now first observed that her companion had but one leg. "I can lift it up for you." As she raised it, Laura observed that it was directed to Mr. Jones at Squire Bathurst, Dereham Green, Berkshire. Though the name was too common to excite any suspicion, the address struck her as being the same place which had so lately occupied her thoughts. "Have you far to go?" said she to the man. "No, ma'am," answered he, "only to Job Wilson, the carrier's, with his portmanteau, for Colonel Hargrave's gentleman. The Colonel took Mr. Jones with himself in the chay, but he had only room for 1 or 2 of his boxes, so he left this with the groom, and the groom gave me a pot of porter to go with it." The whole affair was now clear. Lady Pelham, finding Laura unmanageable at home, was contriving that she should meet Colonel Hargrave at a place where, being among strangers, she would find it less possible to avoid him. Mrs. Bathurst, too, was probably a good convenient friend who would countenance whatever measures were thought necessary. In the first burst of indignation at the discovery of her aunt's treachery, Laura thought of retracing her steps to Norwood, never more to enter the presence of her unworthy relation. But resentment cooling at the recollection of the benefits she owed to Lady Pelham, she determined on returning to Walborne to announce in person her refusal to go with her aunt, conceiving this to be the most respectful way of intimating her intentions. As soon as she returned home, she retired to her chamber without seeing Lady Pelham, and immediately dispatched the following note to Mrs. de Courcy. "My dear madam, an accident has happened which determines me against going to Dereham Green. Will you think I presume too soon on your kind invitation if I say that I shall see you to-morrow at breakfast? Or will not your benevolence rather require a new motive in the shelterless condition which awaits your very affectionate L.M.?" She then proceeded to make arrangements for her departure, reflecting, with tears, on the hard necessity which was about to set her at variance with the only living relation who had ever acknowledged her. She knew that Lady Pelham would be enraged at the frustration of a scheme to accomplish which she had stooped to such artifice, and she feared that, however gentle might be the terms of her intended refusal, her aunt would consider it as an unpardonable rebellion. She was, however, firmly resolved against compliance, and all that remained was to use the least irritating mode of denial. They met at dinner. Lady Pelham in high good humour, Laura grave and thoughtful. Lady Pelham mentioned her journey, but dreading to arouse her aunt's unwearied powers of objurgation, Laura kept silence, and her just displeasure rendering her averse to Lady Pelham's company, she contrived to spend the evening alone. As the supper hour approached, Laura began to tremble for the contest which awaited her. She felt herself more than half inclined to withdraw from the storm, by departing without warning, and leaving Lady Pelham to discover the reason of her flight after she was beyond the reach of her fury. But she considered that such a proceeding must imply an irreconcilable breach with one to whom she owed great and substantial obligations, and would carry an appearance of ingratitude which she could not bear to incur. Summoning her courage, therefore, she resolved to brave the tempest. She determined that whatever provocation she might endure, she would offer none but such as was unavoidable, though at the same time she would maintain that spirit which she had always found the most effectual check to her aunt's violence. The supper passed in quiet, Laura unwilling to begin the attack, Lady Pelham glorying in her expected success. Her ladyship had taken her candle and was about to retire, before Laura durst venture on the subject. "Good night, my dear," said Lady Pelham. "I fear," replied Laura, "I may rather say farewell, since it will be so long ere I see you again." "How do you mean?" inquired Lady Pelham. "That I cannot accompany you to Mrs. Bathurst's," replied Laura, fetching at the close of her speech a breath longer than the speech itself. "You won't go?" exclaimed Lady Pelham in a voice of angry astonishment. "Since it is your wish that I should," returned Laura meekly, "I'm sorry that it is not in my power." "And pray what puts it out of your power?" cried Lady Pelham, wrath working in her countenance. "I cannot go where I am to meet Colonel Hargrave." For a moment Lady Pelham looked confounded, but presently recovering utterance, she began, "So this is your Norwood intelligence, and your charming Mrs. de Courcy, your model of perfection, sets spies upon the conduct of all the neighbourhood." Laura reddened at this vulgar abuse of the woman on earth whom she most revered, but she had set a guard on her temper, and only answered that it was not at Norwood she received her information. "A fortunate, I should rather say a providential, accident," said she, "disclosed to me the whole—" The word stratagem was rising to her lips, but she exchanged it for one less offensive. "And what if Colonel Hargrave is to be there?" said Lady Pelham, her choler rising as her confusion subsided. "I suppose, forsooth, my pretty, prudish miss cannot trust herself in the house with a man?" "Not with Colonel Hargrave, madam," said Laura coolly. Lady Pelham's rage was now strong enough to burst the restraints of Laura's habitual ascendancy. "But I say you shall go, miss," cried she, in a scream that mingled the fierceness of anger with the insolence of command. "Yes, I say you shall go. We shall see whether I am always to truckle to a baby-faced chit, a creature that might have died in a workhouse but for my charity." "Indeed, madam," said Laura, "I do not forget, I never shall forget what I owe you, nor that when I was shelterless and unprotected you received and cherished me." "Then show that you remember it, and do what I desire," returned Lady Pelham, softened in spite of herself by the resistless sweetness of Laura's look and manner. "Do not, I beseech you, madam," said Laura, "insist upon this proof of my gratitude. If you do, I can only thank you for your past kindness, and wish that it had been in my power to make a better return." "Do you dare to tell me that you will not go?" cried Lady Pelham, stamping till the room shook. "I beg, madam," said Laura entreatingly, "I beg of you not to command what I shall be compelled to refuse." "Refuse at your peril!" shrieked Lady Pelham, in a voice scarce articulate with passion, and grasping Laura's arm in the convulsion of her rage. Laura had sometimes been the witness, but seldom the object of her aunt's transports, and while Lady Pelham stood eyeing her with a countenance fierce as 10 furies, she, conscious with what burning shame she would herself have shrunk from making such an exhibition, sympathetically averted her eyes as if the virago had been sensible of the same feeling. "I say refuse at your peril!" cried Lady Pelham. "Why don't you speak, obstinate?" "Because," answered Laura with saint-like meekness, "I can say nothing but what will offend you. I cannot go to Mrs. Bathurst's." Angry opposition, Lady Pelham might have retorted with some small remains of self-possession, but the serenity of Laura exasperating her beyond all bounds, she was so far transported as to strike her a violent blow. Without uttering a syllable, Laura took her candle and quitted the room, while Lady Pelham, herself confounded at the outrage she had committed, made no attempt to detain her. Laura retired to her chamber, and sat quietly down to consider the state of her warfare, which she determined to conclude by letter, without exposing her person to another assault. But in a few minutes she was stormed in her citadel, and the enemy entered, conscious of mistake, but with spirit unbroken. Lady Pelham had gone too far to retract, and was too much in the wrong to recant her error. Her passion, however, had somewhat exhausted itself in the intemperate exercise which she had allowed it, and though as unreasonable as ever, she was less outrageous. Advancing towards Laura with an air intended to express offended majesty, for studied dignity is generally the disguise chosen by conscious degradation, she began, "Miss Montraville, do you, in defiance of my commands, adhere to your resolution of not visiting Mrs. Bathurst?" "Certainly, madam," replied Laura, provoked that Lady Pelham should expect to intimidate her by a blow. "I have seen no reason to relinquish it." "There is a reason, however," returned Lady Pelham, elevating her chin, curling her upper lip, and giving Laura the side glance of disdain, "though probably it is too light to weigh with such a determined lady, and that is, that you must either prepare to attend me tomorrow, or return to that beggary from which I took you, and never more enter my presence." "Then, madam," said Laura, rising with her native mien of calm command, "we must part, for I cannot go to Mrs. Bathurst's." Laura's cool resistance of a threat which was expected to be all-powerful discomposed Lady Pelham's heroics. Her eyes flashing fire, and her voice sharpening to a scream. "Perverse, ungrateful wretch!" she cried. "Get out of my sight! Leave my house this instant!" "Certainly, if you desire it, madam," answered Laura with unmoved self-possession. "But perhaps, if you please, I had better remain here till morning. I am afraid it might give rise to unpleasant observations if it were known that I left your house at midnight." "I care not who knows it. I would have the world see what a viper I have fostered in my bosom. Begone, and never let me see your hypocritical face again." "Then I hope," said Laura, "your ladyship will allow a servant to accompany me to Norwood. At this hour it would be improper for me to go alone." "Oh, to be sure," cried Lady Pelham. "Do go to your friend and favourite, and make your complaint of all your harsh usage, and descant at large upon poor Lady Pelham's unlucky failings. No, no, I promise you no servant of mine shall be sent on any such errand." "There is fine moonlight," said Laura, looking calmly from the window. "I dare say I shall be safe enough alone." "You shall not go to Norwood," cried Lady Pelham. "I'll take care to keep you from that prying, censorious old hag. You two shan't be allowed to sit primming up your mouths and spitting venom on all the neighbourhood." Weary of such low abuse, Laura took her bonnet and was leaving the room. Lady Pelham placed herself between her and the door. "Where are you going?" she demanded, in a voice in which rage was a little mingled with dread. "To the only shelter that England affords me," returned Laura, "to the only friends from whom death or distance does not sever me." "I shall spoil your dish of scandal for tonight, however," said Lady Pelham, flouncing out of the room, and slapping the door with a force that made the windows rattle, she locked it on the outside. Laura, making no attempt to obtain release, quietly sat down, expecting a renewal of the charge. Soon, however, all the household seemed still, and Laura, having mingled with the prayer that commended itself to the care of heaven a supplication for pardon and amendment to her aunt, retired to sound and refreshing rest. On quitting Laura, Lady Pelham went to bed, pride and anger in her breast fiercely struggling against a sense of blame. But the darkness, the silence, the loneliness of the night assuaged the passions even of a termagant, and by degrees she turned from reacting and excusing her conduct to fretting at its probable consequences. The courage of a virago is no more than the daring of intoxication. Wait till the paroxysms be past, and the timid hare is not more the slave of fear. Lady Pelham began to feel, though she would scarcely acknowledge it to herself, how very absurdly her contest would figure in the mouths of the gossips round Walborne. If her niece left her house in displeasure, if a breach was known to subsist between them, was it not most likely that Laura would in her own defence relate the treatment to which she had been subjected? At all events, if she went to Norwood before a reconciliation took place, she would certainly explain her situation to Mrs. de Courcy, and Lady Pelham could not brave the contempt of the woman whom she disliked and abused. Anger has been compared to a short madness, and the resemblance holds in this respect, that in both cases a little terror is of sovereign use in restoring quiet. Lady Pelham even feared the calm displeasure of Laura, and shrunk from meeting the reproving eye of even the dependent girl whom she persecuted and reproached and insulted. By degrees Laura's habitual ascendancy was completely restored, perhaps with added strength for its momentary suspension, for she had rather gained in respectability by patient endurance, while Lady Pelham was somewhat humbled by a sense of misconduct. Besides, in the course of 8 months' residence under her roof, Laura was become necessary to her aunt. Her prudence, her good temper, her various domestic talents were ever at hand to supply the capital defects of Lady Pelham's character. Lady Pelham could not justly be said to love any mortal, but she felt the advantages of the method and regularity which Laura had introduced into her family. Laura's beauty gratified her vanity. Laura's sweetness bore with her caprice. Laura's talents amused her solitude, and she made as near approach as nature would permit to loving Laura. What was of more consequence, Laura was popular in the neighbourhood. Her story would be no sooner told than believed, and Lady Pelham's lively imagination strongly represented to her the aggravation, commentary, and sarcasm with which such an anecdote would be circulated. But though these ideas floated in Lady Pelham's mind, let it not be thought that she once supposed them to be the motives of her determination to seek a reconcilement. No, Lady Pelham had explained and disguised and adorned her failings, till she had converted the natural shame of confession into a notion that a candid avowal atoned for any of her errors. And no sooner did she begin to think of making concessions to her niece than the consciousness of blame was lost in inward applause of her own candour and condescension. An observing eye, therefore, would have seen more of conceit than of humility in her air, when early in the morning she entered Laura's apartment. Laura was already dressed, and returned her aunt's salutation more coldly than she had ever formerly done, though with perfect good humour. Lady Pelham approached and took her hand. Laura did not withdraw it. "I fear," said Lady Pelham, "you think I behaved very absurdly last night." Laura looked down and said nothing. "I am willing to own I was to blame," continued her ladyship, "but people of strong feelings, you know, my dear, cannot always command themselves." Laura was still silent. "We must forgive and forget the failings of our friends," proceeded her ladyship. Laura, who dreaded that these overtures of peace only covered a projected attack, still stood speechless. "Will you not forgive me, Laura?" said Lady Pelham coaxingly, her desire of pardon increasing as she began to doubt of obtaining it. "I do, madam," said Laura, clasping Lady Pelham's hand between her own. "I do from my heart forgive all, and if you will permit me, I will forget all but that when I was an orphan, alone in the wide world, you sheltered and protected me." "Thank you, my good girl," returned Lady Pelham, sealing the reconciliation with a kiss. "I knew you would think it a duty to excuse an error arising merely from my natural warmth and the interest I take in you. A bad effect from a noble cause. It is a melancholy truth that those who have the advantages of a feeling heart must share its weaknesses too." Laura had so often listened to similar nonsense that it had ceased to provoke a smile. "Let us talk of this no more," said she. "Let me rather try to persuade you not only to excuse but to sanction the obstinacy that offended you." "Ah, Laura," returned Lady Pelham, smiling, "I must not call you obstinate, but you are very firm. If I could but prevail on you to go with me only for a day or two, I should make my visit as short as you please. For now it has been all arranged, I must go, and it would look so awkward to go without you." "If the length of your visit depend upon me," answered Laura, waiving a subject on which she was determined not to forfeit her character for firmness, "it shall be short indeed, for I shall long to offer some reparation for all my late perverseness and disobedience." At another time Lady Pelham's temper would have failed her at this steady opposition of her will, but fear kept her in check. After a few very gentle expostulations, she gave up the point, and inquired whether her niece still intended to spend the time of her absence at Norwood. Laura answered that she did, and had promised to breakfast there that morning. Upon this Lady Pelham overwhelmed her with such caresses and endearments as she intended should obliterate the remembrance of her late injurious behaviour. She extolled Laura's prudence, her sweet and forgiving disposition, her commendable reserve with strangers, and her caution in speaking of herself or of her own affairs. Unfortunately for the effect of the flattery, Laura recollected that some of these qualities had at times been the subject of Lady Pelham's severe reprehension. She had besides sufficient penetration to detect the motive of her ladyship's altered language, and she strove to suppress a feeling of contempt, while she replied to her aunt's thoughts as freely as if they had been frankly spoken, assuring her that she should be far from publishing to strangers the casual vexations of her domestic life. Lady Pelham reddened as her latent thoughts were thus seized and exposed and naked to her view, but fear again proved victorious, and she redoubled her blandishments. She even had recourse to a new expedient, and for the first time made Laura an offer of money. With infinite difficulty did Laura suppress the indignation which swelled her breast. She had forgiven abuse and insult, but it was beyond endurance that her aunt should suppose that her pardon and silence might be bought. Restraining her anger, however, she positively refused the money, and, bidding Lady Pelham farewell, departed, amidst pressing injunctions to remain at Norwood no longer than till her aunt returned to Walborne, her ladyship protesting that her own home would not be endurable for an hour without the company of her dear Laura. Lady Pelham unwillingly set out on a journey of which the first intention had been totally defeated, but she had no alternative, since, besides having promised to visit Mrs. Bathurst, she made an appointment to meet Hargrave at the stage where she was to stop for the night, and it was now too late to give him warning of his disappointment. Even Hargrave's politeness was no match for his vexation when he saw Lady Pelham, late in the evening, alight from her carriage, unaccompanied by Laura. He listened with impatience to her ladyship's apology and confused explanations, and more than half resolved upon returning to carry on his operations there. But he too had promised to Mrs. Bathurst, whom for particular reasons he wished not to disoblige. The travellers therefore next day pursued their journey to Durham Green, beguiling the way by joint contrivances to conquer the stubbornness of Laura. End of chapter 26. Chapter 27 of Self-Control by Mary Brunton. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Simon Evers. Chapter 27. Laura had proceeded but a short way towards Norwood when she was met by De Courcy, who, with a manner the most opposite to his coldness on the preceding day, sprang forward to meet her, his countenance radiant with pleasure. Laura, delighted with the change, playfully reproached him with his caprice. Montague coloured, but defended himself with spirit, and a dialogue more resembling flirtation than any in which Laura had ever engaged occupied them till, as they loitered along the dark avenue of Norwood, a shade of the sentimental began to mingle with their conversation. De Courcy had that morning firmly resolved, that while Laura was his guest at Norwood, he would avoid a declaration of his sentiments. Convinced, as he now was, that he no longer had anything to fear from the perseverance of Hargrave, he was yet far from being confident of his own success. On the contrary, he was persuaded that he had hitherto awakened in Laura no sentiment beyond friendship, and that she must become accustomed to him as a lover before he could hope for any farther grace. He considered how embarrassing would be her situation in a house of which the master was a repulsed, perhaps a rejected, admirer, and he had determined not to hazard embittering to her a residence from which she had at present no retreat. Yet of the confiding manner, the bewitching loveliness of Laura, the stillness, shade, and solitude of their path had half beguiled him of his prudence, when, fortunately for his resolution, he saw Harriet advancing to meet her friend. Harriet's liveliness soon restored gaiety to the conversation, and the party proceeded less leisurely than before to Norwood, where Laura was received with affectionate cordiality by Mrs. De Courcy. Never had the time appeared to Laura to fly so swiftly as now. Every hour was sacred to improvement, to elegance, or to benevolence. Laura had a mind capable of intense application, and therefore could exalt relaxation into positive enjoyment. But the pleasure which a vigorous understanding takes in the exercise of its powers was now heightened in her hours of study by the assistance, the approbation of De Courcy, and the hours of relaxation he enlivened by a manner which, at once frank and respectful, spirited and kind, seemed peculiarly fitted to adorn the domestic circle. A part of each day was employed by Mrs. De Courcy in various works of charity, and, joining in these, Laura returned with satisfaction to a habit which she had unwillingly laid aside during her residence in London, and but imperfectly resumed at Walborne. Amiable, rational, and pious, the family at Norwood realized all Laura's daydreams of social happiness, and the only painful feeling that assailed her mind arose from the recollection that the time of her visit was fast stealing away. Her visit was, however, prolonged by a fortunate cold which detained Lady Pelham at Durham Green, and Laura could not regret an accident which delayed her separation from her friends. Indeed, she began to dread Lady Pelham's return, both as the signal of her departure from Norwood, and as a prelude to the renewal of her persecutions on account of Hargrave. Far from having, as Lady Pelham had insinuated, renounced his pursuit, he returned in a few days from Mrs. Bathurst's, again established himself with Lambert, and though he could not uninvited intrude himself into Norwood, contrived to beset Laura as often as she passed its bounds. In the few visits which she paid, she generally encountered him, and he regularly waylaid her at church. But it lost an able coadjutor in Lady Pelham, and now, when no one present was concerned to assist his designs, and when Laura was protected by kind and considerate friends, she generally found means to escape his officious attentions. Though, remembering his former jealousy of Montague and the irritability of his temper, she was scrupulously cautious of marking her preference of De Courcy, or of appearing to take sanctuary with him from the assiduities of Hargrave. Indeed, notwithstanding the mildness of De Courcy's disposition, she was not without fear that he might be involved in a quarrel by the unreasonable suspicions of Hargrave, who had often taxed her with receiving his addresses, ascribing his own failure to their success. She had in vain condescended to assure him that the charge was groundless. He never met De Courcy without showing evident marks of dislike. If he accosted him, it was in a tone and manner approaching to insult. The most trivial sentence which De Courcy addressed to Laura drew from Hargrave looks of enmity and defiance, while Montague, on his part, returned these aggressions by a cool disdain, the most opposite to the conciliating frankness of his general manners. Laura's alarm lest Hargrave's ill-concealed aversion should burst into open outrage completed the dread with which he inspired her, and she felt like one subjected to the thraldom of an evil genius, when he one day announced to her that he had procured leave to remove his regiment to in order, as he said, that he might be at hand to assert his rights over her. He conveyed this information as, rudely preventing Mr. Bolingbroke and De Courcy, he led her from Mrs. De Courcy's carriage into church. Laura durst not challenge his presumptuous expression, for Montague was close by her side, and she dreaded that his aversion to arrogance and oppression should induce him to engage in her quarrel. Silently, therefore, though glowing with resentment, she suffered Hargrave to retain the place he had usurped, while Montague followed, with a countenance which a few short moments had clouded with sudden care. "Ah," thought he, "those rights must indeed be strong which he dares thus boldly, thus publicly assert." It was some time ere the service began, and Laura could not help casting glances of kind inquiry on the saddened face, which, a few moments before, she had seen bright with animation and delight. Hargrave's eye followed hers with a far different expression. While she observed him darting a scowl of malice and aversion on the man to whom he owed his life, Laura shuddered, and, wondering at the infatuation which had so long disguised his true character, bent her head, acknowledged her short-sightedness, and resigned the future events of her life to the disposal of Heaven. It was the day immediately preceding Harriet's marriage, and neither she nor Mrs. De Courcy was in church. Laura therefore returned home tête-à-tête with Montague. Ignorant that Hargrave's provoking half-whisper had been overheard by De Courcy, she could not account for the sudden change in his countenance and manner, yet though she took an affectionate interest in his melancholy, they had almost reached home before she summoned courage to inquire into its cause. "I fear you are indisposed," said she to him in a voice of kind concern. De Courcy thanked her. "No, not indisposed," said he, with a faint smile. "Disturbed, then?" said Laura. De Courcy was silent for a moment, and then, taking her hand, said, "May I be candid with you?" "Surely," returned Laura. "I trust I shall ever meet with candour in you." "Then I will own," resumed De Courcy, "that I am disturbed. And can the friend of Montraville be otherwise when he hears a right claimed over you by one so wholly unworthy of you?" "Ah," cried Laura, "you have then heard all. I hoped you had not attended to him." "Attended!" exclaimed De Courcy. "Could any right be claimed over you, and I be regardless?" "It were ungrateful to doubt your friendly interest in me," replied Laura. "Believe me, Colonel Hargrave has no right over me, nor ever shall have." "Yet I did not hear you resist the claim," returned De Courcy. "Because," answered Laura, I feared to draw your attention. His violence terrifies me, and I fear that you might—" She hesitated, stopped, and blushed very deeply. She felt the awkwardness of appearing to expect that De Courcy should engage in a quarrel on her account, but the simple truth ever rose so naturally to her lips that she could not even qualify it without confusion. "Might what?" cried De Courcy eagerly. "Speak frankly, I beseech you." "I feared," replied Laura, recovering herself, "that the interest you take in the daughter of your friend might expose you to the rudeness of this overbearing man." "And did you, upon my account, dearest Laura, submit to this insolence?" cried De Courcy, his eyes sparkling with exultation. "Is my honour, my safety, then, dear to you? Could you think of me even while Hargrave spoke?" With surprise and displeasure, Laura read the triumphant glance which accompanied his words. "Is it possible," thought she, "that, well as he knows me, he can thus mistake the nature of my regard? Or can he, attached to another, find pleasure in the idle dream? O man, thou art altogether vanity." Snatching away the hand which he was pressing to his lips, she coldly replied, "I should have been equally attentive to the safety of any common stranger had I expected his interference, and Colonel Hargrave's speeches cannot divert my attention even from the most trivial object in nature." Poor De Courcy, his towering hopes suddenly levelled with the dust, shrunk from the frozen steadiness of her eye. "Pardon me, Miss Montraville," said he, in a tone of mingled sorrow and reproach. "Pardon me for the hope that you would make any distinction between me and the most indifferent. I shall soon be cured of my presumption." Grieved at the pain she saw she had occasioned, Laura would fain have said something to mitigate the repulse which she had given. But a new light began to dawn upon her, and she feared to conciliate the friend lest she should encourage the lover. Fortunately for the relief of her embarrassment, the carriage stopped. De Courcy gravely and in silence handed her from it, and hurrying to her chamber, she sat down to reconsider the dialogue she had just ended. De Courcy's manner, more than his words, recalled a suspicion which she had oftener than once driven from her mind. She was impressed, she scarcely knew why, with the conviction that she was beloved. For some minutes this idea alone filled her thoughts. The next that succeeded was recollection that she ought sincerely to lament a passion which she could not return. It was her duty to be sorry, very sorry indeed, for such an accident. To be otherwise would have argued the most selfish vanity, the most hard-hearted ingratitude towards the best of friends and the most amiable of mankind. Yet she was not very sorry. It was out of her power to convince herself that she was. So she imputed her philosophy under her misfortune to doubtfulness of its existence. "But after all," said she to herself, "his words could not bear such a construction. And for his manner, who would build anything upon a manner? While a woman's vanity is so apt to deceive her, what rational creature would give credit to what may owe so much to her imagination? Besides, did not Mrs. De Courcy more than hint that his affections were engaged? Did he not even himself confess to me that they were? And I taxed him with vanity. Truly, if he could see this ridiculous freak of mine, he might very justly retort the charge. And see it he will. What could possess me with my absurd prudery to take offence at his expecting that I, who owe him 10,000 kind offices, should be anxious for his safety? How could I be so false, so thankless, as to say I considered him as a common acquaintance? The friend of my father, my departed father, the friend who supported him in want and consoled him in sorrow. No wonder that he seemed shocked. What is so painful to a noble heart as to meet with ingratitude? But you shall never again have reason to think me vain or ungrateful." And Laura hastened downstairs, that she might lose no time in convincing De Courcy that she did not suspect him of being her lover, and highly valued him as a friend. She found him in the drawing-room, pensively resting his forehead against the window-sash, and, approaching him, spoke some trifle with a smile so winning, so gracious, that De Courcy soon forgot both his wishes and his fears, enjoyed the present, and was happy. The day of Harriet's marriage arrived, and for once she was grave and silent. She even forgot her bridal finery, and when Laura went to inform her of Mr. Bolingbroke's arrival, she found her in the library sitting on the ground in tears, her head resting on the seat of an old-fashioned elbow-chair. She sprang up as Laura entered, and, dashing the drops from her eyes, cried, "I've been trying to grow young again for a few minutes before I am made an old woman for life. Just there I used to sit when I was a little thing, and laid my head upon my father's knee, for this was his favourite chair, and there old Rover and I used to lie at his feet together. I'll beg this chair of my mother, for now I love everything at Norwood." Laura drew her away, and she forgot the old elbow-chair when she saw the superb diamonds which were lying on her dressing-table. The ceremonial of the wedding was altogether adjusted by Mrs. Penelope, and though, in compliance with Mr. Bolingbroke's whims, she suffered the ceremony to be privately performed, she invited every creature who could claim kindred with the names of Bolingbroke or de Courcy to meet and welcome the young bride to her home. Mr. Bolingbroke having brought a licence, the pair were united at Norwood. Mr. Wentworth officiated, and de Courcy gave his sister away. Mrs. Bolingbroke's own new barouche, so often beheld in fancy, now really waited to convey her to her future dwelling, but she turned to bid farewell to the domestics who had attended her infancy, and forgot to look at the new barouche. Mr. Bolingbroke was a great man, and could not be allowed to marry quietly. Bonfires were lighted, bells were rung, and a concourse of his tenantry accompanied the carriages which conveyed the party. The admiration of the company whom Mrs. Penelope had assembled in honour of the day was divided between Mrs. Bolingbroke's diamonds and her bridesmaid, and as the number of each sex was pretty equal, the wonders shared pretty equally. "Did you ever see anything so lovely as Miss Montraville?" said Sophia Bolingbroke to the young lady who sat next her. "I never can think anybody pretty who has red hair," was the reply. "If her hair be red," returned Sophia, "it is the most pardonable red hair in the world, for it is more nearly black. Don't you admire her figure?" "Oh, not particularly. She's too much of the Maypole for me. Besides, who can tell what her figure is when she's so muffled up? I dare say she is stuffed, or she would show a little more of her skin." "She has at least an excellent taste in stuffing, then," said Sophia, "for I never saw anything so elegantly formed." "It's easy to see," said the critic, "that she thinks herself a beauty by her dressing so affectedly. To-night, when everybody else is in full dress, do but look at hers." "Pure, unadorned, virgin white," said Miss Bolingbroke, looking at Laura, "the proper attire of angels." The name of Miss Montraville had drawn the attention of de Courcy to this dialogue. "I protest," cried he to Mr. Wentworth, who stood by him, "Sophie Bolingbroke is the most agreeable plain girl I ever saw." He then placed himself by her side, and while she continued to praise Laura, gave her credit for all that is most amiable in women. The moment he left her, she ran to rally Laura upon her conquest. "I give you joy, my dear," said she. "De Courcy is certainly in love with you." "Nonsense!" cried Laura, colouring crimson. "What can make you think so?" "Why, he will talk of nothing but you, and he looked so delighted when I praised you, and paid me more compliments in half an hour than e'er I received in my whole life before." "If he was so complimentary," said Laura, smiling, "it seems more likely that he is in love with you." "Ah," said Sophia, sighing, "that is not very probable." "Full as probable as the other," answered Laura, and turned away to avoid a subject which she was striving to banish from her thoughts. During the few days which Laura and the de Courcys spent with the newly married pair, Miss Bolingbroke's observations served to confirm her opinion, and merely for the pleasure of speaking of Montague, she rallied Laura incessantly on her lover. In weighing credibilities, small weight of testimony returned to the scale, and Laura began alternately to wonder what retarded de Courcy's declaration, and to tax herself with vanity in expecting that he would even make one. She disliked her stay at Orford Hall, and counted the hours till her return to Norwood. De Courcy's attentions she had long placed to the account of a regard which, while she was permitted to give it the name of friendship, she could frankly own that she valued above any earthly possessions. These attentions were now so familiar to her that they were becoming almost necessary, and she was vexed at being constantly reminded that she ought to reject them. She had therefore a latent wish to return to a place where she would have a legitimate claim to his kindness, and where at least there would be no one to remind her that she ought to shrink from it. Besides, she was weary of the state and magnificence that surrounded her. while Harriet glided into the use of her finery as if she had been accustomed to it from her cradle, Laura could by no means be reconciled to it. She endured with impatience a meal of 3 hours long, could not eat while 6 footmen were staring at her, started if she thoughtlessly leant her head against the white damask wall, and could not move with ease where every gesture was repeated in endless looking-glasses. With pleasure, therefore, she saw the day arrive which was to restore her to easy hospitality and respectable simplicity at Norwood. But that very day she received a summons to attend her aunt at Walborne. Unwilling as Laura was to quit her friends, she did not delay to comply with Lady Pelham's requisition. Mrs. de Courcy judged it improper to urge her to stay, and Montague in part consoled himself for her departure by reflecting that he would now be at liberty to disclose his long-concealed secret. "No doubt you are at liberty," said Mrs. de Courcy, when he spoke to her of his intentions, "and I am far from pretending to advise or interfere. But, my dear Montague, you must neither be surprised nor in despair if you be at first unsuccessful. Though Laura esteems you, perhaps more than esteems you, she is convinced that she is invulnerable to love. And it may be so, but her fancied security is all in your favour." Weary of suspense, however, de Courcy often resolved to know his fate, and often went to Walborne, determined to learn ere he returned whether a circle of pleasing duties was to fill his after-life, or whether it was to be spent alone, loveless, joyless, unendeared. But when he met the friendly smile of Laura, and remembered that, his secret told, it might vanish like the gleaming of a wintry sun, his courage failed, and the intended disclosure was again delayed. Yet his manner grew less and less equivocal, and Laura, unwilling as she was to own the conviction to herself, could scarcely maintain her wilful blindness. She allowed the subject to occupy the more of her thoughts because it came disguised in a veil of self-condemnation and humility. Sometimes she repeated to herself that she should never have known the vanity of her own heart had it not been visited by so absurd a suspicion, and sometimes that she should never have been acquainted with its selfishness and obduracy had she not borne with such indifference the thoughts of what must bring pain and disappointment to so worthy a breast. But, spite of Laura's efforts to be miserable, the subject cost her much more perplexity than distress. And in wondering whether de Courcy really were her lover, and what could be his motive for concealing it if he were, she often forgot to deplore the consequences of her charms. Meanwhile, Hargrave continued his importunities, and Lady Pelham seconded them with unwearied perseverance. In vain did Laura protest that her indifference was unconquerable, in vain assure him that though a total revolution in his character might regain her esteem, her affection was irrecoverably lost. She could at any time exasperate the proud spirit of Hargrave, till in transports of fury he would abjure her for ever. But a few hours always brought the for ever to an end, and Hargrave back, to supplicate, to importune, and not unfrequently to threaten. Though her unremitting coldness, however, failed to conquer his passion, it by degrees extinguished all of generous or kindly that had ever mingled with the flame, and the wild unholy fire which her beauty kept alive was blended with the heart-burnings of anger and revenge. From such a passion Laura shrunk with dread and horror. She heard its expressions as superstition listens to sounds of evil omen, and saw his impassioned glances with the dread of one who meets the eye of the crouching tiger. His increasing jealousy of de Courcy, which testified itself in haughtiness and even ferocity of behaviour towards him, and Montague's determined though cool resistance of his insolence, kept her in continual alarm. Though she never on any other occasion voluntarily entered Hargrave's presence, yet if de Courcy found him at Walborne, she would hasten to join them, fearing the consequences of a private interview between two such hostile spirits. And this apparent preference not only aggravated the jealousy of Hargrave, but aroused Lady Pelham's indefatigable spirit of remonstrance. The subject was particularly suited for an episode to her ladyship's harangues in favour of Hargrave, and she introduced and varied it with a dexterity all her own. She taxed Laura with a passion for de Courcy, and in terms not eminently delicate reproached her with facility in transferring her regards. While the charge was privately made, it appeared to Laura too groundless to affect her temper. But Lady Pelham, whose whole life might be said to form one grand experiment upon the powers of provocation, took occasion to rally her upon it before some of her companions, hinting not obscurely at the secret which Laura had so religiously kept, and confessed with so much pain. The attempt was partly successful, for Laura was really angry, but she commanded herself so far as to parry the attack, secretly vowing that her candour should never again commit her to the discretion of Lady Pelham. Sometimes assuming the tone of a tender monitress, Lady Pelham would affect to be seriously convinced that her niece entertained a passion for De Courcy, and, treating all Laura's denials as the effect of maiden timidity, would pretend to sympathize in her sufferings, advising her to use her strength of mind to conquer this unfortunate partiality, to transfer her affections from one to whom they appeared valueless to him who sued for them with such interesting perseverance. Above all, she entreated her to avoid the appearance of making advances to a man who probably never bestowed a thought on her in return, thus intimating that Laura's behaviour might bear so provoking a construction. Laura, sometimes irritated, oftener amused by these impertinences, could have endured them with tolerable patience, but they were mere interludes to Lady Pelham's indefatigable chidings on the subject of Hargrave. These were continued with a zeal and industry worthy of better success. And yet they could not be said to be wholly unsuccessful, while, though they could not persuade, they could torment. In vain did Laura recount the reasons which, even amidst the utmost strength of inclination, would have deterred her from a connection with a person of Hargrave's character. To reason with Lady Pelham was a labour at once severe and unavailing. She was so dexterous in the use of indefinite language, so practised in every art of shift and evasion, that the strongest argument failed to conquer. Or, if forced from her ground, she on the next occasion occupied it again, just as if she had always maintained it undisputed. Remonstrance and entreaty were not more successful. In defiance of both, Lady Pelham continued to ring endless changes on the same endless theme, till Laura's patience would have failed her, had she not been consoled by reflecting that the time now drew near when the payment of her annuity would enable her to escape from her unwearied persecutors. She heartily wished, however, that a change of system might make her residence with Lady Pelham endurable, for strong as was her attachment to Mrs. Douglas, it was no longer her only friendship, and she could not without pain think of quitting, perhaps for ever, her valued friends at Norwood. Winter advanced. Lady Pelham began to talk of her removal to town, and Laura was not without hopes that when removed to a distance from Hargrave, her aunt would remit somewhat of her diligence in his cause. Laura expected that his duty would generally confine him to headquarters, and she hoped to find in his absence a respite from one half of her plague. At all events, from London she thought she could easily procure an escort to Scotland, and she was determined rather finally to forfeit the protection of Lady Pelham than submit to such annoyance as she had of late endured. Laura could not help wondering sometimes that her aunt, while she appeared so anxious to promote the success of Hargrave, should meditate a step which would place him at a distance from the object of his pursuit. But Lady Pelham's conduct was so generally inconsistent that Laura was weary of trying to reconcile its contradictories. She endeavoured to hope that Lady Pelham, at last becoming sensible of the inefficacy of her efforts, was herself growing desirous to escape the Colonel's importunity, and she thought that she could observe that as the time of their departure approached, her ladyship relaxed somewhat of her industry in teasing. But the motives of Lady Pelham's removal did not at all coincide with her niece's hopes, and nothing could be further from her intention than to resign her labours in a field so rich in controversy and provocation. She imagined that Laura's obstinacy was occasioned, or at least strengthened, by the influence of the De Courcys, and she expected that a more general acquaintance with the world would remove her prejudices. At Walborne, Laura, if offended, could always take refuge with Mrs. De Courcy. In London she would be more defenceless. At Walborne Lady Pelham acted under restraint, for there were few objects to divide with her the observation of her neighbours, and she felt herself accountable to them for the propriety of her conduct. But she would be more at liberty in a place where, each immersed in his own business or pleasure, no one had leisure to comment on the concerns of others. She knew that Hargrave would find means to escape the duty of remaining with his regiment, and indeed had concerted with him the whole plan of her operations. Meanwhile, Laura, altogether unsuspicious of their designs, gladly prepared for her journey, considering it as a fortunate instance of the instability of Lady Pelham's purposes. She paid a parting visit to Mrs. Bolingbroke, whom she found established in quiet possession of all the goods of fortune. By the aid of Mrs. de Courcy's carriage, she contrived, without molestation from Hargrave, to spend much of her time at Norwood, where she was always received with a kindness the most flattering and loaded with testimonies of regard. De Courcy still kept his secret, and Laura's suspicions rather diminished when she considered that, though he knew she was to go without any certainty of returning, he suffered numberless opportunities to pass without breathing a syllable of love. The day preceding that which was fixed for the journey arrived, and Laura begged Lady Pelham's permission to spend it entirely with Mrs. de Courcy. Lady Pelham was rather unwilling to consent, for she remembered that her last excursion had been rendered abortive by a visit to Norwood. But, flattering herself that her present scheme was secure from hazard of failure, she assumed an accommodating humour, and not only permitted Laura to go, but allowed the carriage to convey her, stipulating that she should return it immediately and walk home in the evening. She found the de Courcys alone, and passed the day less cheerfully than any she had ever spent at Norwood. Mrs. de Courcy, though kind, was grave and thoughtful; Montague absent and melancholy. Harriet's never-failing spirits no longer enlivened the party, and her place was but feebly supplied by the infantine gaiety of de Courcy's little protégé, Henry. This child, who was the toy of all his patron's leisure hours, had, during her visits to Norwood, become particularly interesting to Laura. His quickness, his uncommon beauty, his engaging frankness, above all the innocent fondness which he showed for her, had really attached her to him, and he repaid her with all the affections of his little heart. He would quit his toys to hang upon her, and though at other times, as restless as any of his kind, was never weary of sitting quietly on her knee, clasping her snowy neck in his little sunburnt arms. His prattle agreeably interrupted the taciturnity into which the little party were falling, till his grandmother came to take him away. "Kiss your hand, Henry, and bid Miss Montraville farewell," said the old man, as he was about to take him from Laura's arms. "Be a long time before you see her again." "Are you going away?" said the child, looking sorrowfully in Laura's face. "Yes, far away," answered Laura. "Then Henry will go with you, Henry's dear pretty lady." "No, no," said his grandfather. "You must go to your mammy. Good boys love their mammies best." "Then you ought to be Henry's mammy," cried the child, sobbing, and locking his arms round Laura's neck, "for Henry loves you best." "My dear boy," cried Laura, kissing him with a smile that half consented to his wish, but happening to turn her eye towards de Courcy, she saw him change colour, and with an abruptness unlike his usual manner, he snatched the boy from her arms, and, regardless of his cries, dismissed him from the room. This little incident did not contribute to the cheerfulness of the group. Grieved to part with her favourite, and puzzled to account for de Courcy's behaviour, Laura was now the most silent of the trio. She saw nothing in the childish expression of fondness which should have moved de Courcy, yet it had evidently stung him with sudden uneasiness. She now recollected that she had more than once inquired who were the parents of this child, and that the question had always been evaded. A motive of curiosity prompted her now to repeat her inquiry, and she addressed it to Mrs. de Courcy. With a slight shade of embarrassment, Mrs. de Courcy answered, "His mother was the only child of our old servant, a pretty, meek-spirited, unfortunate girl, and his father—" "His father's crimes," interrupted de Courcy hastily, "have brought their own punishment, a punishment beyond mortal fortitude to bear." And catching up a book, he asked Laura whether she had seen it, endeavouring to divert her attention by pointing out some passages to her notice. Laura's curiosity was increased by this appearance of concealment, but she had no means of gratifying it, and the subject vanished from her mind when she thought of bidding farewell to her beloved friends, perhaps for ever. When she was about to go, Mrs. de Courcy affectionately embraced her. "My dear child," said she, "second in my love and esteem only to my own Montague, almost the warmest wish of my heart is to retain you always with me. But if that is impossible, short may your absence be, and may you return to us as joyfully as we shall receive you." Weeping and reluctant to part, Laura at last tore herself away. Hargrave had so often stolen upon her walks that the fear of meeting him was become habitual to her, and she wished to escape him by reaching home before her return could be expected. As she leant on De Courcy's arms, ashamed of being unable to suppress her sensibility, she averted her head and looked sadly back upon a dwelling endeared to her by many an innocent, many a rational pleasure. Absorbed in her regrets, Laura had proceeded a considerable way before she observed that she held a trembling arm, and recollected that De Courcy had scarcely spoken since their walk began. Her tears ceased suddenly, while confused and disquieted she quickened her pace. Soon recollecting herself, she stopped, and, thanking him for his escort, begged that he would go no further. "I cannot leave you yet," said De Courcy, in a voice of restrained emotion, and again he led her onwards. A few short sentences were all that passed till they had almost reached the antique gate which terminated the winding part of the avenue. Here Laura again endeavoured to prevail upon her companion to return, but without success. With more composure than before, he refused to leave her. Dreading to encounter Hargrave while De Courcy was in such evident agitation, she besought him to go, telling him that it was her particular wish that he should proceed no farther. He instantly stopped, and clasping her hand between his, "Must I then leave you, Laura?" said he, "you whose presence has so long been the charm of my existence?" The blood rushed violently into Laura's face, and as suddenly retired. "And can I," continued De Courcy, "can I suffer you to go without pouring out my full heart to you?" Laura breathed painfully, and she pressed her hand upon her bosom to restrain its swelling. "To talk to you of passion," resumed De Courcy, "is nothing. You have twined yourself with every wish and every employment, every motive, every hope, till to part with you is tearing my heartstrings." Again he paused. Laura felt that she was expected to reply, and though trembling and breathless, made an effort to speak. "This is what I feared," said she, "yet I wish you had been less explicit, for there is no human being whose friendship is so dear to me as yours, and now I fear I ought—" The sob which had been struggling in her breast now choked her utterance, and she wept aloud. "It is the will of heaven," said she, "that I should be reft of every earthly friend." She covered her face and stood labouring to compose herself, while, heart-struck with a disappointment which was not mitigated by all the gentleness with which it was conveyed, De Courcy was unable to break the silence. "Ungrateful, selfish that I am!" exclaimed Laura, suddenly dashing the tears from her eyes, "thus to think only of my own loss, while I am giving pain to the worthiest of hearts. My best friend, I cannot indeed return the regard with which you honour me, but I can make you cease to wish that I should. And I deserve the shame and anguish I shall suffer. She whom you honour with your love," continued she, the burning crimson glowing in her face and neck, "has been the sport of a passion strong as disgraceful as the object is worthless." Her look, her voice, her manner conveyed to De Courcy the strongest idea of the torture which this confession cost her, and no sufferings of his own could make him insensible to those of Laura. "Cease, cease," he cried, "best and dearest of women. Do not add to my wretchedness the thought of giving pain to you." Then, after a few moments' pause, he continued, "It would be wronging your noble candour to doubt that you have recalled your affections." "In doing so," answered Laura, "I can claim no merit. Infatuation itself could have been blind no longer." "Then why, dearest Laura," cried De Courcy, his heart again bounding with hope, "why may not time and the fond assiduities of love—" "Ah," interrupted Laura, "that is impossible. A mere preference I might give you, but I need not tell you that I have no more to give." "My heavenly Laura," cried De Courcy, eager joy beaming in his eyes, "give me but this preference, and I would not exchange it for the fondest passion of womankind." "You deceive yourself," said Laura mournfully, "miserably deceive yourself. Such a sentiment could never content you. You would miss 1,000 little arts of happiness which love alone can teach, observe 1,000 nameless coldnesses which no caution could conceal, and you would be unhappy without knowing perhaps of what to complain. You, who would deserve the warmest affection, to be content with mere endurance? Oh no, I should be wretched in the bare thought of offering you so poor a return. Endurance, Laura? I should indeed be a monster to find joy in anything which you could describe by such a word. But must I despair of awakening such affection as will make duty delightful, such as will enjoy the bliss which it bestows? Believe me, my dear friend, said Laura, in a voice as sweet, as soothing, as ever conveyed the tenderest confession. Believe me, I am not insensible to the value of your regard. It adds a new debt of gratitude to all that Montraville's daughter owes you. My highest esteem shall ever be yours, but after what I have confided to you, a moment's consideration must convince you that all beyond is impossible. Ah, thought de Courcy, what would it cost me to believe that it is indeed impossible? But Laura's avowal was not quite so fatal to his hopes as she imagined, and while she supposed that he was summoning fortitude to endure their final destruction, he stood silently pondering Mrs. de Courcy's oft-repeated counsel to let love borrow the garb of friendship, nor suffer him undisguised to approach the heart where, having once been dethroned as an usurper, all was in arms against him. "If I must indeed renounce every dearer hope," resumed he, "then in your friendship, my ever dear Miss Montraville, I must seek the happiness of my afterlife, and surely—" "Oh no," interrupted Laura, "that must not be. The little part of your happiness which will depend upon earthly connections, you must find in that of some fortunate woman who has yet a heart to give." "How can you name it to me?" cried de Courcy, half indignantly. "Can he who has known you, Laura, admired in you all that is noble, loved in you all that is enchanting, transfer his heart to some commonplace being? You are my business, you are my pleasure. I toil but to be worthy of you. Your approbation is my sweetest reward. All earthly things are precious to me, but as you share in them, even a better world borrows hope from you. And is this a love to be bestowed on some soulless thing? No, Laura, I cannot, I will not change. If I cannot win your love, I will admit no substitute but your friendship." "Indeed, Mr. de Courcy," cried Laura, unconsciously pressing in the energy of her speech the hand which held hers, "indeed it is no commonplace woman that I wish to resign you. Lonely as my own life must be, its chief pleasures must arise from the happiness of my friends, and to know that you are happy—" Laura stopped, for she felt her own voice grow tremulous. "But we will not talk of this now," resumed she. "I shall be absent for some months at least, and in that time you will bring yourself to think differently. Promise me at least to make the attempt." "No, Laura," answered de Courcy, "that I cannot promise. I will never harass you with importunity or complaint, but the love of you shall be my heart's treasure. It shall last through life beyond life, and if you cannot love me, give in return only such kind thoughts as you would bestow on one who would promote your happiness at the expense of his own. And promise me, dearest Laura, that when we meet you will not receive me with suspicion or reserve, as if you feared that I should presume on your favour or persecute you with solicitations. Trust to my honour, trust to my love itself for sparing you all unavailing entreaty. Promise me, then, ever to consider me as a friend, a faithful, tender friend, and forget, till my weakness reminds you of it, that ever you knew me as a lover." "Ah, Mr. de Courcy," cried Laura, tears filling her eyes, "what thoughts but the kindest can I ever have of him who comforted my father's sorrows, who relieved, in a manner that made relief indeed a kindness, relieved my father's wants? And what suspicion, what coldness can I ever feel towards him whom my father loved and honoured? Yes, I will trust you, for I know that you are as far above owing favours to compassion as to fear." "A thousand thanks, beloved Laura," cried de Courcy, kissing her hands, "and thus I seal our compact. One thing more. Shall I trespass on your noble frankness if I ask you whether, had not another stolen the blessing, I might have hoped to awaken a warmer regard? Whether any labour, any cares could have won for me what he has forfeited?" Silent and blushing, Laura stood for a few moments with her eyes fixed on the ground. Then, raising them, said, "From you I fear no wrong construction of my words, and will frankly own to you that for my own sake, as well as yours, I wish you had been known to me ere the serpent wound me in his poisoned folds. I believe indeed that no mortal but himself could have inspired the same, what shall I call, an infatuation with which reason had nothing to do. But you have the virtues which I have been taught to love, but what avails it now? I was indeed a social creature, domestic habits, domestic wishes strong in me, but what avails it now?" "And was there a time when you could have loved me, Laura? Blessings on you for the concession. It shall cheer my exiled heart when you are far distant, soothe me with delightful daydreams of what might have been, and give my solitude a charm which none but you could bring to the most social hour." "Your solitude, my honoured friend," replied Laura, "needs it not. It has better and nobler charms, the charms of usefulness, of piety, and long may these form your business and delight. But what makes me linger with you? I meant to have hastened home, that I might avoid one as unlike to you as confidence is to fear, the feelings which you each inspire. Farewell. I trust I shall soon hear that you are well and happy." Loath to part, De Courcy endeavoured to detain her while he again gave utterance to his strong affection, and when she would be gone, bade her farewell in language so solemn, so tender, that all her self-command could not repress the tears which trickled down her cheeks. They parted. He followed her to beg that she would think of him sometimes. Again she left him. Again he had some little boon to crave. She reached the gate, and looking back saw De Courcy standing motionless where she had last quitted him. She beckoned a farewell. The gate closed after her, and De Courcy felt as if one blank dreary waste had blotted the fair face of nature. End of chapter 27. Chapter 28 of Self-Control by Mary Brunton. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Simon Evers. Chapter 28. The evening was closing when Laura proceeded on her way. She had outstayed her purposed time, and from every bush by the path-side she expected to see Hargrave steal upon her. In every gust of the chill November wind she thought she heard his footstep. She passed the last cottages connected with Norwood. The evening fires glanced cheerfully through the casements, and the voice of rustic merriment came softened on the ear. "Amiable De Courcy," thought Laura, "the meanest of his dependents finds comfort in his protection, while the being on whom I have lavished the affection which might have rejoiced that worthy heart makes himself an object of dread, even to her whom he pretends to love." She reached home, however, without interruption, and was going to join Lady Pelham in the sitting-room, when, happening to pass a looking-glass, she observed that her eyes still bore traces of the tears she had been shedding, and in dread of the merciless raillery of her aunt, she retired to her own room. There, with an undefined feeling of despondence, she sat down to reconsider her conversation with De Courcy. Never was task more easy or more unprofitable. She remembered every word that De Courcy had uttered, remembered the very tone, look, and gesture with which they were spoken. She recollected, too, all that she had said in reply, but she could by no means unravel the confused effects of the scene upon her own mind. She certainly pitied her lover to a very painful degree. "Poor De Courcy," said she, accompanying the half-whisper with a heavy sigh. But having in the course of half an hour's rumination repeated this soliloquy about 20 times, she began to recollect that De Courcy had borne his disappointment with considerable philosophy, and appeared to derive no small comfort from the prospect of an intercourse of mere friendship. This fortunate recollection, however, not immediately relieving her, she endeavoured to account for her depression by laying hold of a vague idea which was floating in her mind, that she had not on this occasion acted as she ought. Friendships between young persons of different sexes were proverbial fermenters of the tender passion, and though she was herself in perfect safety, was it right to expose to such hazard the peace of De Courcy? Was it generous, was it even honourable, to increase the difficulties of his self-conquest by admitting him to the intimacy of friendship? It was true he had voluntarily sought the post of danger, but then he was under the dominion of an influence which did not allow him to weigh consequences. And was it not unpardonable in her, who was in full possession of herself, to sanction, to aid his imprudence? Yet how could she have rejected a friendship which did her so much honour, the friendship of the man whom her father had so loved and respected, of the man to whom her father wished to see her connected by the closest ties, the man to whom she owed obligations never to be repaid? Alas, how had she acknowledged these obligations? By suffering the most amiable of mankind to sport with his affections, while she had weakly thrown away her own. But the mischief was not yet totally irremediable, and dazzled by the romantic generosity of sacrificing her highest earthly joy to the restoration of her benefactor's quiet, she snatched a pen, intending to retract her promise. An obsolete notion of decorum was for once favourable to a lover, and Laura saw the impropriety of writing to De Courcy. Besides, it occurred to her that she might withdraw into Scotland, without formally announcing the reason of her retreat, and thus leave herself at liberty to receive De Courcy as a friend, whenever discretion should warrant this indulgence. After her most magnanimous resolves, however, feeling her mind as confused and comfortless as before, she determined to obtain the benefit of impartial counsel, and changed the destination of the paper on which she had already written "My dear friend" from De Courcy to Mrs. Douglas. With all her native candour and singleness of heart did Laura detail her case to the monitress of her youth. To reveal De Courcy's name was contrary to her principles, but she described his situation, his mode of life, and domestic habits. She enlarged upon his character, her obligations to him, and the regret which, for his sake, she felt the particular circumstances rendered her incapable of such an attachment as was necessary to conjugal happiness. She mentioned her compliance with her lover's request of a continuance of their former intimacy, confessed her doubts of the propriety of her concession, and entreated Mrs. Douglas's explicit opinion on the past, as well as her directions for the future. Her mind thus unburdened, she was less perplexed and uneasy, and the next morning cheerfully commenced her journey, pleasing herself with the prospect of being released from the harassing attendance of Hargrave. On the evening of the second day the travellers reached Grosvenor Street, and the unsuspecting Laura, with renewed sentiments of gratitude to her aunt, revisited the dwelling which had received her when she could claim no other shelter. Her annuity having now become due, Laura, soon after her arrival in town, one day borrowed Lady Pelham's chariot, that she might go to receive the money and purchase some necessary additions to her wardrobe. Remembering, however, the inconveniences to which she had been subjected by her imprudence in leaving herself without money, she regulated her disbursements by the strictest economy, determined to reserve a sum, which, besides a little gift to her cousin, might defray the expenses of a journey to Scotland. Her way chancing to lie through Holborn, a recollection of the civilities of her old landlady induced her to stop and inquire for Mrs. Dawkins. The good woman almost compelled her to alight, overwhelmed her with welcomes, and asked 100 questions in a breath, giving in return a very detailed account of all her family affairs. She informed Laura that Miss Julia, having lately read the life of a heroine who in the capacity of a governess captured the heart of a great lord, had been seized with the desire to seek adventures under a similar character, but finding that recommendations for experience were necessary to her admission into any family of rank, she condescended to serve her apprenticeship in the tuition of the daughters of an eminent cow-feeder. The good woman expressed great compassion for the pupils of so incompetent a teacher, from whom they could learn nothing useful. But that was, she observed, their father's look-out, and in the meantime it was so far well that July was keeping something towards her keeping. After a visit of some length, Laura wished to be gone, but her hostess would not suspend her eloquence long enough to suffer her to take leave. She was at last obliged to interrupt the harangue, and, breaking from her indefatigable entertainer, hurried home, not a little alarmed lest her stay should expose her on her return home to oratory of a different kind. Lady Pelham, however, received her most graciously, examined all her purchases, and inquired very particularly into the cost of each. She calculated the amount, and the balance of the annuity remaining in Laura's possession. £35, she exclaimed. What in the world, Laura, will you do with so much money? Perhaps 35 different things, answered Laura, smiling. I have never had, nor ever shall have, half so much money as I could spend. Oh, you extravagant thing, cried Lady Pelham, patting her cheek. But take care that someone does not save you the trouble of spending it. You should be very sure of the locks of your drawers. You better let me put your treasures into my bureau. Laura was about to comply, when recollecting that there might be some awkwardness in asking her aunt for the money while she concealed its intended destination, she thanked Lady Pelham, but said she supposed it would be perfectly safe in her own custody, and then, as usual, avoided impending altercation by hastening out of the room. She thought Lady Pelham looked displeased, but as that was a necessary effect of the slightest contradiction, she saw it without violent concern, and the next time they met her ladyship was again all smiles and courtesy. 3 days, 3 wondrous days, all was sunshine and serenity. Lady Pelham was the most ingenious, the most amusing, the most fascinating of womankind. What a pity, thought Laura, that my aunt's spirits are so fluctuating. How delightful she can be when she pleases. In the midst of these brilliant hours, Lady Pelham one morning ran into the room where Laura was at work. "Here's a poor fellow," said she, with a look and voice all compassion, "who has sent me his account and said he must go to jail if it is not paid instantly. But it is quite impossible for me to get the money till to-morrow." "To jail?" cried Laura, shocked. "What is the amount?" £40, said Lady Pelham, "and I have not above 10 in the house." "Take mine," cried Laura, hastening to bring it. Lady Pelham stopped her. "No, my dear good girl," said she, "I won't take away your little store. Perhaps you may want it yourself." "Oh, no," said Laura, "I cannot want it. Pray let me bring it." "The poor man has a large family," said Lady Pelham, "but indeed I am very unwilling to take—" Her ladyship spared further regrets, for Laura was out of hearing. She returned in a moment with the whole of her wealth, out of which Lady Pelham, after some hesitation, was prevailed upon to take £30, a robbery to which she averred that she would never have consented but for the wretched situation of an innocent family, and her own certainty of repaying the debt in a day or two at farthest. Several days, however, passed away, and Lady Pelham made no mention of discharging her debt. Laura wondered a little that her aunt should forget a promise so lately and so voluntarily given, but her attention was entirely diverted from the subject by the following letter from Mrs. Douglas. "You see, my dear Laura, I lose no time in answering your letter, though for the first time I answer you with some perplexity. The weight which you have always kindly allowed to my opinion makes me at all times give it with timidity, but that is not the only reason of my present hesitation. I confess that in spite of the apparent frankness and perspicuity with which you have written, I am not able exactly to comprehend you. You describe a man of respectable abilities, of amiable dispositions, of sound principles, and engaging manners. You profess that such qualities, aided by intimacy, have secured your cordial friendship, while obligations beyond return have enlivened this friendship by the warmest gratitude. But just as I am about to conclude that all this has produced its natural effect, and to prepare my congratulations for a happy occasion, you kill my expectations with a dismal sentence, expressing your regrets for having been obliged to reject the addresses of this excellent person. Now this might have been intelligible enough, supposing you were preoccupied by a stronger attachment. But so far from this, you declare yourself absolutely incapable of any exclusive affection, or of such a regard as is necessary to any degree of happiness in the conjugal state. I know not, my dear Laura, what ideas you may entertain of the fervency suitable to wedded love, but had you been less peremptory, I should have thought it not unlikely to spring from a young woman's most cordial esteem and warmest gratitude towards a young man with expressive black eyes and the most benevolent smile in the world. From the tenor of your letter, As well as from some expressions you have formerly dropped, I am led to conjecture that you think an extravagant passion necessary to the happiness of married life. You will smile at the expression, but if it offends you, change it for any other descriptive of a feeling beyond tender friendship, and you will find the substitute nearly synonymous with the original. Now this idea appears to me rather erroneous, and I cannot help thinking that calm, dispassionate affection, at least on the side of the lady, promises more permanent comfort. All male writers on the subject of love, so far as my little knowledge extends, represent possession as the infallible cure of passion. A very unattractive picture, it must be confessed, of the love of that lordly sex. But they themselves being the painters, the deformity is a pledge of the resemblance, and I own my small experience furnishes no instances to contradict their testimony. Taking its truth, then, for granted, I need not inquire whether the passions of our own sex be equally fleeting. If they be, the enamoured pairs soon find themselves at best in the same situation with those who marry from sober sentiments of regard, that is, obliged to seek happiness in the esteem, the confidence, the forbearance of each other. But if in the female breast the fervours of passion be less transient, I need not describe to you the sufferings of feminine sensibility under half-returned ardour, nor the stings of feminine pride under the unnatural and mortifying transference of the arts of courtship. I trust, my dear child, that should you ever make a marriage of passion, your self-command will enable you to smother its last embers in your own bosom, while your prudence will improve the short advantage which is conferred by its empire in that of your husband, to lay the foundation of affection more tender than friendship, more lasting than love. Again, it is surely of the utmost consequence to the felicity of wedded life that a just and temperate estimate be formed of the character of him to whose temper we must accommodate ourselves, whose caprices we must endure, whose failings we must pardon, whether the discord burst upon us in thunder, or steal on amid harmonies which render it imperceptible, perhaps half pleasing. Small chance is there that passion should view with the calm extenuating eye of reason the faults which it suddenly detects in the god of its idolatry. The once fervent votary of the idol, finding it unworthy of his worship, neglects the useful purposes to which he might apply the gold which it contains. I have other reasons for thinking that passion is at best unnecessary to conjugal happiness, but even if I should make you a proselyte to my opinion, the conviction would, in the present case, probably come too late. Such a man as you describe will probably be satisfied with the answer he has received. He will certainly never importune you, nor poorly attempt to extort from your pity what he could not win from your love. His attachment will soon subside into a friendly regard for you, or be diverted into another channel by virtues similar to those which first attracted him. I only wish, my dear Laura, that after this change takes place, the circumstances may remain in force which render you for ever incapable of repaying him with a love like his own. If you are sure that these circumstances are decisive, I foresee no evil which can result from your cultivating a friendship so honourable and advantageous to you as that of a man of letters and a Christian, whose conversation may improve your mind, and whose experience may supply that knowledge of the world which is rarely obtainable by women in the more private walks of life. To him I should suppose that no danger could arise from such an intercourse. We are all apt to overrate the strength and durability of the attachments we excite. I believe the truth is that in a vigorous, well-governed, and actively employed mind, love rarely becomes that restless tyrant which vanity and romances represent him. His empire is divided by the love of fame or the desire of usefulness, the eagerness of research or the triumph of discovery. But even solitude, idleness, and imagination cannot long support his dominion without the assistance of hope, and I take it for granted from your tried honour and generosity that your answer has been too explicit to leave your lover in any doubt that your sentence is final. I own I could have wished that the virtues of my ever dear Laura have found in the sacred characters of wife and mother a larger field than a state of celibacy can afford. But I have no fear that your happiness or respectability should ever depend upon outward circumstances. I have no doubt that moderate wishes and useful employments will diffuse cheerfulness in the loneliest dwelling, while piety will people it with guests from heaven. Thus, my beloved child, I have given my opinion with all the freedom you can desire. I have written a volume rather than a letter. The passion for giving advice long survives that which is the subject of our correspondence, and to show you that I can lay some restraint on an old woman's rage for admonition, I will not add another line, except that which assures you that I am, with all a mother's love and all a friend's esteem, your affectionate E. Douglas. Laura read this letter often and pondered it deeply. Though she could not deny that it contained some truths, she was not satisfied with the doctrine deduced from them. She remembered that Mrs. Douglas was the most affectionate of wives, and concluded that in one solitary instance her judgment had been at variance with her practice, and that, having herself made a marriage of love, she was not an adequate judge of the disadvantages attending a more dispassionate connection. Some passages, too, she could well have spared, but as these were prophetic rather than monitory, they required little consideration, and after the second reading Laura generally admitted them in the perusal of her friend's epistle. Upon the whole, however, it gave her pleasure. Her conscience was relieved by obtaining the sanction of Mrs. Douglas to her promised intimacy with De Courcy, and already she looked forward to the time when it should be renewed. Since her arrival in town, her aunt, all kindness and complacency, had scarcely named Hargrave, and with the sanguine temper of youth, Laura hoped that she had at last exhausted the perseverance of her persecutors. This fruitful source of strife removed, she thought she could without much difficulty submit to the casual fits of caprice to which Lady Pelham was subject, and considering that her aunt, with all her faults, was still her most natural protector, and her house her most proper abode, she began to lay aside thoughts of removing immediately to Scotland, and to look towards Walborne as her permanent home. In the meantime she promised herself that the approaching winter would bring her both amusement and information. The capital, with all its wonders, of which she had hitherto seen little, the endless diversity of character which she expected its inhabitants to exhibit, the conversation of the literary and the elegant, of wits, senators, and statesmen, promised an inexhaustible fund of instruction and delight. Nay, the patriotic heart of Laura beat high with the hope of meeting some of those heroes who, undaunted by disaster, where all but honour is lost, maintain the honour of Britain, or who, with happier fortune, guide the triumphant navies of our native land. She was yet to learn how little of character appears through the varnish of fashionable manners, and how little a hero or a statesman at a rout differs from a mere man of fashion in the same situation. Lady Pelham seemed inclined to furnish her with all the opportunities of observation which she could desire, introducing her to every visitor of distinction, and procuring for her the particular attention of two ladies of high rank, who constantly invited her to share in the gaieties of the season. But Laura, instructed in the value of time, and feeling herself accountable for its employment, stopped far short of the dissipation of her companions. She had long since established a criterion by which to judge of the innocence of her pleasure, accounting every amusement from which she returned to her duties with an exhausted frame, languid spirits, or distracted attention, to be at best dangerous, and contrary to all rational ends of recreation. Of entertainments which she had never before witnessed, curiosity generally induced her for once to partake, but she found few that could stand her test, and to those which failed in the trial she returned as seldom as possible. One species alone, if it deserved to be classed with entertainments, she was unwillingly obliged to accept from her rule. From card parties Laura always returned fatigued both in mind and body. While present at them she had scarcely any other wish than to escape, and she quitted them unfit for anything but rest. Lady Pelham, however, sometimes made it a point that her niece should accompany her to these parties, and though she never asked Laura to play, was occasionally at pains to interest her in the game by calling her to her side, appealing to her against ill fortune, or exacting her congratulations in success. A few of these parties accepted, Laura's time passed pleasantly. Though the calm of her aunt's temper was now and then disturbed by short gusts of anger, it returned as lightly as it had fled, and the subject, fertile in endless chiding, seemed almost forgotten. A fortnight had passed in this sort of quiet, when one morning Lady Pelham proposed to carry Laura to see the Marquis of superb collection of pictures. Laura, obliged by her aunt's attention to her prevailing taste, eagerly accepted the proposal and hastened to equip herself for the excursion. Light of heart, she was returning to the drawing-room to wait till the carriage drew up, when on entering, the first object she beheld was Colonel Hargrave, seated confidentially by the side of Lady Pelham. Laura, turning sick with vexation, shrunk back, and bewailing the departure of her short-lived quiet, returned, half angry, half sorrowful, to her own room. She had little time, however, to indulge her chagrin, for Lady Pelham almost immediately sent to her to let her know that the carriage waited. Disconcerted and almost out of humour, Laura had tossed aside her bonnet and was about to retract her consent to go, when, recollecting that the plan had been proposed on her account, without any apparent motive unless to oblige her, she thought her aunt would have just reason to complain of such an ungracious rejection of her civility. Besides, it is like a spoiled child, thought she, to quarrel with any amusement because one disagreeable circumstance attends it. And readjusting her bonnet, she joined Lady Pelham, not without a secret hope that Hargrave might not be of the party. The hope deceived her. He was ready to hand her into the carriage and to take his seat by her side. Her sanguine expectations thus put to flight, the habitual complacency of Laura's countenance suffered a sudden eclipse. She answered almost peevishly to Hargrave's inquiries for her health, and so complete was her vexation that it was long ere she observed how much his manner towards her was changed. He whispered no extravagances in her ear, offered her no officious attentions, and seized no opportunities of addressing her but such as were consistent with politeness and respect. He divided his assiduities not unequally between her and Lady Pelham, and even without any apparent reluctance permitted a genteel young man, to whom the ladies curtsied in passing, to share in his office of escort, and almost to monopolize Laura's conversation. Having accompanied the ladies home, he left them immediately, refusing Lady Pelham's invitation to dinner, and Laura, no less pleased than surprised at this unexpected turn, wished him good morning more graciously than she had of late spoken to him. The next day he dined in Grosvenor Street, and the same propriety of manner continued. The following evening Laura again met with him in a large party. He did not distinguish her particularly from any of her fair competitors. Laura was delighted. She was convinced that he had at last resolved to abandon his fruitless pursuit, but what had so suddenly wrought this happy change she could not divine. He did not visit Lady Pelham daily, yet it so happened that Laura saw him every day, and still he was consistent. Laura scarcely doubted, yet durst scarcely trust her good fortune. The violent passions of Hargrave, however, in some degree unfitted him for a deceiver, and sometimes the fiery glance of impatience, of admiration, or of jealousy belied the serenity of his manner. Laura did not fail to remark this, but she possessed the happy faculty of explaining every ambiguity in human conduct in a way favourable to the actor, a factor which, though it sometimes exposed her to mistake and vexation, was upon the whole at once a happiness and a virtue. She concluded that Hargrave, determined to persecute her no further, was striving to overcome his passion, that the appearances she had remarked were only the struggles which he could not wholly suppress, and she felt herself grateful to him for making the attempt, the more grateful from her idea of its difficulty. With her natural singleness of heart, she one day mentioned to Lady Pelham the change in Hargrave's behaviour. "I suppose," added she, smiling, "that, finding he can make nothing more of me, he is resolved to lay me under obligation by leaving me at peace, having first contrived to make me sensible of its full value." Lady Pelham was a better dissembler than Colonel Hargrave, and scarcely did a change of colour announce the deception, while in a tone of assumed anger she answered by reproaching her niece with having at last accomplished her purpose and driven her lover to despair. Yet Lady Pelham was aware that Hargrave had not a thought of relinquishing his pursuit. His new-found self-command was merely intended to throw Laura off her guard, that Lady Pelham might have an opportunity of executing a scheme which Lambert had conceived, to entangle Laura beyond the possibility of escape. Many an action, harmless in itself, is seen by a discerning bystander to have in it nature that in time will venom breed, though no teeth for the present. It happened that Lambert, while at Walborne, had once seen Laura engaged in a party at chess, and her bent brow and flushed cheek, her palpitating bosom, her trembling hand, her eagerness for victory, above all her pleasure in success, restrained but not concealed, inspired him with an idea that play might be made subservient to the designs of his friend, designs which he was the more disposed to promote because for the present they occupied Hargrave to the exclusion of that folly of which Lambert had so well availed himself. It was Lambert's proposal that he should himself engage Laura in play, and having won from her, by means which he could always command, that he should transfer the debt to Hargrave. The scheme was seconded by Lady Pelham, and in part acquiesced in by Hargrave. But though he could consent to degrade the woman whom he intended for his wife, he could not endure that any other than himself should be the instrument of her degradation, and, sickening at the shackles which the love of gaming had imposed upon himself, he positively refused to accede to that part of the plan which proposed to make Laura's entanglement with him the branch of a habit previously formed. Besides, the formation of a habit, especially one so contrary to previous bias, was a work of time, and a stratagem of tedious execution did not suit the impatience of Hargrave's temper. He consented, however, to adopt a more summary modification of the same artifice. It was intended that Laura should at first be induced to play for a stake too small to alarm her, yet sufficiently great to make success desirable, that he should at first be allowed to win, that the stake should be increased until she should lose a sum which it might incommode her to part with, and then that the stale cheat of gamblers, hope of retrieving her loss, should be pressed on her as a motive for venturing nearer to destruction. The chief obstacle to the execution of this honourable enterprise lay in the first step, the difficulty of persuading Laura to play for any sum which could be at all important to her. For obviating this, Lady Pelham trusted to the diffidence, extreme timidity, the abhorrence of notoriety, which nature, strengthened by education, had made a leading feature in the character of Laura. Her ladyship determined that the first essay should be made in a large company, in the presence of persons of rank, of fame, of talent, of every qualification which could augment the awe almost amounting to horror with which Laura shrunk from the gaze of numbers. Partly from a craving for a confidant, partly in hope of securing assistance, Lady Pelham communicated her intention to the Honourable Mrs. Clermont, a dashing widow of 35. The piercing black eyes, the loud voice, the free manner and good-humoured assurance of this lady had inspired Laura with a kind of dread, which had not yielded to the advances which the widow condescended to make. Lady Pelham judged it most favourable to her righteous purpose that the first attempt should be made in the house of Mrs. Clermont, rather than in her own, both because that lady's higher circle of acquaintance could command a more imposing assemblage of visitors, and because this arrangement would leave her ladyship more at liberty to watch the success of her scheme than she could be where she was necessarily occupied as mistress of the ceremonies. The appointed evening came, and Lady Pelham, though with the utmost kindness of manner, insisted upon Laura's attendance. Laura would rather have been excused, yet not to interrupt a humour so harmonious, she consented to go. Lady Pelham was all complacency. She condescended to preside at her niece's toilet, and obliged her to complete her dress by wearing for that evening a superb diamond aigrette, one of the ornaments of her own earlier years. Laura strenuously resisted this addition to her attire, accounting it wholly unsuitable to her situation, but her aunt would take no denial, and the affair was not worthy of a more serious refusal. This important concern adjusted, Lady Pelham viewed her niece with triumphant admiration. She burst forth in praises of her beauty, declaring that she had never seen her look half so lovely. Yet with skilful malice she contrived to awaken Laura's natural bashfulness by saying, as they were alighting at Mrs. Clermont's door, "Now, my dear, don't mortify me to-night by any of your Scotch gaucheries. Remember, every eye will be turned upon you." Heaven forbid, thought Laura, and timidly followed her aunt to a couch where she took her seat. For a while Lady Pelham's words seemed prophetic, and Laura could not raise her eyes without meeting the gaze of admiration or of scrutiny. But the rooms began to be crowded by the great and the gay, and Laura was relieved from her vexatious distinction. Lady Pelham did not long suffer her to enjoy her release, but, rising, proposed that they should walk. Though Laura felt in her own majestic stature a very unenviable claim to notice, a claim rendered more conspicuous by the contrast offered in the figure of her companion, she could not with politeness refuse to accompany her aunt, and giving Lady Pelham her arm, they began their round. Laura, little acquainted with the ease which prevails in town parties, could not help wondering at the nonchalance of Mrs. Clermont, who, leaving her guests to entertain themselves as they chose, was lounging on a sofa playing piquet with Colonel Hargrave. "Mrs. Clermont at piquet," said Lady Pelham. "Come, Laura, piquet is the only civilized kind of game you play. You should take a lesson." And she led her niece forwards through a circle of misses, who, in hope of catching the attention of the handsome Colonel Hargrave, were tittering and talking nonsense most laboriously. This action naturally drew the eyes of all upon Laura, and Lady Pelham, who expected to find useful engines in her timidity and embarrassment, did not fail to make her remark the notice which she excited. From this notice Laura would have escaped by seating herself near Mrs. Clermont, but Lady Pelham, perceiving her intention, placed herself there without ceremony, so as to occupy the only remaining seats, leaving Laura standing alone, shrinking at the consciousness of her conspicuous situation. No one was near her to whom she could address herself, and her only resource was bending down to overlook Mrs. Clermont's game. She had kept her station long enough to be fully sensible of its awkwardness, when Mrs. Clermont, suddenly starting up, exclaimed, "Bless me! I'd quite forgotten that I promised to make a loo table for the Duchess. Do, my dear Miss Monteville, take my hand for half an hour?" "Excuse me, madam," said Laura, drawing back. "I play so ill." "Nay, Laura," interrupted Lady Pelham, "your teacher is concerned to maintain your skill, and I insist on it that you play admirably." "Had not your ladyship better play?" "Oh, no, my dear, I join the loo table." "Come," said Mrs. Clermont, offering Laura the seat she had just quitted, "I will take no excuse, so sit down, and success attend you." The seat presented Laura with an inviting opportunity of turning her back upon her inspectors. She was averse from refusing such a trifling request, and rather willing to give Hargrave a proof that she was not insensible to the late improvement in his behaviour. She therefore quietly took the place assigned her, while the trio exclaimed smiles of congratulation on the facility with which she had fallen into the snare. Something, however, yet remained to be arranged, and Lady Pelham and her hostess still kept their stations by her side. While dividing the cards, Laura recollected having observed that, in town, every game seemed played for money, and she asked her antagonist what was to be the stake. He, of course, referred that point to her own decision, but Laura, in profound ignorance of the arcana of card-tables, blushed, hesitated, and looked at Lady Pelham and Mrs. Clermont for instructions. "We don't play high in this house, my dear," said Mrs. Clermont. "Colonel Hargrave and I were only playing guineas." "Laura is only a beginner," said Lady Pelham, "and perhaps half a guinea." Laura interrupted her aunt by rising and deliberately collecting the cards. "Colonel Hargrave will excuse me," said she. "That is far too great a stake for me." "Don't be absurd, my dear," said Lady Pelham, touching Laura's sleeve and affecting to whisper, "Why should not you play as other people do?" Laura, not thinking this a proper time to explain her conscientious scruples, merely answered that she could not afford it, and, more embarrassed than before, would have glided away, but neither of her guards would permit her to pass. "You need not mind what you stake with Hargrave," said Lady Pelham apart. "You play so much better than he that you will infallibly win." "That does not at all alter the case," returned Laura. "It would be as unpleasant to me to win Colonel Hargrave's money as to lose my own." "Whatever stake Miss Monteville chooses must be equally agreeable to me," said Colonel Hargrave. But Laura observed that the smile which accompanied these words had in it more of sarcasm than of complacency. "I should be sorry, sir," said she, "that you lowered your play on my account." Perhaps some of these young ladies," continued she, looking round to the talkative circle behind. "Be quiet, Laura," interrupted Lady Pelham, again in an undertone. "You will make yourself the town talk with your fooleries." "I hope not," returned Laura calmly. "But if I do, there is no help. Little inconveniences must be submitted to for the sake of doing right." "Lord, Miss Montraville!" cried Mrs. Clermont aloud, "what odd notions you have! Who would mind playing for half a guinea? It is nothing, absolutely nothing. It would not buy a pocket handkerchief." It would buy a week's food for a poor family, thought Laura, and she was confirmed in her resolution, but not willing to expose this reason to ridicule, and a little displeased that Mrs. Clermont should take the liberty of urging her. She coolly, yet modestly, replied that such matters must greatly depend on the opinion and circumstances of the parties concerned, of which they were themselves the best judges. "I insist on your playing," said Lady Pelham in an angry half-whisper. "If you will make yourself ridiculous, let it be when I am not by to share in the ridicule." "Excuse me, madam, for to-night," returned Laura pleadingly. "Before another evening I will give you reasons which I am sure will satisfy you." "I am sure," said Hargrave, darting a very significant look towards Laura, "if Miss Montraville, instead of cards, prefers allowing me to attend her in your absence, I shall gain infinitely by the exchange." Laura, to whom his glance made this hint very intelligible, reddened, and, saying she would by no means interrupt his amusement, was again turning to seek a substitute among her tittering neighbours, when Mrs. Clermont prevented her by calling out to a lady at a considerable distance, "My dear Duchess, do have the goodness to come hither and talk to this whimsical beauty of ours. She is seized with an economical fit, and has taken it into her pretty little head that I am quite a gambler because I fix her stake at half a guinea." "What may not youth and beauty do?" said her Grace, looking at Laura with a smile half sly, half insinuating. "When I was the Miss Montraville of my day, I too might have led the fashion of playing for pence, though now I dare not venture even to countenance it." The mere circumstance of rank could never discompose Laura, and rather taking encouragement from the charming though faded countenance of the speaker, she replied, "But in consideration of having no pretensions to lead the fashion, may I not claim exemption from following it?" "Oh, by no means," said her Grace. "When once you have entered the world of fashion, you must either be the daring leader or the humble follower. If you choose the first, you must defy the opinions of all other people, and if the last, you must have a suitable indifference for your own." "A gentle intimation," returned Laura, "that in the world of fashion I am quite out of place, since nothing but my own opinion is more awful to me than that of others." "Miss Montraville," said Lady Pelham with an aspect of vinegar, "we all await your pleasure." "Pray, madam," answered Laura, "do not let me detain you a moment. I shall easily dispose of myself." "Take up your cards this instant, and let us have no more of these airs," said Lady Pelham, now without affectation whispering, in order to conceal from her elegant companions the wrath which was, however, distinctly written in her countenance. It now occurred to Laura as strange that so much trouble should be taken to prevail upon her to play for more than she inclined. Hargrave, though he had pretended to release her, still kept his seat, and his language had tended rather to embarrass than relieve her. Mrs. Clermont had interfered further than Laura thought either necessary or proper, and Lady Pelham was eager to carry her point. Laura saw that there was something in all this which she did not comprehend, and looking up to seek an explanation in the faces of her companions, she perceived that the whole trio seemed waiting her decision with looks of various interest. The piercing black eyes of Mrs. Clermont were fixed upon her with an expression of sly curiosity. Hargrave hastily withdrew a sidelong glance of anxious expectation, while Lady Pelham's face was flushed with angry impatience of delay. "Has your ladyship any particular reason for wishing that I should play for a higher stake than I think right?" said Laura, fixing on her aunt a look of calm scrutiny. Too much out of humour to be completely on her guard, Lady Pelham's colour deepened several shades, while she answered, "My child, what should make you think so?" "I don't know," said Laura. People sometimes try to convince from mere love of victory, but they seldom take the trouble to persuade without some other motive. Any friend, said Lady Pelham, recollecting herself, would find motive enough for what I have done, in the absurd appearance of these littlenesses to the world, and the odium that deservedly falls on a young miser. Nay, Lady Pelham, said the Duchess, this is far too severe. Come, added she, beckoning to Laura with a gracious smile, you shall sit by me, that I may endeavour to enlarge your conceptions on the subject of card-playing. Laura, thus encouraged, instantly begged her aunt's permission to pass. Lady Pelham could not decently refuse, and venting her rage by pinching Laura's arm till the blood came, and muttering through her clenched teeth, "Obstinate wretch!" she suffered her niece to escape. Laura did not condescend to bestow any notice upon this assault, but, pulling her glove over her wounded arm, took refuge beside the Duchess. The fascinating manners of a high-bred woman of fashion, and the respectful attentions offered to her, whom the Duchess distinguished by her particular countenance, made the rest of the evening pass agreeably, in spite of the evident ill humour of Lady Pelham. Her ladyship restrained the further expression of her rage till Laura and she were on their way home, when it burst out in reproaches of the parsimony, obstinacy, and perverseness which had appeared in her niece's refusal to play. Laura listened to her in silence, sensible that while Lady Pelham's passion overpowered the voice of her own reason, it was vain to expect that she should hear reason from another. But next day, when she judged that her aunt had had time to grow cool, she took occasion to resume the subject, and explained with such firmness and precision her principles in regard to the uses of money and the accountableness of its possessors, that Lady Pelham laid aside thoughts of entangling her by means of play, since it was vain to expect that she would commit to the power of chance that which she habitually considered as the sacred deposit of her father, and specially destined for the support and comfort of his children. End of chapter 28. Chapter 29 of Self-Control by Mary Brunton. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Simon Evers. Chapter 29. Hargrave no sooner perceived the futility of his design to involve Laura in a debt of honour than he laid aside the disguise which had been assumed to lull her vigilance, and which he had never worn without difficulty. He condescended, however, to save appearance, by taking advantage of the idea which Laura had herself suggested to Lady Pelham, and averred that he had made a powerful effort to recover his self-possession. But he declared that, having totally failed in his endeavours to obtain his liberty, he was determined never to renew them, and would trust to time and accident for removing Laura's prejudice. In vain did she assure him that no time could produce such a revolution in her sentiments as would at all avail him, that though his eminent improvement in worth might secure her esteem, her affections were alienated beyond recall. The old system was resumed, and with greater vigour than before, because with less fear of observation and more frequent opportunities of attack. Every meal, every visit, every public place furnished occasions for his indefatigable assiduities, from which Laura found no refuge beyond the precincts of her own chamber. Regardless of the vexation which such a report might give her, he chose to make his suit a subject of the tittle-tattle of the day. By this manoeuvre, in which he had before found his advantage, he hoped that several purposes might be served. The publicity of his claim would keep other pretenders at a distance. It would oblige those who mentioned him to Laura to speak, if not favourably, at least with decent caution, and it might possibly at last induce her to listen with less reluctance to what everyone spoke of as natural and probable. Lady Pelham seconded his intentions by hints of her niece's engagement, and confidential complaints to her friends of the mauvaise honte which made Laura treat with such reserve the man to whom she had long been affianced. The consequence of their manoeuvring was that Hargrave's right to persecute Laura seemed universally acknowledged. The men, at his approach, left her free to his attendants. The women entertained her with praises of his person, manners, and equipage, with hints of her situation too gentle to warrant direct contradiction, or charges made with conviction too strong to yield any form of denial. Lady Pelham, too, resumed her unwearied remonstrances, and teased, chided, argued, upbraided, entreated, and scolded through every tedious hour in which the absence of visitors left Laura at her mercy. Laura had at one time determined against submitting to such treatment, and had resolved that, if it were renewed, she would seek a refuge far from her persecutors and from England. But that resolution had been formed when there appeared no immediate necessity for putting it into practice, and England contained somewhat to which Laura clung almost unconsciously. Amidst all her vexations, Mrs. de Courcy's letters soothed her ruffled spirits, and more than once, when she renewed her determination to quit Lady Pelham, a few lines from Norwood made her pause in its fulfilment, reminding her that a few months, however unpleasing, would soon steal away, and that her return to the country would at least bring some mitigation of her persecutions. Though Mrs. de Courcy wrote often and confidentially, she never mentioned Montague further than was necessary to avoid particularity. She said little of his health, nothing of his spirits or occupations, and never hinted any knowledge of his rejected love. Laura's inquiries concerning him were answered with vague politeness, and thus her interest in the state of his mind was constantly kept awake. Often did she report to herself that she hoped he would soon learn to consider her merely as a friend, and that which we have often repeated as truth, we in time believe to be true. Laura had been in town about a month, when one of her letters to Norwood was followed by a longer silence than usual. She wrote again, and still the answer was delayed. Fearing that illness prevented Mrs. de Courcy from writing, Laura had endured some days of serious anxiety when a letter was brought her addressed in Montague's hand. She hastily tore it open, and her heart fluttered between pleasure and apprehension when she perceived that the whole letter was written by him. It was short and cautious. He apologized for the liberty he took by saying that a rheumatic affection having prevented his mother from using her pen, she had employed him as her secretary, fearing to alarm Laura by longer silence. The letter throughout was that of a kind yet respectful friend. Not a word betrayed the lover. The expressions of tender interest and remembrance with which it abounded were ascribed to Mrs. de Courcy, or at least shared with her, in a manner which prevented any embarrassment in the reply. Laura hesitated for a moment whether her answer should be addressed to Mrs. de Courcy or to Montague. But Montague was her benefactor, their intimacy was sanctioned by her best friend, and it is not difficult to imagine how the question was decided. Her answer produced a reply, which again was replied to in its turn, and thus a correspondence was established, which, though at first constrained and formal, was taught by Montague's prudent forbearance to assume a character of friendly ease. This correspondence, which soon formed one of Laura's chief pleasures, she never affected to conceal from Lady Pelham. On the contrary, she spoke of it with perfect openness and candour. Unfortunately, however, it did not meet with her lady's approbation. She judged it highly unfavourable to her designs in regards to Hargrave. She imagined that, if not already an affair of love, it was likely soon to become so, and she believed that, at all events, Laura's intercourse with the de Courcys would foster those antiquated notions of morality to which Hargrave owed his ill success. Accordingly, she at first objected to Laura's new correspondence, then lectured on its impropriety and imprudence, and lastly took upon her peremptorily to prohibit its continuance. Those who are already irritated by oppression, a trifle would at last rouse to resistance. This was an exercise of authority so far beyond Laura's expectations that it awakened her resolution to submit no longer to the importunity and persecution which she had so long endured, but to depart immediately for Scotland. Willing, however, to execute her purpose with as little expense of peace as possible, she did not open her intentions at the moment of irritation. She waited a day of serenity to propose her departure. In order to procure the means of defraying the expense of her journey, it was become necessary to remind Lady Pelham of her loan, which appeared to have escaped her ladyship's recollection. Laura, accordingly, one day gently hinted a wish to be repaid. Lady Pelham at first looked surprised, and affected to have forgotten the whole transaction, but upon being very distinctly reminded of the particulars, she owned that she recollected something of it, and carelessly promised to settle it soon, adding that she knew Laura had no use for the money. Laura then frankly announced the purpose to which she meant to apply it, saying that, as her aunt was now surrounded by more agreeable society, she hoped she might, without inconvenience, be spared, and would therefore relieve Lady Pelham of her charge by paying a visit to Mrs. Douglas. Rage flamed in Lady Pelham's countenance, while she burst into a torrent of invective against her niece's ingratitude and coldness of heart, and it mingled with triumph as she concluded by saying, "Do, miss, by all means go to your precious Scotland, but find the means as you best can, for not 1 penny will I give you for such a purpose. I have long expected some such fine freak as this, but I thought I should disappoint it." Not daunted by this inauspicious beginning, Laura, taking encouragement from her aunt's known instability, again and again renewed the subject. But Lady Pelham's purposes, however easily shaken by accident or caprice, were ever inflexible to entreaty. She possessed, she said, the means of preventing her niece's folly, and she was determined to employ them. Laura burnt with resentment at the injustice of this determination. She acknowledged no right which Lady Pelham possessed to detain her against her own consent, and she considered the detention of her lawful property as little else than fraud. But perceiving that remonstrance was useless, she judged it most prudent not to embitter, by vain recriminations, an intercourse from which she could not immediately escape. Without further complaint or upbraiding, she submitted to her fate, content with resolving to employ more discreetly the next payment of her annuity, and with making a just but unavailing appeal to her aunt's generosity by asserting the right of defencelessness to protection. Lady Pelham had not the slightest idea of conceding anything to this claim. On the contrary, the certainty that Laura could not withdraw from her power encouraged her to use it with less restraint. She invited Hargrave to a degree of familiarity which he had not before assumed, admitted him at all hours, sanctioned any freedom which he dared to use with Laura, and forced or inveigled her into frequent tete-a-tetes with him. Fretted beyond her patience, Laura's temper more than once failed under this treatment, and she bitterly reproached Hargrave as the source of all her vexation. As it was, however, her habitual study to convert every event of her life to the purposes of virtue, it soon occurred to her that during these compulsory interviews she might become the instrument of awakening her unworthy lover to more noble pursuits. Like a ray of light, the hope of usefulness darted into her soul, shedding a cheering beam on objects which before were dark and comfortless, and with all the enthusiastic warmth of her character she entered on her voluntary task, forgetting, in her eagerness to recall a sinner from the error of his ways, the weariness, disgust, and dread with which she listened to the ravings of selfish passion. She no longer endeavoured to avoid him, no longer listened to him with frozen silence or avowed disdain. During their interviews she scarcely noticed his protestations, but employed every interval in urging him, with all the eloquence of dread, to retreat from the gulf which was yawning to receive him, and assuring him with all the solemnity of truth that the waters of life would repay him 1,000-fold for the poisoned cup of pleasure. Truth, spoken by the loveliest lips in the world, confirmed by the lightnings of a witching eye, kindled at times in Hargrave as something which he mistook for the love of virtue. He declared his abhorrence of his former self, asserted the innocence of his present manner of life, and vowed that, for the future, he should be blameless. But when Laura, rather incautiously, urged him to give proof of his reformation, by renouncing a passion whose least gratifications were purchased at the expense of justice and humanity, he insisted that she required more than nature could endure, and vehemently protested that he would never, but with life, relinquish the hope of possessing her. Her remonstrances had, however, one effect, of which she was altogether unconscious. Hargrave could not estimate the force of these motives which led her to labour so earnestly for the conversion of a person wholly indifferent to her, and though she often assured him that her zeal was disinterested, he cherished a hope that she meant to reward his improvement. In this hope he relinquished, for a while, the schemes which he had devised against the unsuspecting Laura, till accident again decided him against trusting to her free consent for the accomplishment of his wishes. Among other exercises of authority to which Lady Pelham was emboldened by her niece's temporary dependence on her will, she adhered to her former prohibition of Laura's correspondence with De Courcy. Laura, unwilling to make it appear a matter of importance, promised that she would desist, but said that she must first write to Mr. de Courcy to account for her seeming caprice. Lady Pelham consented, and the letter was written. It spoke of Laura's situation, of her sentiments, of her regret for Hargrave's strange perseverance, of the dread and vexation to which he occasionally subjected her. To atone for its being the last, it was more friendly, more communicative than any she had formerly written. Laura meant to disguise under a sportive style the effects which oppression had produced upon her spirits, and the playful melancholy which ran throughout gave her expressions an air of artless tenderness. Lady Pelham passed through the hall as this letter was lying upon the table. Waiting for the servant who was to carry it to the post, she looked at it. The sheet was completely filled. She wondered what it could contain. She took it up and examined it as far as the seal would permit her. What she saw did but increase her curiosity. It was only wafered, and therefore easily opened. But then it was so dishonourable to open a letter. Yet what could the letter be the worse? A girl should have no secrets from her near relations. Still, to break a seal, it was felony by the law. Lady Pelham laid down the letter and walked away, already proud of having disdained to do a base action. But she heard the servant coming for his charge. She thought it best to have some time to consider the matter. She could give him the letter at any time, and she slipped it into her pocket. Sad sentence is produced against the woman who deliberates. Lady Pelham read the letter, and then, in the heat of her resentment at the manner in which her favourite was mentioned, showed it to Hargrave. As he marked the innocent, confiding frankness, the unconstrained respect, the chastened yet avowed regard with which Laura addressed his rival, and contrasted them with the timid caution which, even during the reign of passion, had characterized her intercourse with himself, contrasted them too with the mixture of pity, dislike, and dread which had succeeded her infatuation, all the pangs of rage and jealousy took hold on the soul of Hargrave. He would have vented his frenzy by tearing the letter to atoms, but Lady Pelham snatched it from his quivering grasp, and, dreading detection, sealed and restored it to its first destination. The first use which he made of his returning powers of self-command was to urge Lady Pelham's concurrence in a scheme which he had before devised, but which had been laid aside in consequence of his ill-founded hopes. He entreated that her ladyship would, by an opportune absence, assist his intention, which was, he said, to alarm Laura with the horrors of a pretended arrest for an imaginary debt, and to work upon the gratefulness of her disposition by himself appearing as her deliverer from her supposed difficulty. Lady Pelham in vain urged the futility of this stratagem, representing the obstacles to its accomplishment and the certainty of early detection. Hargrave continued to importune, and she yielded. Yet Hargrave himself was as far as Lady Pelham from expecting any fruits from the feeble artifice which he had detailed to her. He had little expectation that Laura could ever be induced to receive any pecuniary obligation at his hands, and still less that she would consider a loan which she might almost immediately repay as a favour important enough to be rewarded with herself. He even determined that his aid should be offered in terms which would ensure its rejection. Though he durst not venture to unfold his whole plan to Lady Pelham, his real intention was merely to employ the disguise of the law in removing Laura from even the imperfect protection of her aunt to a place where she would be utterly without defence from his power. To the baseness of his purpose he blinded himself by considering the reparation which he should make in bestowing wealth and title on his victim. Its more than savage brutality he forgot in anticipation of the gratitude with which Laura, humbled in her own eyes and in those of the world, would accept the assiduities which now she spurned. He little knew the being whom he thus devoted to destruction. Incited by jealousy and resentment, he now resolved on the immediate execution of his design, and he did not quit Lady Pelham till he had obtained her acquiescence in it so far as it was divulged to her. He then hastened to prepare the instruments of his villainy, and ere he gave himself time to cool, all was in readiness for the scheme which was to break the innocent heart that had loved and trusted him in seeming virtue, and pitied and prayed for him and warned him in guilt. How had the shades of evil deepened since the time when Hargrave first faltered between his infant passion and a virtuous purpose! He had turned from the path which shineth more and more unto the perfect day. On that in which he trode the night was stealing, slow but sure, which closes at last its outer darkness. One morning at breakfast, Lady Pelham, with more than usual civility, apologised for leaving Laura alone during the rest of the day, saying that business called her but a few miles out of the town, but that she would return in the evening. She did not say whither she was going, and Laura, never imagining that it could at all concern her to know, did not think of inquiring. Pleasing herself with the prospect of one day of peace and solitude, she saw her aunt depart, and then sat down to detail to the friend of her youth her situation, her wishes, and her intentions. She was interrupted by a servant who came to inform her that 2 men below desired to speak with her. Wondering who in that land of strangers could have business with her, Laura desired that they should be shown upstairs. 2 coarse, robust-looking men, apparently of the lower rank, entered the room. Laura was unable to divine what could have procured her a visit from persons of their appearance. Yet, with her native courtesy, she was motioning them to a seat, when one of them stepped forward, and laying on her shoulder a stick which he held, said in a rough, ferocious voice, "Laura Montraville, I arrest you at the suit of John Dykes." Laura was surprised, but not alarmed. "This must be some mistake," said she. "I know no such person as John Dykes." "He knows you, though, and that is enough," answered the man. "Friend," returned Laura mildly, "you mistake me for some other person." "What, miss?" said the other man, advancing. "Do you pretend that you are not Laura Montraville, daughter of the late Captain William Montraville of Glenalbert in Scotland?" Laura, now changing colour, owned that she was the person so described. "But," said she, recovering herself, "I cannot be arrested. I do not owe 5 shillings in the world." "Mayhap not, miss," said the man, "but your father did, and you can be proved to have intermeddled with his effects as his heiress, which makes you liable for all his debts. So you'll please pay me the £200 which he owed to Mr. John Dykes." "£200!" exclaimed Laura. "The thing is impossible. My father left a list of his debts in his own handwriting, and they have all been faithfully discharged by the sale of his property in Scotland." The men looked at each other for a moment, and seemed to hesitate. But the roughest of the 2 presently answered, "What nonsense you tell me of lists! Who's to believe all that? I have a just warrant, so either pay the money or come along." "Surely, friend," said Laura, who now suspected the people to be mere swindlers, "you cannot expect that I should pay such a sum without inquiring into your right to demand it. If your claim be a just one, present it in a regular account, properly attested, and it shall be paid to-morrow." "I've nothing to do with to-morrow, miss," said the man. "I must do my business. It's all one to me whether you pay or not. It does not put a penny in my pocket. Only if you do not choose to pay, come along, for we can't be standing here all day." "I cannot procure the money just now, even though I were willing," answered Laura with spirit, "and I do not believe you have any right to remove me." "Oh, as for the right, miss, we'll let you see that. There is our warrant, properly signed and sealed. You may look at it in my hand, for I don't much like to trust you with it." The warrant was stamped and imposingly written upon parchment. With the tautology which Laura had been taught to expect in a law paper, it rung changes upon the permission to seize and confine the person of Laura Montraville as heiress of William Montraville, debtor to John Dykes of Pimlico. It was signed as by a magistrate, and marked with the large seals of office. Laura now no longer doubted, and, turning pale and faint, asked the men whether they would not stay for an hour while she sent to Finsbury Square to beg the advice of Mr. Dermont, Lady Pelham's man of business. "You may send for him to the lock-up house," said the savage. "We have no time to spare." "Whither will you take me?" cried Laura, almost sinking with horror. "Most likely," answered the most gentle of the 2 ruffians, "you would not like to be put into the common prison, and you may have as good accommodations in my house as might serve a duchess." Spite of her dismay, Laura's presence of mind did not entirely forsake her. She hesitated whether she should not send to beg the assistance of some of Lady Pelham's acquaintance, or at least their advice in a situation so new to her. Among all, there was none with whom she had formed any intimacy, none whom, in her present circumstances of embarrassment and humiliation, she felt herself inclined to meet. She shrunk at the thought of the form in which her story might be represented by the malignant or the misjudging, and she conceived it her best course to submit it quietly to an inconvenience of a few hours' continuance, from which she did not doubt that her aunt's return would that evening relieve her. Still the idea of being a prisoner, of committing herself to such attendance, of being an inmate of the abodes of misery, of degradation, perhaps of vice, filled her with dread and horror, while, sinking on a couch, She covered her pale face with her hands, and inwardly commended herself to the care of heaven. The men, meanwhile, stood whispering apart, and seemed to have forgotten the haste which they formerly expressed. At last, one of them, after looking from the window into the street, suddenly approached her, and rudely seizing her arm, cried, "Come, miss, the coach can't wait all day. It's of no use crying. It's too well used to that, so walk away if you don't choose to be carried." Laura dashed the tears from her eyes, and faintly trying to disengage her arm, was silently following her conductor to the door, when it opened, and Hargrave entered. Prepared as he was for a scene of distress, determined as he was to let no movement of compassion divert his purpose, he could not resist the quiet anguish which was written in the lovely face of his victim, and, turning with real indignation to her tormentor, he exclaimed, "Ruffian, what have you done to her?" But quickly recollecting himself, he threw his arm familiarly round her and said, "My dearest Laura, what is the meaning of all this? What can these people want with you?" "Nothing which can at all concern you, sir," said Laura, her spirit returning at the boldness of his address. "Nay, my dear creature," said Hargrave, "I am sure something terrible has happened." "Speak, fellows," said he, turning to his emissaries. "What is your business with Miss Montraville?" "No great matter, sir," answered the man. "Only we have a writ against her for £200, and she does not choose to pay it, so we must take her to a little snug place, that's all." "To a prison? You, Laura, to a prison? Heavens, it is not to be thought of. Leave the room, fellows, and let me talk with Miss Montraville." "There is no occasion, sir," said Laura. "I am willing to submit to a short confinement. My aunt returns this evening, and she will undoubtedly advance the money. It ought to be much the same to me what room I inhabit for the few intervening hours." "Good heaven, Laura, do you consider what you say? Do you consider the horrors, the disgrace? Dearest girl, suffer me to settle this affair, and let me for once do something that may give you pleasure." Laura's spirit revolted from the freedom with which this was spoken. Suffering undeserved humiliation, never had she been more jealous of her claim to respect. "I am obliged to you, sir," said she, "but your good offices are unnecessary. Some little hardship, I find, I must submit to, and I believe the smallest within my choice is to let these people dispose of me till Lady Pelham's return." Hargrave reddened. "She prefers a prison," thought he, "to owing even the smallest obligation to me. But her pride is near a fall." And he smiled with triumphant pity on the stately mien of his victim. He was in effect almost indifferent whether she accepted or rejected his proffered assistance. If she accepted it, he was determined that it should be clogged with the condition expressly stated, that he was for the future to be received with greater favour. If she refused, and he scarcely doubted that she would, he had only to make the signal, and she would be hurried, unresisting, to destruction. Yet, recollecting the despair, the distraction with which she would too late discover her misfortune, the bitter upbraidings with which she would meet her betrayer, the frantic anguish with which she would mourn her disgrace, if indeed she survived it, he was inclined to wish that she would choose the more quiet way of forwarding his designs, and he again earnestly entreated her to permit his interference. Laura's strong dislike to being indebted for any favour to Hargrave was somewhat balanced in her mind by the horror of a prison, and by the consideration that she could immediately repay him by the sale of part of her annuity. Though she still resisted his offer, therefore, it was less firmly than before. Hargrave continued to urge her. "If," said he, "you dislike to allow me the pleasure of obliging you, this trifling sum may be restored whenever you please, and if you afterwards think that any little debt remains, it is in your power to repay it 1,000-fold. One kind smile, one consenting look were cheaply purchased with a world." The hint which concluded this speech seemed to Laura manifestly intended to prevent her acceptance of the offer which he urged so warmly. "Are you not ashamed, sir," said she, with a disdainful smile, "thus to make a parade of generosity which you do not mean to practise? I know you do not, cannot expect that I should poorly stoop to purchase your assistance." "Upon my soul, Laura," cried Hargrave, seizing her hands, "I am most earnest, most anxious that you should yield to me in this affair, nor will I quit this spot till you have consented, nor till you have allowed me to look upon your consent as a pledge of your future favour." Laura indignantly snatched her hands from his grasp. "All that I comprehend of this," said she, "is insult, only insult. Leave me, sir. It is unworthy even of you to insult the misfortunes of a defenceless woman." Hargrave would not be repulsed. He again took her hand and persevered in his entreaties, not forgetting, however, to insinuate the conditions. Laura, in silent scorn, turned from him, wondering what could be the motive of his strange conduct, till it suddenly occurred to her that the arrest might be a mere plot contrived by Hargrave himself for the purpose of terrifying her into the acceptance of the conditions necessary to her escape. This suspicion, once formed, gained strength by every circumstance. The improbability of the debt, the time chosen when Lady Pelham was absent, the opportune arrival of Hargrave, the submission of the pretended bailiffs to his order, his frequent repetition of the conditions of his offer, at the same time that he appeared to wish for its acceptance, all conspired to convince Laura that she was intended to be made a dupe of a despicable artifice. Glowing with indignation, she again forced herself from Hargrave. "Away with this contemptible mockery!" she cried. "I will hear no more of it. While these people choose to guard me in this house, it shall be in an apartment secure from your intrusion." Then, before Hargrave could prevent her, she left him and shut herself into her own chamber. Here, at greater liberty to think, a new question occurred to her. In case of her refusal to accept of Hargrave's terms, in case she actually preferred entrusting herself to the pretended bailiffs, whither could they intend to convey her? Laura's blood ran cold at the thought. If they were indeed the agents of Hargrave, what was there of dreadful that she had not to fear? Yet she could scarcely believe that persons could be found to attempt so daring a villainy. Would they venture upon an outrage for which they must answer to the laws, an outrage which Lady Pelham would certainly feel herself concerned to bring to immediate detection and punishment? "Unfortunate chance," cried Laura, "that my aunt should be absent just when she might have saved me. And I know not even where to seek her. Why did she not tell me whither she was going? She who was wont to be so open. Can this be a part of this cruel snare? Could she? Oh, it is impossible. My fears make me suspicious and unjust." Though Laura thus endeavoured to acquit Lady Pelham, her suspicion of Hargrave's treachery augmented every moment. While she remembered that her father, though he had spoken to her of his affairs with the most confidential frankness, had never hinted at such a debt, never named such a person as his pretended creditor, while she thought of the manner of Hargrave's interference, the improbability that their own and her father's name and address, as well as the casualty of Lady Pelham's absence, should be known to mere strangers, the little likelihood that common swindlers would endeavour to extort money by means so hazardous and with such small chance of success, her conviction rose to certainty, and she determined that nothing short of force should place her in the power of these impostors. Yet how soon might that force be employed? How feeble was the resistance which she could offer? And who would venture to aid her in resisting the pretended servants of law? "Miserable creature that I am," cried she, wringing her hands in an agony of grief and terror, "must I submit to this cruel wrong? Is there no one to save me, no friend near? Yes, yes, I have a friend from whom no treachery of man can tear me, who can deliver me from their violence, who can do more, can make their cruelty my passport to life eternal. Let me not despair then, let me not be wanting to myself. With his blessing the feeblest means are mighty." After a moment's consideration, Laura rung her bell, and the maid who usually attended her appeared. "Catherine," said Laura, endeavouring to speak composedly, "will you oblige me by going to Finsbury Square to Mr. Derwent and begging of him to come hither instantly?" "Bless me, madam," cried the girl, "you look as if you were just going to faint. Can I get you anything?" "No, no, I shall not faint," said Laura. "Go, my dear, go quickly, if you would save a wretch from destruction. Stop not a moment, I implore you. Oh, Catherine, more than life depends on you." The girl's curiosity was strongly excited by these words, as well as by the strange visit of the men who were waiting in the lobby. She would fain have stayed to make inquiries, but the imploring anguish of Laura's look and manner was irresistible, and she hastened out of the room. Laura, then double-locking the door, determined that by force only it should be entered, and throwing herself on a seat, strove to rally the spirits she was so soon to need. In a few minutes, however, Catherine returned, and through the keyhole informed Laura that she had been intercepted by the men below stairs, who would not suffer anyone to leave the house. "All is then as I feared," cried Laura in a voice of desperation. "And thus has he made his cruel plot so sure? Is there no escape? Cannot you steal away from them? Is there no means to save me?" Moved by the voice of anguish, the girl promised to do her utmost, but confessed that she had little hope of succeeding. For a moment Laura believed her fate sealed, and almost gave herself up to despair. But now convinced of the treachery of Hargrave, and unwillingly obliged to suspect Lady Pelham's connivance, indignation at such unexampled baseness and cruelty again roused her fainting spirit. Again she determined to resist to the uttermost, and if dragged by force from her place of refuge, to appeal to the humanity of the passengers in the street. Surely, thought she, even common strangers will not permit such oppression. The windows of her chamber looked towards the gardens behind the house, and she now regretted that she had not rather shut herself up in one of the front apartments, from whence she could have explained her situation to the passers-by. Seeing no other chance of escape, she resolved on attempting to change her place of refuge, and was approaching the door to listen whether anyone was near, when she was startled by the rough voice of one of the pretended bailiffs. "Come along, miss," he cried. "We're quite tired of waiting. Come along." The shuddering Laura made no reply. "Come, come, miss," cried the man again. "You've had time enough to make ready." Laura continued silent, while the ruffian called to her again and again, shaking the door violently. He threatened with shocking oaths that he would burst it open, and that she would be punished for resisting the offices of justice. All was in vain. Laura would not answer a single word. Trembling in every limb, she listened to his blasphemies and vows of vengeance, till she had wearied out her persecutor, and her ear was gladdened with the sound of his departing. He was almost immediately succeeded by his less ferocious companion, who more civilly begged her to hasten, as their business would not permit any longer delay. Finding that she would not answer, he reminded her of the consequences of obstructing the execution of the law, and threatened, if she continued obstinate, to use force. Laura sat silent and motionless, using every momentary interval of quiet in breathing a hasty prayer for deliverance. The least violent of the fellows proved the most persevering, yet at last she had the satisfaction to hear him also retire. Presently a lighter step approached, and Hargrave called to her. "Miss Montraville, Laura, Miss Montraville." Laura was still silent. He called again, without success. "Miss Montraville is ill," cried he aloud, as if to some one at a distance. "She is insensible. The door must be forced." "No, no," cried Laura, determined not to leave him this pretence. "I am not insensible, nor ill, if you would leave me in peace." "For heaven's sake, then," returned he, "let me speak a few words to you." "No," answered Laura, "you can say nothing that I wish to hear." "I beseech you, I implore you," said Hargrave, "only by one word put it in my power to save you from these miscreants. Say but that one little word, and you are free." "Man, man," cried Laura vehemently, "why will you make me abhor you? I want no freedom but from your persecutions. Begone!" "Only promise me," said Hargrave, lowering his voice, "only promise me that you will give up that accursed De Courcy, and I will dismiss these men." "Do you curse him who saved your life? Monster, leave me. I detest you." Hargrave gnawed his lip with passion. "You shall dearly pay for this obstinacy," said he, and fiercely strode away. In the heat of his wrath he commanded his coadjutors to force the door, but the law which makes the home of an Englishman a sacred sanctuary extends its precious influence, in some faint degree, to the breasts even of the dregs of mankind, and these wretches, who would have given up Laura to any other outrage, hesitated to perpetrate this. They objected the danger. "Does your honour think," said one of them, "that the servants will stand by and allow us to break open the door?" "I tell you," said Hargrave, "all the men servants are from home. What do you fear from a parcel of women?" "Women can bear witness as well as men, your honour, and it might be as much as our necks are worth to be convicted. But if your honour could entice her out, we'll soon catch her." Hargrave took 2 or 3 turns along the lobby, and then returned to Laura. "Miss Montraville," said he, "my dearest Miss Montraville, I conjure you to admit me only for a moment. These savages will wait no longer. They are determined to force your door. Once more I implore you, before it is too late, let me speak with you. I expect them every moment." Laura's breast swelled with indignation at this vile pretence of kindness. "Acting under your command, sir," said she, "I doubt not that they may even dare this outrage, and left them at their peril. If the laws of my country cannot protect, they shall avenge me." For a moment Hargrave stood confounded at this detection, till anger replacing shame. "Very well, madam," he cried, "insult me as you please, and take the consequences." He then rejoined his emissaries, and by bribery and threats endeavoured to prevail upon them to consummate their violence. The men, unwilling to forfeit the reward of the hazard and trouble they had already undergone, allured by Hargrave's promises, and fearing his vengeance, at last agreed to drag their helpless victim to her doom. Having taken such instructions as they could find, for the purpose of forcing the door, they followed Hargrave upstairs, and prepared to begin their work. At this near prospect of the success of all his schemes, Hargrave's rage began to cool, and a gleam of tenderness and humanity reviving in his heart, he shrunk from witnessing the anguish which he was about to inflict. "Stop," said he to his people who were approaching the door. "Stay a few moments." And putting his hand to his forehead, he walked about, not wavering in his purpose, but endeavouring to excuse it to himself. "It is all the consequence of her own obstinacy," said he, suddenly stopping. "You may go on. No, stay. Let me first get out of this house. Her cries would drive me mad. Make haste. Lose no time after I am gone. It is better over." Besides the motive which he owned, Hargrave was impelled to depart by the dread of meeting Laura's upbraiding eye, and by the shame of appearing even to the servants, who were so soon to know his baseness, an inactive spectator of Laura's distress. He hastened from the house, and the men proceeded in their work. With dread and horror did Laura listen to their attempts. Pale, breathless, her hands clenched in terror, she fixed her strained eyes upon the door, which every moment seemed yielding. Then, flying to the window, surveyed in despair the height which made escape an act of suicide. Then again, turning to the door, tried with her feeble strength to aid its resistance. In vain. It yielded, and the shock threw Laura upon the ground. The ruffians raised her, more dead than alive, and were seizing her lily arms to lead her away, but with all her native majesty she motioned them from her. "You need not touch me," said she. "You see I can resist no further." With the composure of despair she followed them to the hall, where, her strength failing, she sunk upon a seat. The servants, now in pity and amazement, approaching her, she addressed herself to one of them. "Will you go with me, my good friend," said she, "that you may return and tell Lady Pelham where to find her niece's corpse?" The girl consented with tears in her eyes, but one of the fellows cried, "No, no, she may run after the coach if she likes, but she don't go within side." "Why not?" said the other, with a brutal leer. "They may both get home again together. They'll be free enough soon." Laura shuddered. "Where wandered my senses," said she, "when I thought of subjecting any creature to the chance of a fate like mine? Stay here, my dear, and tell Lady Pelham that I charge her by all her hopes here and hereafter to seek me before she sleeps. Let her seek me wherever there is wickedness and woe, and there, living or dead, I shall be found." "Let's have done with all this nonsense," said one of the men. "John, make the coach draw up close to the door." The fellow went to do as he was desired, while the other, with a handkerchief, prepared to stifle the cries of Laura in case she should attempt to move the pity of passengers in the street. Laura heard the carriage stop, she heard the step let down, and the sound was like her death-knell. The man hurried her through the hall. He opened the street door, and Catherine entered with Mr. Derwent. Laura, raising her bowed-down head, uttered a cry of joy. "I am safe!" she cried, and sunk into the arms of Catherine. Mr. Derwent immediately directed his servants to seize the fellow who had held Laura, the other having made his escape upon seeing the arrival of her deliverers. Laura, soon recovering, told her tale to Mr. Derwent, who ordered the man to be searched, examined the warrant, and declared it to be false. The danger attending forgery, however, had been avoided, for there was no magistrate of the same name with that which appeared in the signature. Hargrave's villainy thus fully detected, Laura wished to dismiss his agent, but Mr. Dermot would not permit such atrocity to go unpunished, and gave up the wretch to the arm of the law. He then quitted Laura, leaving his servant to attend her till Lady Pelham's return, and, worn out with the emotion she had undergone, she threw herself on a bed to seek some rest. Early in the evening Lady Pelham returned, and immediately inquired for her niece. The servants, always attentive and often uncharitable spectators of the actions of their superiors, had long observed the encouragement which their mistress gave to Hargrave, and, less unwilling to suspect than Laura, were convinced of Lady Pelham's connivance in his purpose. None of them, therefore, choosing to announce the failure of a scheme in which they believed her so deeply implicated, her questions produced no information except that Miss Montraville was gone indisposed to bed. The habitual awe with which the good sense and discernment of Laura had inspired Lady Pelham was at present augmented almost to fear by the consciousness of duplicity. She shrunk from encountering the glance of quiet scrutiny, the plain, direct question which left no room for prevarication, no choice between simple truth and absolute falsehood. But curiosity to know the success of the plot, and still more a desire to discover how far she was suspected of abetting it, prevailed over her fears, and having before studied the part she was to play, she entered Laura's apartment. She found her already risen and prepared to receive her. "My dear child," said her ladyship in one of her kindest tones, "I am told you have been ill. What is the matter?" "My illness is nothing, madam," answered Laura, "but I have been alarmed in your absence by the most daring, the most unprincipled outrage." "Outrage, my dear?" cried Lady Pelham, in a voice of the utmost surprise. "What outrage?" Laura then, commanding by a powerful effort the imagination which swelled her heart, related her injuries without comment, pausing at times to observe how her aunt was affected by the recital. Lady Pelham was all amazement, which, though chiefly pretended, was partly real. She was surprised at the lengths to which Hargrave had gone, and even suspected his whole design, though she was far from intending to discover her sentiments to her niece. "This is the most extraordinary thing I have ever heard of," cried she, when Laura had ended. "What can have been the meaning of this trick? What can have incited the people?" "Colonel Hargrave, madam," said Laura, without hesitation. "Impossible, my dear! Hargrave could be no further concerned in it than so far as taking advantage of the accident to extort the promise of a little kindness from you. He would never have ventured to send the men into my house on such an errand." "One of them confessed to Mr. Derwent before the whole family that Colonel Hargrave was his employer." "Astonishing!" cried Lady Pelham. "And what do you suppose to have been Hargrave's intention?" "I doubt not, madam," returned Laura, commanding her voice, though resentment flashed from her eyes, "I doubt not that his intentions were yet more base and inhuman than the means he employed. But whatever they were, I am certain he would never have dared to entertain them, had it not been for the encouragement which your ladyship had thought proper to give him." "I, child!" cried Lady Pelham, truth in her colour contradicting the falsehood of her tongue. "Surely you do not think that I would encourage him in such a plot?" "No, madam," answered Laura. "I hope and believe that you are incapable of consenting to such wickedness. I allude only to the general countenance which you have always shown to Colonel Hargrave." Lady Pelham could implicitly rely upon Laura's word, and finding that she was herself unsuspected, she had leisure to attempt palliating the offence of her protégée. "That countenance," returned he, "shall be completely withdrawn for the future, if Hargrave does not explain this strange frolic to my satisfaction." "Frolic, madam?" cried Laura indignantly. "If that name belongs to crimes which would disgrace barbarians, then call this a frolic." "Come, my dear," said Lady Pelham, coaxingly throwing her arm round Laura, "you are too much, and I must own, according to present appearances, justly irritated, to talk of this affair coolly to-night. To-morrow we shall converse about it. Now let's go to tea." "No, madam," said Laura with spirit, for she saw through her aunt's intention of glossing over Hargrave's villainy. "I will never again expose myself to the chance of meeting a wretch whose crimes are my abhorrence. I will not leave this room till I quit it for ever. Madam, you have often called me firm. Now I will prove to you that I am so. Give me the means to go hence in a manner becoming your niece, or my own limbs shall bear me to Scotland, and on the charity of my fellow creatures will I rely for support." "I protest, my love," cried Pelham, "you are absolutely in a passion. I never saw you so angry till now." "Your ladyship never saw me to have such reason for anger," replied Laura. "I own I am angry, yet I know that my determination is right, and I assure you it will outlive the heat with which it is expressed." Had Laura's purpose been more placidly announced, it would have aroused Lady Pelham to fury. But even those who have least command over their tempers have generalship enough to perceive the advantage of the attack, and the passion of a virago has commonly a patriarchal submission for its elder-born brother. Lady Pelham saw that Laura was in no humour for trifling. She knew that her resolutions were not easily shaken, and she quitted her upon pretence of fatigue, but in reality that she might consider how to divert her from the purpose which she had announced so peremptorily. Laura was every day becoming more necessary to her aunt, and to think of parting with her was seriously disagreeable. Besides, Laura's departure would effectually blast the hopes of Hargrave, and what would then become of all Lady Pelham's prospects of borrowing consequence from the lovely young Countess of Lincourt? Never wanting in invention, Lady Pelham thought of 100 projects for preventing her niece's journey to Scotland. Her choice was fixed by a circumstance which she could not exclude from her consideration. The story of Hargrave's seditious plot was likely soon to be made public. It was known to Mr. Derwent and to all her own household. Her conscience whispered that her connivance would be suspected. Mr. Derwent might be discreet, but what was to be expected from the discretion of servants? The story would spread from the footmen to the waiting maids, and from these to their ladies, till it would meet her at every turn. Nor had her imprudent consent left her the power of disclaiming all concern in it, by forbidding Hargrave her house, since he would probably revenge himself by disclosing her share in the stratagem. Lady Pelham saw no better success of palliating these evils than by dismissing her establishment and returning immediately to Walborne, and she hoped at the same time that it might not be impossible to prevail on Laura to change the direction of her journey. For this purpose she began by beseeching her niece to lay aside thoughts of retiring to Scotland, and was beginning to recount all the disadvantages of such a proceeding, but Laura would listen to no remonstrance on the subject, declaring that if after what had happened she remained in a place where she was liable to such outrage, she should be herself accountable for whatever evil might be the consequence. Lady Pelham then proposed an immediate removal to Walborne, artfully insinuating that, if any cause of complaint should there arise, Laura would be near the advice and assistance of her friends at Norwood, and of Mrs. Bolingbroke. Laura was not without some wishes that pointed towards Walborne, but she remembered the importunities which she had there endured, and she firmly resisted giving occasion to their renewal. Lady Pelham then had recourse to tender upbraidings. Was it possible that Laura, the only hope and comfort of her age, would quit her now, when she had so endeared herself to the widowed heart, reft of all other treasure? Now, when increasing infirmity required her aid? Now, when the eye which was so soon to close was fixed on her as on its last earthly treasure? Would Laura thus cruelly punish her for a crime in which she had no share, a crime which she was willing to resent to the utmost of her niece's wishes? Lady Pelham talked herself into tears, and few hearts of 19 are hard enough to resist the tears of age. Laura consented to accompany her aunt to Walborne, provided that she should never be importuned on the subject of Hargrave, nor even obliged to see him. These conditions Lady Pelham solemnly promised to fulfil, and, well pleased, prepared for her journey. Hargrave, however, waited on her before her departure, and excused himself so well on the score of his passion, his despair, and his eager desire to be allied to Lady Pelham, that after a gentle reprimand he was again received into favour, informed of the promises which had been made against him, and warned not to be discouraged if their performance could not immediately be dispensed with. Of this visit Laura knew nothing, for she adhered to her resolution of keeping her apartment, nor ever crossed its threshold, till on the 3rd day after her perilous adventure the carriage was at the door which conveyed her to Walborn. End of chapter 29.